prepared some short notes.
On a tissue.
Right before this started. And,
Okay.
you know, I didn't have a lot of time to script much, so I'm just going to kind of follow the heart and use this as a guideline that, you know, there was some turbulence. You know, they went down to Suning. They lost to IG. But V5 is still the top. V5 still passed the eye test. They have a game plan. They have great shot calling. Mole's insane. Mole's a top 4 mid laner in the LPL right now. His Zoe, amazing. That game 2, the Syndra scatter of the week, winning them that game. Exactly. It was beautiful. And, you know, Sam D got subbed out. It was unfortunate, but that just shows how much depth of talent's on this roster. Bring in Sam D. Bring in Y4. I don't care who else you're going to bring in. Get SMLZ. Get iBoy on this roster. They're still going to win because we have PP God. We have Weiwei in the jungle. The carries are there. And as my notes say right here, V5 are going to Worlds. V5 is everything. And that's not even correct. V5 are everything. And, yeah, point is, I'm still feeling good on V5. I still think they're going to Worlds. And V5, if you are listening to this, believe in yourselves.
Okay, so it should be like volcanic heat this week.
They just beat WE.
And when Rob's like, you know, he's giving a very rational answer, and you're like, you know, volcanic. I mean, they are 9-4 right now.
They're going to playoffs.
9-4.
They're not locked in for playoffs.
But
they're going to playoffs. They're going to playoffs.
They're going to playoffs for the first time in the organization's history as well, because it is a young organization. Only came in 2019 because they bought into the league where who was the other team that came in? Sino Dragons at the time promoted.
Yeah, and V5 definitely came in when LPL expanded, so that's how they got brought in.
That was Korn and Ben4 and all those guys, wasn't
Pepper
it?
and
Y4 was on the original roster from memory as well.
Yeah.
So, so V5's come a very long way. Good to see the volcanic mixture with a bit of cooling acid put in just in case. Is V5 better than the LEC?
Yeah.
As always,
yes. Hey, quick segment's a good segment. I'll add yes to it as well.
PP God is better than Kaiser.
Yeah.
Whatever
Vedius says.
Let me just say. Let me just say. Bring the camera here for a sec. Bring the camera here. Vedius, if you're watching this, watch a bit more PP God, mate. Bit of a shout out to Vedius. Good that he can make the statement, but come at me, bro. PP God wins. Easy
I just want to say that is still a matchup I'd love to see. Mad Lions.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that'd be so hyped. That'd be awesome.
Mad Lions versus, I think, any of the LPL teams right now would be really, really fun, especially since the form of Mad Lions talked about. I expect to see, like, Rogue hitting that path.
Myself and Munch were actually having a conversation yesterday back in the apartment. We're just saying, like, out of every team in the LEC, Mad Lions is the team that, like, against an LPL team would be the most interesting to watch. Because G2 were kind of faltering, Fnatic kind of faltering, but Mad Lions really would just take that aggression and just match it, and it would be absolutely fantastic.
Kind of fun. We want international competition, right? Because otherwise the threepeat won't feel as good, in my opinion. But anyway, we'll win Worlds all the same, so it doesn't really matter. Let's go forward into Dagda's Dunk and Lyrics Dud, the segment that brings new life when you're eating oranges or apples. We'll start with Dagda here, because Dagda's going to be telling us who he's dunking first of all. Who is it this week?
Definitely dunking IG.
Hey, all right,
we didn't get to cover this last week because, of course, we actually, right after their game against Top Esports, ended up recording the podcast. But I wanted to give an actual segment to them because they look so good against Top Esports. And it looks like finally we've got that system in place where it's Ning and Baolan working really well together, setting up the team for success. And they look damn good. They look so clean against Top Esports.
When at the start of the split, it was really, really rough. We're like, oh, IG doing IG things. But this too is an IG thing. It's so amazing how they blow it out of the park, either towards the start or the end of the split, right?
Yeah, it's really nice because, coming into the split, obviously Rookie and Ning were performing really well, but I mean the Shy still wasn't there. Puff and Southwind were they just didn't work with the team well, and especially Southwind, as we can now see in retrospect, right? So Balan coming in, it really feels like he is like the glue, the tape that kind of brought it all together. Like, hey, well, now I'm a support that's going to make my way up towards top side, going to give the Shy a bit more safety. We're going to get some kills in the mid lane. Rookie's going to get even more fed. And it seems like, I think we said this on broadcast. I don't know what Balan did, but it's like he just like slapped Puff across the face and said, like, man, get in there. Like, go do your job. And, Puff has been doing so much better ever since.
It's such a surprise because Balan, last time we saw him was at Worlds, right? And it was like, holy moly. Then something needs to change. 2019 Worlds, it was like Balan having a pretty average performance, and the rest of IG followed suit.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about the bench in the LPL because we saw it in Rogue Warriors where Harrow got put onto the bench and then he came back, he looked amazing. Then Lei got put on the bench, he came back, looked amazing.
Y4
Bellad is put on
yesterday.
a bench,
Sure.
Y4 yesterday. Whatever it is about the bench in LPL, the
Wooming.
second anyone touches it, Wooming as well, they just like transform into these new players that come on as like, all right, I'm ready to go.
Maybe there's like a whip at the bench. You get whipped when you sit down at that bench, but you get up, you're like, finally, back's bleeding, but I don't want to go back there. The threat, the shock treatment.
Yeah,
as
you get
call
used
it.
to putting the team on your back then.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty impressive to see. For Invictus Gaming, just as a heads up where they're sitting, they are confirmed in playoffs already. Not confirmed in top 4 like JDG are due to the individual games and series, but 11-3 is a lot better than the trajectory we saw at the start of the split. I think they were like, they were 5-3. Yeah, they're on a 6-series win streak. They were 5-3 and they were middle of the pack.
And they look absolutely incredible. And it's nice to see that kind of turnaround because I was worried for them coming into the top esports game because we always get
Agreed.
these weird drafts. There's always one game where you're like, lads, IG, will you just get your act together? And then they come into game 2 and 3 and you're like, okay, fine, cool. But I was a bit worried coming into top esports, but after I saw that performance, I was absolutely blown away. And that was the team that, it was like watching them in 2018. It was like watching that team that won the World Championship. There was just so much aggression, incredible performances. The Shy, even at the moment, is now back to doing the Shy
He's
things.
rising.
Every single series, there seems to be some play where I'm like, that's the Shy.
Yeah.
That's the player that we know and love. Like we saw it with the Nar, we've seen it with the Kennen, we've seen it across the board now where this guy can just come in and make these huge plays that set up IG. And especially when you have Rookie playing out of his mind this split, it finally feels like we've got the gang back together.
I also want to add, because you hit on drafts, their drafting has looked much better like as the splits moved on, because like early on it was that get everyone on comfort, Jason top lane and Oriana in mid, and they'll do that sometimes still, as we saw even in that series, but I can't remember who it was against. It actually might have been against Top Esports, where I just remember their second rotation, the 4-5 pick of Ken and Nico against someone.
Yeah.
And it did so well against the first 4 picks, whoever, picked into it, like these champions that want to run in and where Nico thrives, where Kennen can thrive. And I just thought, wow, like IG are now out
I'm pretty
drafting.
sure that was V5's game.
Oh, yeah, probably was that. And it's now like, hey, now IG are a team out drafting other teams. They have these coherent comps that make sense, that, have numerous spikes throughout the game. And it's like, this is something. I actually remember our preseason ranking, right? I think a lot of us still had them in the top 4. I'm pretty sure I had them 4th, so I'm not surprised they ended up here, but it's like the way they got here. Like the fact that their drafts are looking better, the fact that they are looking more cohesive, that's the surprising thing.
But I think that's it. It's like top 4 is very different to top 2, and that's where I'm kind of putting them now. Is like, well, honestly, I see them pushing into that very top place where they can get seeded directly into semis.
It's always IG, like their ceiling is, sometimes never ending.
Like the
right?
thing is, I don't think they'll end top 2 in regular split, but I mean, we have to start
You think
asking.
like a
and-
finals thing.
Exactly. Like, are they the favorite now to win LPL? And they're at least definitely in the conversation. I'd say now that, Top Esports looks shaky, JDG are obviously in form. It's definitely way more contentious than it was 3 weeks ago, where we're all like, guys, script is out.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, top esports aren't looking as good. JDG, I'd argue, aren't looking very clean either. They're still dropping these random games. They drop one to LNG. They drop one here and there. and it's
IG
like-
does that as well still.
Yeah, but it's just like, I think when I saw how clean they looked against top esports, I was like, okay, cool. This is where IG, that's when they try. That's when you get the actual Invictus Gaming and what they're capable of. Whereas it feels like sometimes you just see even top esports and JDG are looking shaky and not able to close it as cleanly as they should.
Like the Top Esports things, I have 2 takeaways in different ways. That it actually does a lot less for me on like convincing me that IG can beat a team like JDG or even one of like a V5 again or a Stooning, because I mean Top Esports just kept going like punch for punch. I think the Top Esports series, I remember coming out of draft thinking I like Top Esports draft more, and I'm pretty sure 2 out of the 3 games, or was it just 2 games actually?
Just 2.
It was just 2 games,
Just
yeah.
another
So yeah, because I remember in the first game we had Top Esports. I'm thinking, okay, well we're even at 15 minutes, and Top Esports have this draft that outscales, and IG have really no way of getting onto them. And then we just kept seeing Jackie Love like go in aggressively, getting caught out once again. And then game 2 was the same thing, where I look at draft, we're like pretty even in the mid game. It's like, hey, Top Esports should probably win this game. But it looked personal. It looked like a grudge match. So I think in terms of, I didn't see like some extremely calculated, like they had some kind of set plan they execute against Top Esports. But the thing that does sell that series is, hey, they just out-mechanicked a team like Top Esports.
Which
like,
is very IG-esque.
Well, that's massive too, because you're out-mechanicking players like Karsa, players like Knight, players like 369, who looked like the best top laner all split log. It's It's crazy.
It's also quite hilarious because it's always when top esports go against IG, it's like the thorn in their side. Bar Spring in 2020, I think was the one time that top esports got some revenge.
I think the craziest thing for that series as well for me was just in that game number 2, where top esports are about to close it out. We're like, cool, we're pushing on to a game number 3.
Yeah.
How quickly they swing back. You give these guys an inch and they just take not even a mile. They're gone. Like it's a marathon later before you find them. Like these guys are so incredibly good at taking a little advantage and turning it into monumental advantages. And I was watching back the VOD yesterday, just kind of going through that last fight, and all it was just Bellland had realized that like with where the fight was situated, on the bottom side of the fight you had 369 and Yuanji both paired, which left a small room where you could jump straight onto Jackie Love's Bowland, and he just goes straight forward, and IG just collapsed. Like, it was that tiny little advantage. Now, obviously, 369 messed up the engage, but it was Bowland spotting, hey, look, I've got this moment where we can jump onto them, and they just turn it around. Like, it's these tiny things that IG are so good at exploiting, which is why I'm now like, okay, this is a different beast from what we used to see.
The thing is, I do want to add, I think all 3 of our top teams right now, they all have that, which sets them apart from everyone else. I feel like JDG, Top Esports, and IG all have that clutch factor that we've seen all 3 in games that they should lose. I mean, the Vici game for Top Esports, JDG has countless games.
For a lot,
They always pull it back off of one mistake or off of like a smart, cheeky Baron play or something like this. So it definitely feels like these 3 teams have that clutch factor that no one else has.
You and I were casting one of those, actually. I think it was the E-Star.
E-Star JDG, game 1.
And even going back, like we saw like some of the LNG parts, FPX specifically, I think there was like a moment. Running forward though, because for IG, they're 11-3. I'm just looking at their schedule here with OMG and Fiji.
Yeah.
It feels like a comfortable 13-3. I was going to talk about this on broadcast because I believe I'm doing an IG series coming up with one of you guys.
We're doing OMG on Saturday.
Okay. So IG, we're talking very much about, like, they are not the deciders of the top 2 fate. Like, they can't secure semifinals with their own efforts, but they can get to 13, and then if Top Esports or JDG fail, IG's game differential is actually not too bad, but it does require a lot of catching up to do with Top Esports, and Top Esports failing and JDG doing the same. So it'd be interesting to see where they actually finish off, but at the bare minimum, they're pretty close to getting top 4, so for IG, it's like been a pretty good slip. We'll leave it there. Gents, let's go to what would normally be the dud, but sir, I messaged you this week, and you're like, no, I don't want to do a dud. I don't have a dud. I said, do you want to do a dunk? And you said, okay, I'll do a dunk. So we got Lyrics dunk. Now, you're not going to be on the set. I'm putting you on a Darius as well, just so, we have that.
So
We should have just gotten alley-oop or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you
Like-
could dunk each other.
Like, look, you messaged me yesterday. I got up, got a cup of coffee, went to the mirror, and I said to myself, there's no one I can be negative about this week. There's no sadness that deserves to be
You
had.
said this at the mirror.
I said it could be Rogue Warriors, but then I thought, no.
That was some really good coffee.
I can't be sad about Rogue Warriors. I can't be negative about Rogue Warriors.
Yeah.
I should be positive about BLG because BLG actually still have a chance as of now. They actually play EDG tomorrow, so it's going to be a bit weird with the timing of this release. But especially their last series where against Rogue Warriors, the impressive thing to me is I think Kingan's had a really rough split, which sucks because in spring he was so good. He's looked extremely inconsistent. That's why they've been trying to keep adding ADD back, but they've done that all year long. But he played those games extremely well. I think he played the same side of both different sides of the same matchup.
Yeah.
I think he played Ornn against Silas one
yeah.
game, and he played really well, won the lane. The next game played the Silas and completely took over the game. So, he's looking hot in the series. We know ever since Meteor's come back in that the team as a whole has just looked much better, much more well-rounded.
Yeah.
Wings, who I think was extremely underwhelming, extremely mediocre all split long, has looked a bit better in recent series and has been able to step up and have some carry performances. And I mean, Fofo has been the standout performer on this team all split long. He's been playing lanes extremely well. I don't think that was ever a question. He was always a great laning player. Even in team fights and clutch moments, he's showing up. And yeah, BLG are a team who, like, we don't expect them to make the run, but the fact that they've even brought themselves so close to contention after having such a rough early split is so admirable.
And after rolling off the back of spring, right, when it's disappointment after disappointment, you're rolling into another split with, pretty much the same roster. With Meteor bench towards the start of it, my question is what would have happened maybe if Meteor came in earlier, right? If we didn't see best 16 at the start of the split, of course. It does feel like the momentum coming off of best 16 for Meteor was part of what made him impactful, but he is just a good
You
jungler.
just need that little bit more time on the LPL bench, That was all. You just
The
got to make
bench.
sure you get a couple more of
The
those
bench
lashes
play,
in.
man.
But still, I think I'd imagine look, the team obviously knows a lot more about what's going on behind the scenes, so I imagine it was kind of you needed a little bit more time there. But since he's come back in, he's looked absolutely stellar. And the thing for me is that the map play has gotten so much smarter from them as well. Like the Rift Herald usage has been really on point. How they set up plays, how they get their lanes in order, like it has actually been quite good. Now, unfortunately, obviously they haven't been winning everything, so we still see some issues.
Yeah.
But they definitely have started to clean up when it comes to that map play, which I'm really happy.
And that's crucial. I mean, I just wanted to see something out of BLG this year at the very least. After being, so disappointed, we've all talked about the start of spring, that week before COVID hit, and then we had that big break. And then, obviously, there's a lot of internal drama that's been...
And we can see, like you just said, the talent's there. Their early game is there.
Yep.
Even now, their only problem is once we get to like a mid-late game transition of where like all the outer turrets are down, we're starting to go to inners, or like we're playing for Barons, that this is where BLG kind of starts to... You see the inexperience show through, which is very strange because that was where they shined last year. But the point is, like, hey, the fact that they can still get these early game leads and play out the map so well in the first 20 minutes is still a way that you can beat pretty much anyone in the LPL that way, because we have a lot of teams who don't know how to play from behind, or, their philosophy from playing from behind is just keep, creating coin flips to try to massively come back into the game. So create situations where BLG can decisively close out a series.
Whether they win or lose tomorrow, I think BLG is still a worthy dunk here, purely because the fact that BLG, as you said, got themselves into this position. And running into tomorrow, I know, our audience will have already seen this. Of course, we are recording on the Friday. But if BLG going up against EDG, I would say that BLG feel like potential favorite.
It's hard.
It's hard,
very close.
but just because of what I've seen recently and rising to this series, it does feel like BLG against a team like EDG, there could be some similarities as well.
Yeah, I think it's mostly about, like, Kingen again is the question mark for me. If we get a great series out of him, I think he can just take over against Xiaoxiang, although Xiaoxiang has also been looking good. And as well, Wings, as you talked about, like, a lot of the times when we go into that 20-minute plus situation where they're playing towards Baron, it's Wings who gets caught out. Like, we've seen a good few times now where he just overextends in mid lane and ends up with the pick, and then that snowballs the game back in favor of the enemy team. So I think if you can get that where Wings is just keep himself in check a little bit more, I would honestly see BLG being able to take that series against EDG, but it is hard to say when you've got to wait and see how does Kingdom perform, what happens with Wings. Because the other three I'm actually pretty okay with.
But I also want to add on to at least a series discussion. I think EDG do come in the favorites. I think, again, like how far they got in spring. I think the experience of their players, the peaks of their players, all trump BLGs. But at the same time, I actually want to take this a different route. I want to go the mental aspect of where EDG are coming in expected to win. EDG have expectations to make playoffs. BLG have no expectations. Especially after early spring, everyone just thought, okay, well, this team's done. Let's move on, go next year. The fact that they are coming in, and sure, that they have the pressure from themselves, which is going to be massive, but you don't have the community expectations. So you can just say, hey, if we lose, not a big deal. If we win, it's going to be awesome. So EDG are the ones feeling the heat, not BLG.
I mean, that's a great point. I do have to move on, though, gentlemen, because we have to get into our playoff, or centered around our playoff discussion here with the race on. Just quickly to top this conversation off, for BLG and EDG, the losers out. And, may the best man win, right? Bit of a heated situation. They just hope that no one gets above 8 in the playoff series. Otherwise, a leaderboard. Otherwise, they're out anyway. So we'll move forward. Gentlemen, today is all about the race towards playoffs, and we have 5 spots remaining as of today, which is Friday the 31st. Now, the 5 teams that are not secured are currently V5, LGD, WE, FPX, and Suning. We are not going to do this in order of standings, because otherwise I would start with Suning, who I feel like should have been secured at this point. We're going to start with V5, because that's how you create content. You start with the popular team. V5. Now, let's just summarize. Coming from spring to now, already, boys, wear the capes. Put the capes on, pants off, whatever. Do whatever you want.
What are we going, Captain Underwear or something?
There you go. Captain Underpants. V5 are currently, as we're recording this, 9-4. They have 9 more series wins than they did in spring. V5 are essentially what feels like secured in playoffs because they have 9. But their performance is split. Let's just take a moment to smell the roses. Their performance from this new team put together has been, I think, pretty exceptional.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's been absolutely incredible, especially when you look at bunch of rookies. Sam D, PP God coming across. You got guys who are coming off of the Sunni LPL bench, so obviously they're going to be amazing. But coming in, you got Wei who's looking fantastic. Mole is looking so much better than he had before. And Bubu as well is destroying people in the top lane. Like that aggressive style is now starting to actually work out in his favor. So I'm really impressed with V5 because I mean, I don't think anyone had expectations for them coming into spring. Summer.
Well, hang on. Do you see who you're talking? Messiah. What do you think about this one? Is that your official name? Are you the Messiah? Is that
yeah,
the?
I'm the Messiah of V5 Summer. I'm the self-proclaimed Messiah, but
Well,
you know,
I call
I feel
myself
like-
a scribe.
I
so
feel like, yeah. I
we're
feel
all
like
self-proclaimed.
there's no one more worthy to give the title than myself. So, but
Your humble beginnings.
I
sir.
do want to take this back once again. I know I always reference this, but starting off with Mole's first interview after their first win, where they're like, "Hey, so what are your expectations?" I just want to win a few games. He just wanted to win a few games, guys, and here he is sitting at 9 series wins, making his way to playoffs. Like, it looks almost guaranteed, but like Mole was never a question mark for me. I mean, I'd even show you guys my like mid lane power rankings in spring, and I'd still have him like 6th or 7th, even if it wasn't necessarily justified at that time. But I at least always knew that Mole, you know, was good from watching him previous years, from watching him in solo queue, things like this. And yeah, I feel like this team just has a really good system. I feel like the thing that sets them apart from even other top teams is they have a lot of like set plays. They're very fluid in like, again, attacking enemy buffs, going for these ganks on bot lane, transitioning around the map and setting up plays for Herald. We saw even a lane swap last night where it was very smart. They got 2 turrets for 1 against WE. So to me, they are one of our best teams at being able to react in-game. It's not like E-Stars in spring where E-Stars had a set early game plan, and if that plan then didn't work, they didn't know how to like react fluidly. V5 do know how to do that. So I feel like V5 are one of the most well-rounded teams right now in LPL. The thing that just stops them for me is experience, to where they'll get either outdrafted in some series and like that game's just over. They don't know how to play out from those situations, or if it gets to like the clutch factor against like a JDG, a top esports, and IG, they don't have that
Not
at all.
there yet. Yep.
I think as well, going on the inexperienced part, we can see a little bit of that greed as well in them sometimes, where they stick around a little bit too long in the lane to try and finish off a tower, get another tower plate, which means that then the resets are a little bit late for something like Dragon
Sam
or Rift
D
Herald
does
and
that
stuff.
all
A
the
lot.
time.
Yeah, he's the one
all
that stands
time.
out to me. So that's where I'm kind of like, okay, we can still see little things, but it's like very workable. It's like, look, you're better off backing now rather than getting that tower plate. You'll actually be in a better situation. So I think, again, it's just inexperience. This team very much will grow as the years go on. So I'm excited to see what they can. But I definitely think for playoffs, this team is definitely.
I also just want to quickly add, like, it's not even their first year. This is their first split. Right?
Yeah.
First split. Like, hard emphasis on split, because Sam D's only ever played 1 split of LDL before this, and PP God's, been around a bit longer in the LDL, but still, it's actually amazing how well they've transitioned to stage.
It's incredible. Like, there's been different forms of leadership. I think Weiwei's been the talking point that we've recently been really hitting hard because of his strength in jungle. Bubu looked horrible in Suning, I would say. Like, pretty average, maybe is actually more fair on Suning in spring.
I think he looked
horrible.
One of the worst.
He looked
one
horrible.
of the worst. And we need to say that to signal how much better he looks now.
True. But Dagda, sorry.
I was just going to say the language barrier for me as well in bot lane
true.
between Sam D, makes it even more impressive how dominant these guys have been. Like, 2v2 kills is not something we're surprised about anymore because they look so good. And then as well, when you're able to play so heavily through a bottom lane where, again, you're emphasizing that language barrier with the jungler, with the support, and with your AD carry, it makes it even more
So let's talk through how V5, go to securing playoffs. We've already mentioned that most likely secured with 9. But their remaining matches are JDG, which is coming up pretty soon, EDG the next week, and then Rogue Warriors. They're currently 9-4. But they have a really high game differential, and this is what sells me. If they beat JDG, I think this team will be top 4 at the end of the split. Now, feel free to discuss that, but the thing is, because of what Lyric said the other week, which is they go to game 3 in every loss. They at least pick up a game. They have super high game differential for a team that's currently sitting 5th, which is really impressive.
I know, and that's the thing is that, like, I want to be able to say that they're going to beat JDG, but that is a massive task.
I'll say
and
it.
it is. I know you are both going to say, which is why I'm going to opt in to be the voice of reason.
Not sure about him. Are you going to say it? Would you say they beat JDG?
think-
On cast. Let's
You
go.
just
I think
self-proclaimed yourself the Messiah. You're like, actually, you know
No, I
what?
was gonna say, I think
gotta take this off.
I think I predicted V5 like in our predictions, so at least I'm gonna stay consistent. But like to me, it's one of those things where, like, can V5 beat JDG? Yes. Like I definitely think they have all the tools to beat JDG. But the thing that's scary about JDG is, again, like we saw against E-Star game 2, where game 1, where they just randomly go and rush a Baron out of nowhere, and like those are avenues that JDG has available, because I still like how V5 play the early game out a lot more than JDG. It definitely feels like they are more of a proactive team, in my opinion, than JDG are, so they can get that lead. the thing to me is, I don't know. JDG's a bit of a weird one. I feel like JDG can come online in like skirmishes, but actually in early game, I don't really see them punishing the V5 bot lane, which I feel like is the best way to shut down V5, whether it's SAMD or Y4. And I think Mole is a bit safe. So the question is, can they shut down Bubu? Can they just keep diving him? Because we've seen, hey, that's actually a way that you could get an advantage on V5 and then take an advantage into a Dragon skirmish.
I think JDG's team fights are just so, like, not so much better, but better than V5's. That, like, when we look at the way V5 oftentimes plays, like with Mole and the Zoe, where he makes a pick before a fight starts off, and then they're able to win the fight through numbers advantage and stuff like this. There is times where SAMD's on the Ashe and they're struggling to try and find damage and to find consistent ways to win out in these struggles. So I think when I look at JDG, I just give emphasis over towards Loken because he's been playing super strong. His ability to churn out a whole heap of damage. Kanavi's ability to find these picks when it's on like the Lee Sin and set up these amazing plays or be a carry in and of himself. I think the ability of JDG to play team fights is where V5 are going to struggle a lot. Now, I could be completely wrong. Maybe it is going to be a case of V5 are able to turn it on. But at least from what I've seen, I just think JDG holds.
I would actually say it's fair. I'd say you could say JDG are better at team fighting than V5. But can V5 find those early game advantages? Like they almost always do. They almost always are able to get up a 3 to 4K gold lead. Like even soon in game 2, right? They were up 5K, I think, when they lost that fight and lost the game. So that's where I'm going to go with V5 winning this game, is being able to pick up those early game advantages through the early ganks, the early invades into Kanavi's jungle, and being able to snowball from there.
And that's the thing. I think that's the biggest one, especially in bot lane, because Lumao has been a big question mark for me over the last little while. Like he's been mispositioning, he's actually been caught out in 2v2. So I think if there is somewhere to try and punish, it's actually Lumao, which is really surprising since he was our Spring Split Finals MVP. But definitely, I think that's the way you punish, is through that bottom side, through Lumao, and then obviously, as you say, getting in to punish Kanavi. I'm just not certain if they don't get ahead, what happens then when we do get to that.
I do want to quickly add, I do think, from a neutral perspective, JG probably do come in favorites.
Of course.
But I'm sticking with V5.
If we're talking about clutch moments, just as a side note, I wanted to add that Loken, with his performance, like that clutch moment will be there for JDG, from what I've seen. But if they beat JDG, they would be 10-4. Now, if they beat JDG, would you then say comfortable to put V5 as a top 4 team? Because EDG Rogue Warriors is their final week, is a very winnable schedule.
What's Suning's schedule?
Suning's
I think
is
that's
harder.
the bigger one. I think it's
harder.
Suning's is a little bit harder. It is Vici is one of them, just looking
I think
now.
WE, right?
And then FPX.
Yeah. So I think if V5 beat JDG, they should be favorites to finish top 4 regular split.
Yep. Which is something I never thought I'd say. I didn't think that'd be in playoffs anyway, but, But week 2, I did say there would be. And I said they were going to Worlds week 3. Go look at the VODs. But look, we'll move forward to finish off for V5. They're in a very good place. For them not to make playoffs would be the biggest twist of fate, I think I would have seen. Because the way they are now, even with individual
especially
game
on
wins.
9 wins.
Yeah. But, and that game difference as well, right? Even if you hit 9.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now they're what? They're like plus 12, plus 13?
Plus 10 right now.
Yeah, so
because it went to game 3.
So they're looking pretty good. So I think they're pretty set on being a playoff team.
It's funny because WE are a point behind them on 8, and they've got plus 5 game differential. Suning on 10-4, a plus 6 game differential. Again, that point of making game 3 all the time. So for V5, I give a preemptive early congratulations. Let's move to the next team in contention for one of those spots. Now, we're not doing all of them here today. We're not doing teams like Vici Gaming because we still need to see more performance from them. Teams that are currently sitting in the top 8 and securing that. LGD I want to talk about because they are currently sitting 8-5. And LGD, it's been like 4 long years since they've made playoffs. And they're a team that we were really hyped with the roster change. And it took a while to kind of get there. Jordan, we'll start with you.
I feel like it's... Like, the thing is, they actually came online very early in the split, right? They started racking up those wins early. They were, I think, top 3, top 4 early in the split.
Yeah.
And then they kind of started to, not falter, but, hit some bumps in the road.
So they got there and then they found the bump and then...
I also think it's because they're not relying on draft, but they have like very set drafts that they like to go for, as we keep seeing with like the first pick Twisted Fate even now. So I think there's ways that they have found to be punished. But I mean, even LGD, I feel like should be expected to be in playoffs. But they're actually the one team I look at in the top 8 now that they lost to FPX. That if there's a team that's knocked out, I actually kind of expect it to be them. I don't think they will be, but they would be the team I would expect if it happened.
Wow. Okay.
I agree fully with them. I think the loss against FPX and how messy it looked really doesn't fill me with confidence for these guys. I thought that this would at least be, because even remember when we were talking about like where we rated them overall a couple of podcasts ago, my thought process was, well, these are going to be consistent. These are going to be the guys, you know what you're getting every single week. You know how they're going to play. It's going to be team fights. They're going to look good. And then they'll probably end up losing out to teams that can outplay them on the map. But that's not what we're seeing. LGD's team fighting has been a little bit shaky. Their map play is what we kind of expected has been a bit shaky as well. So this is now where I'm kind of like, I'm not certain where these guys sit. And although they are sitting on 8 wins, so I'd imagine, because they've got 3 games left, one of them is against a fairly okay team.
Yeah, so the remaining...
LNG. They've got
so
a game against LNG, so I imagine they got tonight.
Remaining schedule is Vici, BLG, and LNG. I'm just going to progress to this because their remaining schedule is probably one of the easiest, right?
Yeah.
If they get over Vici, then 9 again, that's that favorite number. But if they win that, they should be finishing at like 11 wins, right? They could even finish over Suning if Suning don't get the wins that they need either.
I mean, again, they still look like a playoff team. I think that's very... I don't expect Vici to be able to take any of these spots, but LGD looked the shakiest. I actually still think in team fights, if LGD gets to the team fight like in the right way, they look fine. The problem is, I think getting to the team fight for them is quite hard.
Yep.
We'll typically see someone like Mark maybe get picked off early, or maybe someone die in lane to a gank. It is typically that bot lane. I feel like their bot lane has been punished a lot recently.
Or Kramer just misses 8th Enchanted Crystal Arrow in a
Yeah.
row.
Something like that happens. But yeah, their setup isn't always there. But when they get in the team fight, I still think Longsheng plays an extremely good role as a front line. Mark has still found some great engages. There's one Leona ultimate that sticks out in my memory. I think it was against WE, or it was one of their recent wins, because they actually went on a pretty good recent streak. They beat WE, they beat RNG, so it's like, hey, those are teams, in the middle, in the upper half with WE.
Well.
Exactly.
After losing to Rogue Warriors, you and I did a segment about
We
it.
did. After losing to Rogue Warriors, LGD started looking good. So I feel like the talent's still there. My biggest question mark is still that playbook of like, hey, well, how much do we rely on going with? Remember, they 4th picked Renekton every time that series. They first rotation Twisted Fate every time. They took Ashe every time. So they have a very clear priority list of what they think is strong in the meta, and they're always going to go for that. And it's like, hey, well, if you come against teams like FPX who can easily read that well and then kind of draft these comps that kind of do better than what your comp does, because remember we ended up, I think game 3 we said, hey, these comps are the 2 same comps, but FPX does everything a bit better. They had those Galio comps, the Silas comps coming out, and yeah, that's what I'm afraid of for LGD.
Okay, a lot of issues with LGD and how they place. How far up do you think they can finish before we go to the next team? Just tell me, because remember, max they can finish is 11. They could also finish like 8 and 7 and be on the cusp. But just a reminder, that schedule is like BLG, LNG. Vici's their next one.
I feel like they'll end up losing a game either to Vici or BLG. So I think they'll end up 2 more wins, 10th, and probably end up that kind of 5th, 6th place.
That's the first round.
Yeah.
I mean, hitting top 4 is
They'll
near
be a higher seed in the first round is what I expect. They'll be
okay.
fifth, 6th.
Okay, nice way to end. Let's go forward, because I actually I will end with a Vici RNG little triad as to if you guys think they can make it. Hold your thoughts, so don't give it away early. WE, Team WE, a team that has once again played the same style. If anyone missed out in spring, they like Galio. I don't know if anyone else realizes that. They really like Galio. They have their own formulaic comps, I guess, as well, with small variations. But they're a team that I think have been one of the funnest to cast because of how they play League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've got these, well, as the Chinese side has branded them, and we've kind of nicked is the comps that flow with the wind.
That's
so
the
it's
one.
like these ones that are like, hey, we're going to have a bunch of Galio and Twisted Fate and things that can come and roam with us, and Teacher Man's going to be super supportive, and it's going to look great. And it has. It's looked pretty good. Beishang has looked really, really good. And I think their bottom lane hands, definitely Jomong has been a little bit more consistent this split, which is what I'm really happy with. But still, I mean, even in the series that we saw yesterday, there's still issues. If I want these guys to be a good team. Like, I think it's always interesting to see a team that plays such a unique style and how well they can do it. But every time they go up against these top teams, it's just like, well, it's not really going to work out. They're going to ban Teacher Ma out. He's then going to fall down, and then the whole team crumbles as a result. So it's hard for me to get fully invested in Team WE in the same way Munchables has, just because, I don't have the same faith.
I feel like we've been kind of singing the same tune for weeks. That like, hey, this team is definitely better than 60-70% of teams in the LPL, but they're kind of right where they should be. I feel like between 5th and 8th is where they belong. We've talked about the draft problems. We've talked about the problems that come with their strengths all split long, and it's like there are still good moments. I'm interested to see how this team changes with the meta shifts, because one of the tools they added in their toolkit was that Aphelios Karma comp, but with
Yeah.
all the Aphelios nerfs, we even saw last night that, Aphelios, like, they didn't care about it at all. So I even feel like they've lost some tools with some of the nerfs, so I want to see where they go from here. I still feel like they match up potentially well against teams like LGD and FPX, who are going to opt into the brawl that WE wants. But I think against teams like Suning and V5, as we saw yesterday, could be a bit rougher because these are teams that play that pick style so well. And we even saw it, I think, in Game 3, where WE just keep defaulting to, like, everyone says A-ramming, but trying to get pressure through mid is 5. And if you could play these comps that can just kind of work around that, like we saw the Zoe being able to pick people off with the bubbles and, trying to get the River Vision or a TF or something along those lines, a Bard, I feel like WE will struggle against those teams.
So you talk about their climb and where they sit in playoffs because, again, just a reminder, 8-5 for this team. Their remaining schedule with the week 10, because they're not playing any games, bar Easter. Easter's the next one, OMG, and then Top Esports is their final series. So for WE, it seems hard for them to get above 10 with Top Esports in the way. But even then, against OMG and Easter, maybe there's some questions. At least hitting playoffs as a guarantee, like LGD, does also feel correct.
Yeah, I feel like once the team kind of gets to 9, it's feeling very much like they're guaranteed to hit that top spot, or at least get into playoffs. Like, it's going to be a super strange one where, because look, once we get to that, it's like BLG, EDG, all these teams that are kind of down there can't really get to them. RNG are kind of struggling as well, so we don't really see RNG getting to that 9th place spot. So then you're realistically looking at Vici to try and push through, but they're against like LGD, some of the top teams as well. So it looks very likely that they will move.
Let's leave the talk about, like, how to bridge up to the 9. For WE, how far would they get? Do we see quarterfinals again if they expected to make playoffs?
So
with that talk.
So in playoffs,
yeah.
that's what you mean.
Yeah.
I think so. They'll make it to first round. I think it depends, right? If they can face LGD or FPX, actually those series are very winnable. So maybe they do make it back to quarters. But if they have to face, let's say, who's ever above them, either the Suning or V5, then I think it could be rough. So they're a team I think potentially makes quarters.
I agree, apart from the FPX one, because I feel like FPX have found success kind of doing what WE have been doing a certain amount with, like, Doomby on the Galio, on the Twisted Fate, on very similar compositions. It's just I feel I have more confidence in Gimgoon on the top side of the map than I do in Morgan, because I feel like you can go towards...
Morgan.
Well, I feel like you can go towards the Gangplank. You open up for a little bit more where they've got the ability to counterpick, like, well, Morgan's champions, like the Renekton and this kind of stuff that he's been going towards. And then FPX just do what
I want to
WE do,
add,
but better.
it's actually funny that me and you have, like, the same opinion but reverse. Because I agree. I have more faith in Gimgoon than Morgan. But I have more faith in Joe Mung and Missing than LWX and Crisp. And I feel like that's what it'll come down to. The thing for me is, like, I feel like right now WE play this style better. And it is slightly different. It's not the exact same way they play. But, again, we're going to enter these early brawls and skirmishes right in front of Drake, around bot side, et cetera, et cetera. The thing for me that, like, is scary for FPX is, like, the asterisk for me is more experience and especially best of 5s, right? That the best of 5 buff that comes with a team like FPX that won Worlds. But, yeah. So it's going to be a question of what comes down more massive, right? Is it going to be Gimgoon over Morgan, because Morgan does not look good recently, or is it going to be Joe Mung and Missing, who have both been playing extremely well?
I love that we're talking about FPX in relation, because now we have to move on to the FPX. If WE, expect to make playoffs, FPX still at 8, but they've only got 2 more series left. Week 9, they're not playing anymore. Of course, they did beat LGD recently, which if they didn't, then FPX has a chance they wouldn't even make playoffs altogether. DMO and Suning their final series, 8-6 as I said, but their game differential only a +2. FPX, if anyone hasn't been watching, have looked absolutely shaky. Bringing back Gimgoon now, a little bit better. A lyric called a duct tape. She'll be right, but boy oh boy, FPX, huh?
Yeah, I've not been convinced at all by these guys. Even when they get leads, it's like they don't even understand where their composition's trying to run with. Like, we saw them when they had Gimgoon and Gimgoon on the Gangplank, Doomby on the Twisted Fate. I was like, oh my god, these guys are so far ahead. They can just go play through a side lane. They can use all these TPs. They can just play the map state and they'll be able to win it out fine. And then I just watch as they, like, TP to the middle of a lane for no reason. And it's just like, you've just wasted now a Destiny. You've just wasted a teleport. Now you can't play a map state and you're forced to fight at this next dragon in a 5v5 and then they end up losing the fight. I'm like, what are you guys doing?
Is the word I'd use.
Exactly.
Right?
And I don't understand.
It's weird because I actually remember that comp. I think it was against EDG. And that comp actually can team fight. So I can, like, empathize, like, with what they're going for. And I just remember that point in the game. It's like the one time where whatever setup they had like wasn't there and EDG would win. Like that was the one time where they actually shouldn't opt into whatever play they did. And it's like, oh man, like FPX, I understand, I empathize, I was on the same page, but that was not the move. But overall, I
wouldn't mind if it was like it wasn't just that one time against EDG. They did it again against LGD where Doomby would go in. I think it was game number 2 where they lost, or whatever game they lost was like Doomby went off into a top lane where he ended up TPing, I think, into the lane. And then end up using his destiny, and then meant that okay, well now this Twisted Fate has nothing to get into these fights with.
I can't remember how that game went. I just remember while I was casting it, just thinking like, how did FPX just like throw this away? How did FPX just?
But that was it. It was just whatever way. I can't remember the exact setup, but essentially what had happened was that Doomby ended up off in the side lane. It burnt the TP, it burnt the destiny as well, and then he was just sitting there. I was like, right, well, there's a dragon up. I mean, LGD, you're just going to go towards Dragon, and then you've lost your entire advantage there. So it ended up being these weird plays, and that's where I'm like, I can understand, like, I agree with you for the EDG one, where they can go for these fights. It's not the end of the world. But in a composition that is so, like, do not fight LGD, and they're still trying to go for these 5v5s because of the errors they've made, that's where I get a little
I think it
worried.
adds personality to that. Look, the fact that they go for this stuff, I
So
like
you've
it.
gone from an RNG apologist to an FPX apologist.
Either
there.
way.
It's
fun to watch.
Either way, gents, like for FPX, you know, let's just talk about how they kind of make playoffs because they're still far from secure. They're currently 8th as we're recording this. 8 and 6.
They play DMO.
But dude,
I'm ready for the upset.
They play
ready for
TMO.
Shoutpunk to come out and just ruin
Picks
everything.
Rek'Sai 2 games in a row.
hey, so DMO, but then Suning could actually be the decider because remember RNG still ability to hit 9, and RNG they could actually find a better game differential, and over FPX. It would have to come down to a head-to-head, which FPX did win.
You said not to talk about those teams yet, but I'm just going to, heavily hint
but-
that it's not going to come down to that.
Okay, well, in a second. So FPX making playoffs, yes and yes?
Yes.
Okay, FPX how far? Round 1, I think
of
is
course.
the absolute.
They will
Yes.
be 8th.
But
That
do
is-
they make
if
a
they get
run?
in, it's 8th.
Do they make a run-up playoffs?
No.
Just quickly? No?
The thing is, again, like, I think from a gameplay perspective, I don't expect them to.
Mm.
It's just that, like, best of 5
Best of five,
FPS asterisks that, like,
Okay.
Yeah.
they're
see-
the team that I think is most likely of any team to make some kind of run to, like, semis or finals.
The problem that I have is that because I see them getting in that 8th place slot, that means the chances are they're facing off against Sunni or V5,
Yeah.
which I don't see them being able to win against. So even in a best of 5 scenario,
Actually, that
I'm not
scares
convinced.
But
me
that-
more. I actually favor FPX against
Oh, I
those
would
teams
too.
more than I do against
Dude,
W or
especially
LGD.
Suning, but
Oh,
even
God.
like V5, as a team, they haven't played a BO5 in a competitive environment yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm scared of. Oh, God, it's
Oh,
so
man.
strange. Why is FPX more favored in my mind against the better teams?
I don't know, but it's crazy. At the very least, like they're secured for regionals. That's a good thing for them.
Yeah.
Not secured, absolutely, but because we have 4 seeds in there, something.
And we have a bunch of new teams. Like I feel like they should be, right? They got top 3 in spring.
And because we've got JDG in guaranteed top 4, and you know, like IG.
Yeah, right.
they're-
Like it feels like JDG, IG, or top esports will like obviously going to automatically go to Worlds off like winning. One will then go off points because these teams are all top 4 in
And then-
spring. So
And then regional points as well. Like they'll have
Yeah.
2 chances at Worlds.
Yeah.
So for FPX, making playoffs at bare minimum was important. You know, just to try and get a couple more points. We'll leave it there. Still making playoffs is what my analysts are saying here. Let's finish off though, because Suning's the one I left till last. Suning are 10 and 4, but still, as we talk about this, are not secured. Now, there's been a lot of discussion with Suning. They are a team that I think I've casted the least. But when I did cast them the other day, I was not convinced that this was a top 4 team, a team that had 10 wins.
So
Saying that,
I
give me
was
my water.
a lot of people were disappointed with their games yesterday. If you guys have gotten a chance to see those yet against top esports, where both games, especially game 1, was a free win for them. Like they were winning, so they were in top esports space, and then their brain just kind of turned off. They started doing nothing. Knight popped off on Syndra, brought them back for the win. And a lot of people are like, "Oh God, this makes me doubt Suning even more. Like, how could they flop such big leads?" But I'm more impressed that Suning can get such massive leads against top esports. So it's a team that I think is clearly going to be in playoffs, even from their series score.
10, yeah.
I think there's certain teams that they match up well against for that pick-oriented style that we've talked about. Like, they have carries in the right places. But, I mean, I think we talked a lot about them last week, right? There's obviously still some question marks with some of their gameplay. I think their team fighting obviously has always been the big one for all of us, like how they coordinate engages, how Bin and Sword Art work as front lines. So, yeah, I can see them getting like decently far in a playoff scenario, but I'm not too high on them.
Well, they don't have any points from spring, so they at bare minimum have to hit semis unless, quarters works out for them with the seeding. But I think for Suning, there is a lot to talk about, like SOFM's rise and rising into form. Of course, didn't play Rise Jungle. But also, like...
I like how you need to clarify
I
that
just-
for SOFM.
SOFM. Dude, he played... I saw the volley bear with Predator
Yeah.
yesterday against Top Esports, which was kind of fun. That's such an SOFM thing to do, like run... Something that no one else is.
Well, especially Predator. I
Yeah.
feel like Predator is the big one that I do associate with SOFM more than anyone
True.
else.
Zolaf, he was one of the
I
first
mean,
people
hey,
to run it.
Rise with Predator Jungle. Let's go.
There we go.
You don't even need to pick up Righteous Glory or whatever it's
Yeah,
called. Yeah,
perfect.
Fine.
Dagda, what do you see as a highlight of this team? Is it Juan Fong,
Well-
like everyone else?
Yeah, I think it's fun. Well, I think Angel as well. But
Attaboy.
honestly, this is something we've already kind of talked about for Suning. This is a team that got massively benefited by the meta because Angel has been really good in the Twist of Fates and the Gallios and these kind of things before.
Sure.
So when the meta shifted that direction, they looked strong. The big question for me is as we start to approach playoffs. Now, I don't think we're going to have any massive meta changes, but like we're seeing slight things like the Twisted Fate nerf that came in on the last patch coming into 10.15. There's a couple of different things like this that I'm not certain how big of an impact these are going to have, but if we do get another patch that's going to roll through and kind of mess with them, and we move away from this pick style compositions with the Twist of Fate,
Carry
the Gallios and
junglers.
carry junglers start to slip, it's like, okay, well then what happens? Because then we go back towards team fights, and that's where they've looked super shoddy. So I don't know is the answer, because I think if the meta stays the same, I think we can see them continue in this form looking good. But if it starts to slip away from them, that's where I start to
Or
worry.
if the meta goes towards like we go, whatever happens, like let's say Quinn, Fiora, Jax, like side lane turrets are nerfed, like those things are buffed. It's all split push meta.
Yeah.
That is Suning's time. They have Bin. Bin is ready. Bin is top of KR server right now. Like Bin is just rearing to go, waiting to play some Fiora and some Camille. So hey, maybe the meta can shift in a better direction for Suning.
Okay,
I mean, I don't expect it
Just
to.
TF and Camille every game.
I like the
And
optimism.
then Ashe, Jhin, Varus, all buffs, so utility
Yeah.
80 carries.
Yeah.
Bard gets buffed even more. Like, let's all in. Let's all in on the Suning meta.
Where do you think they could finish? Where do you think they round out to? Because we've kind of put like V5 as a potential top 4 if they beat JDG. For Suning, they're in a position to top 4 if they beat Vici, then FPX. But like, I put out a rankings the other day on Twitter. I actually put Suning 7th, expecting them to lose the last 2 series, turn 6, and then the success of teams like V5, WE, and LGD. Now, that might not round out perfectly, but I don't think Suning will make top 4.
I feel like I actually expect them to end. I'll go with 5th.
Okay.
Because, again, I am inching and hoping that V5 beat JG. Sorry, JG. As a social media person, you're cool. But, like, to me, they either end 4th or 5th. I
Sure.
actually don't see them dropping lower than 5th. So I feel like they're in a pretty good position going forward. I think they'll take down Vici, like, even pretty easily, honestly. I feel like
Okay.
Suning... I don't feel like Vici will be a big issue. The question is, can they then beat FPX? But at that point, they'll be 11 series wins. I feel like they'll be pretty locked for a solid 5th at least.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm kind of in the same boat, and especially depending on who they get matched with then. Maybe they can push into top 4, but it does come down to the
Yep.
matchup. But I don't see them like going as good as they looked against top in certain situations yesterday. I don't see them beating top. I don't see them beating IG. And honestly, I know you want them to. I don't see them beating JDG either.
The thing
Okay.
is, for Suning, in playoffs, I feel like they can take down LGD and WE. I should have a ton of confidence against those two teams. FPX is the one I'd be afraid of. And then V5 would be the interesting one because I feel like that matchup is like extremely close on paper. I
From
would
what we saw,
personally
yeah.
edge it out to V5, especially with their series, despite Suning winning 2-1, that game 2. But at the same time, that is a very winnable. I think that's 50-50. That is as split of a series as I can imagine in
Yeah.
playoffs. And that could be like a Suning top 4.
I honestly feel like we will see that series in playoffs with everything going the way it is.
The
right?
thing is, I'm kind of scared we won't because, right, it looks like one's going to end 4th and one's going to end 5th.
So,
So, yeah, opposite sides of the bracket. Which
But
breaks
finals.
Finals.
Yeah.
Suning versus V5.
Holy
Let's go.
moly.
SOFM versus Weiwei. I'm ready.
Everything would be flipped,
Angel
right?
versus Mole, the 2 autofill players of Season 9 Summer.
Dagda, just give me a reminder where you kind of like feel like Suning will finish off, like 5th or 4th. Just again.
5th or 4th, yeah,
5th
yeah.
or 4th?
I think that's this. Because otherwise, look, what it's going to end up happening is, I think they beat LGD. I think they beat WE,
Okay.
as you said. I think they beat FPX as well. So it's a case, and if they end up in that 4th, 5th with Suning V5, well, then I see them getting through to semis, but I don't see them pushing on.
Oh, sir, dude, I like the optimism there as well. Now, for Suning at 10 wins, they were almost guaranteed with FPX taking a loss to, I think it was LGD series, but because FPX won, that means that Suning were not guaranteed. LGD had one game to net them a win, but they're pretty much secured anyway. Hey, those are our teams that are already in the top 8. I just want to quickly touch on BLG, EDG. One of those will be knocked out. The miracle run ends for them when the top 8, the bottom team hits 9. So as in, FPX, WE, and LGD hitting 9 means goodbye to BLG, EDG anyway. RNG, Avicii are in the conversation for the miraculous run. Let's just quickly go because we've only got a couple of minutes on this. This is off script. RNG, to hit playoffs, need to win all their series to hit 9 in their series coming up, boys.
Top
DMO,
esports.
Top esports.
Top Esports, BLG, Rogue Warriors. So the 3 series there, very manageable, bar Top Esports. So I feel like they have to beat Top Esports to get playoffs this split.
Good luck.
That's kind of weird. I actually don't feel like that's some insurmountable challenge.
No?
Again, with recent form, I think it looks winnable. The
Okay.
problem is, I once again, as always, expect RNG to stomp them hard one game,
Yep.
to flounder game 2, and then in game 3, RNG aren't there.
Okay.
That's so, for me, it's weird because it's funny. I'm actually kind of scared. I'm scared that now that I've finally given up faith on RNG,
That's
and
what
you
it
read
is.
out their schedule, I'm just kind of like, that's a very doable schedule.
And they lose it all.
No, and then they win it all. I'm like, oh, God,
Oh,
why'd I
okay.
get off the hype train? But let's be honest.
I was going to say, if
I
you
don't.
lose it all,
So
you
the
look
thing
good.
for me is, I feel like RNG revolves so heavily around Xiaohu, or well, at least the mid jungle 2v2, and I just give that edge to Carson Knight. I don't see a world where Xiaohu really gets much of a.
I don't
work
think they've
against
been
Knight.
doing I don't think we've even been seeing them play mid jungle 2v2 lately. It's typically the way a lot of top esports have looked to me is one side is getting attacked so hard, so it's mostly been bot, but even 369 in a bit in recent series, and then Karsa's kind of left to go and try and cover fires, but typically can't because they're just slow. They're just so slow at reacting to plays, and then it's there's no mid jungle at 2v2. There's no mid 1v1. It's just all revolving around the side lane. It's hey, we never even get there. And I actually think that's what would maybe be a good point for RNG, right? Is the fact that Xiaohu doesn't want to go one-on-one with Knight.
Yeah.
We don't want to see them play 2v2. I expect them to just ignore that and go to a side. And that's what I'm afraid of for top esports is that's where we've been seeing them struggle lately.
Yeah.
I still don't think they'll win. I'm not
But-
trying to paint that as
Okay.
them as favorites, but
So, do RNG make playoffs? Just to confirm.
No.
No? Say it.
No.
Say
No.
it.
I
No.
can't say it.
Okay. So, is that a no,
That's a
lyric?
no.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
It's a big no.
All right, there we go. Apologist, nevermore. Let's go to Vici Gaming before we run on to our fan questions. Vici Gaming are currently 7-6. They're outside the cusp. They're relying on FPX to find a loss to make it a little bit easier for them. But for Vici, LGD, Suning, IG, they have 3 series left. They can hit a maximum of 10. But the problem is the teams they're going up against is Suning, LGD, and IG. Their schedule is the hardest to finish off. Now, do they win any of those series in your mind?
No.
Could potentially see LGD.
I don't think they win any of them.
Like
Yeah.
potentially. I'm
Yeah,
not
no,
saying,
no.
yeah.
I mean, potentially they beat Suning and LGD in my mind.
Yeah.
I think both of those
But
they can come out.
yeah,
but-
I don't see them getting the full way.
I mean, the next problem is that, they have to get past teams like FPX. Now, if it did come down to the same game differential, they do have the head-to-head over FPX. Just saying. But it's a very hard task for a team that's shown amazing signs of brilliance that could be a playoff team, but then flip the other book and you're like, this team looks horrible.
Honestly, I was never sold on Vici. I was never at any point in the split where I thought they would make playoffs. I thought there were a lot of glaring issues and to me, we've talked about Suning, we've talked about JDG, we've talked about so many teams that kind of ended up with wins that it didn't look like they necessarily should have. To me, Vici is the biggest offender of that. There's so many Vici games where I still remember
game 3.
FPX game 3. I still remember OMG game 1 where it's OMG got a big lead, but OMG were winning with 2K early with a comp that completely outscales, and all they do is give up let's say 2 dragons. They come online with their items, and then they fight that first dragon. They actually get the dragon. They funnel into a choke, and that's when Zika got the triple kill on LeBlanc, and it's well,
Nice.
The biggest issue for me on Vici is the draft. Every time I look at them, I'm like, lads, what are you doing? Because it's okay, well, we're going to take Renekton in the top lane for Cube. Then you see, and that's when you've already seen, a Zoe and a Karma and everything else on the other side. You're like, what do you expect
or LeBlanc,
here?
right?
LeBlanc as
It'll
well,
be
yeah.
it'll be the comp we saw at E-Stars. You're going to draft Renekton and LeBlanc into a Karma, Graves,
Oh, yeah.
tanky top,
unkillable
tanky
comp,
support,
yeah.
and then an AD carry that can build death stance, and you're just how does this work?
Yeah.
And
every
a
time.
lot of the time it does, which is the sad part.
It's annoying because it's it shouldn't, but
Yes.
it does, right?
But it's like that for game 1 against EDG. It was like we saw basically like if you watch the EDG series, that's exactly the draft that you want against what Vici is going to play.
Sure.
And in game 1, we saw EDG just run into the jungle. They all get sandwiched between Vici. It's like, great job, guys, we did it. We won the game. You're like, that was so stupid. And then you go into game 2 and game 3, and EDG actually played the composition the way it's supposed to be played, and Vici can't do anything.
I do want to end, like, at least my thoughts on a positive note that obviously this team has a lot of good players. I actually say, all around, like, I'm really high on, obviously Zika's looking really good. I think Ike's has impressed me so much more in summer than he did in spring.
Agreed.
Like, I'm so excited for this player in the future, in Cube as well. So their bot lane, I think, is more, not more questionable, but obviously, like, iBoy's been around so long, I feel like we kind of know what we're getting with him. And Maestro is, oh, God, Maestro's back and forth. Maestro's, dude, Maestro's got some confidence. There's no way I can word it that I feel comfortable on broadcast. So it's like Maestro's got some confidence, and I love it.
He's almost like Hung,
but
right?
No.
That's the
point. Is
Jordan.
His team schedule.
Work together,
I got
bros.
where you're going. I
got where you're going too, but I'm not going that direction with
Okay.
you. Not here. But I feel like their schedule's a bit too hard. I'm not too sold on kind of what I've seen on the Rift, and I don't think they should make playoffs.
Okay, Dagda.
Same boat. Especially with the lineup that they have ahead of them, like IG, Suning, and LGD.
That's so hard. What can they do?
How do you, to finish off with IG as well, imagine making the run. You're like, we're almost there, but we do actually need 10. And then
if they do it, that is so impressive, though. Like, that is some massive respect to Vici, because that is a hard schedule.
And then we get Vici into playoffs somehow for the first time. Again, like LGD in a very long time.
Then they'd be a true dark horse.
Oh,
if they
yeah.
beat those teams, so it'd be nice to see.
All right, gents, good stuff. I almost swore there as well after you mentioned the Hung thing, but I remember that was me. Let's finish off the segment here. Also, thanks for leaving me on an island. Let's finish off the segment here of the day. We do your last hit as always. We get our fan questions in to answer, and I like the ballsy statements that follow suit as well. This is a very special edition. As you know, there's an LPL Discord out there, a community Discord that is very vocal and
they're awesome.
They're awesome. Yeah, there you go. This is a much easier way to say it. There's a couple, but the one we're talking about, I think, is the more... I'm not getting into this. There's two of them. This is one of them. The LPL Special Discord Edition starts with question number 1 from Edgelord Weep. Great name, by the way. Lyric nods in approval. I want to hear some flame for Vici's coaching staff. Now, don't dig yourself into a hole. In general, I do think Vici's philosophy of just benching players is a detriment to them. Every time they lose with Le Yen, it's like they automatically jump to benching him. Same with Hung. What do you think? First of all, do you want to flame Vici's coaching staff, or do you think that's not fair at this point?
I want to go with that. I agree on the sentiment. I don't like when we just arbitrarily bench players for no reason. I feel like BLG is a much better example for this, in my opinion, of like King and AED, but you put them on the same champions despite them having different strengths. But I still get it with the Loyan and Ike's argument and the support argument. But I feel like those players have more defined like styles and ways they play the game, and some champions are like worse and better on. But I feel like at this point, right, you just commit. And it does look like Vici have finally chosen to commit to Ike's. The thing that's scary with Vici, right, is that Vici can lose their next series with Ike's and be like, well, let's just put back in Loyan.
Yep.
And it's very confusing. I actually do like them going with Ike's and Maestro more than Loyan and Hung, despite the fact that I feel like it's kind of similar to me like a Gimgoon situation where at this point in time, Loyan is definitely a better jungle than Ike's. But Ike's definitely looks better with this team than Loyan does. And I also feel like champion pool-wise, like for Maestro versus Hung, Maestro looks so much better to me on champions like Nautilus, on champions like Leona, on all the champions that are defaulting to. But yeah, so I'm kind of mixed on the coaching staff.
Yeah, we had a conversation. Like, I'm opposite. I'm a Lian fan. I think he should be the starter. But yeah, I can't. It's hard. I mean, look, if you're going to criticize the Vici staff for this, you got to criticize half the LPL right now, because you got EDG who are doing it, BLG who are doing it. Like, there's so many teams that are doing it right now.
And as we said, though, they're drafts.
The drafts are the big one.
That's
that one I will 100% flame them for. The drafts have been horrific. But from a perspective of, I would love to see them stick with one, just take it and run with it. But I mean, it's hard to kind of go, hey, look, this is what you should be doing because half our league is doing it.
Because I think it's easy to be like, oh, it's Coma and everything should be perfect and Vici should be a top tier team or whatever. But especially in the LPL.
To give them their due, like, they have improved. Like, they have massively improved. So whatever about flaming the coaching staff, they have got the job done.
I do also,
compared to spring, looks so much better.
Just want to add too that, like I can say for sure, like even just like whether even from an outside perspective, but obviously with kind of insider info from being team side, that LPL as a region is way more like player centric than like let's say NALCS. Like this is not necessarily where all your teams have a top down system where coaches say what to like players to do and then so on and so forth. It's a lot more collaborative for sure. You can see that with the Vici drafts, right? It looks like Zika gets his hands on LeBlanc whenever he wants it, whenever he thinks it's good. I'm sure Coma's taking a lot of input from the players, and I actually like the player driven system way more than like what NA's doing or trying to replicate traditional sports. I don't feel like that's worked in esports, at least in League of Legends. I don't feel like we've seen that. Even like Counter-Strike is a game, they don't do that. It's way more player-driven than it is like coach-centric. So I feel like it's hard to just blame the coaching staff when, let's even say the management doesn't give them that power, right? What if it's the management team that says, hey, well, actually, the players do have more control than the coaches. Like if a coach wants to do something, they go to the manager, and the manager's like, well, like I don't care. Lo Yan wants to do this. It's fine. So I feel like it's really hard to blame coaching staffs in any teams because all organizations are run differently.
A nice little shrug there to agree. All right, nice little start. Let's go to question number 2 here from Cloth and Metal Teeth and Crows. One of the... Well, maybe. This is one of the, I believe, moderators of the Discord. He says, and also he's an OMG fan, so get ready. Ooh. Do you think Icon will be able to bring OMG back to playoffs? He's, of course, talking about the future. Or is it time to move on from him? Plus, he says, Curse sucks at Wukong and should never pick that champion again. First, the question. Do you think Icon should be able to bring OMG back to playoffs, or is it time to move on after all these years?
So the base of this question is, should they stick with Icon, pretty much? And it's such a weird one to me because all year long I would have said no. But the past 2 weeks, the guys look so good, which is so surprising. He's been going back to like Orianna and Azir and a lot of these more like traditional, I don't want to say old school, but champions that have obviously been meta throughout the years. So it makes sense that a player like him who does have so much experience in the scene can play them well. But it's a situation where I want to see OMG next split maybe go with the opposite of what we just said for Vici. Bring in another mid laner and, start swapping things up because spring is the split you do that. Like, we don't want to see that now in summer, but in spring is where you bring in some, young understudy, under Icon and start trying things out because maybe it's the same with, we've said the LPL bench with other players, right? Maybe Icon, gets to the bench and realizes, oh my God, my job's on the line, my career's on the line. I really want to play. True. Grinds way harder. Maybe he understands more, works with the coaches, whatever it is, comes back stronger. So I don't want to see him completely out, but yeah, definitely bring in another mid laner.
Personally, I don't think Icon is strong enough to bring them to playoffs. I'm not saying that he should be replaced, but I think they need to have someone like Curse in the top lane, who I think is really, really good. Hacker, if he can step up from the jungle, or maybe they need a new jungler that's there. But definitely the bottom lane for me is the big one. I think if they can get take out SMLZ, get a strong AD carry in there, then I think it becomes a lot easier because a lot of the weight is taken off of Icon at that point, and maybe then OMG make it to Worlds, but I don't think it's Icon carries. I think Icon is part of the whole.
This guy's bold, dude. This guy's bold.
That's I just love the take out SMLZ, put in a strong AD carry, which would never be said in like 2018 or even 2019 when he came through. But interesting take on the question. I think Icon, from my perspective, was talked about a lot last year with OMG, and I remember Raz did have his 2 cents on the matter as well, and I remember I think Kat on the Chinese broadcast quoted him, and he got in a lot of strife with the OMG fans because they're talking about take away Icon.
Again,
I have a Weibo. You can go follow me and watch me there. Don't worry.
Icons look good in lane the past 2 weeks, which you guys know, especially for mid laners. I always love to look at how they play lane matchups and stuff like that. So I've been really impressed by Icon these past 2 weeks, but it's definitely time to at least try out some new blood alongside him.
Agreed. Out with the old, in with the new, but maybe keep the old, in with the new.
Not out with the old. Kind of move the old over to the opposite side of the fridge, and put your new can or bottle of whatever on the other side.
That will go off. You got to.
I'm just saying,
might have to freeze it.
Whatever special sauce I can put on my sandwich right now, I still have that other sauce for later or for
special sauce.
All right, let's go. Different tastes.
So let's go to question 3. This one's from Hiker. Sorry, this one's from Hiker, who says, what is the power ranking of all new ADCs playing their first full year of LPL? I don't want all of them. Let's just give a highlight. Like Wink, Huanfeng, Jiomeng, etc. I always feel like more people should be talking up the freshman class of LPL AD carries.
I'm pretty sure this guy runs an LPL podcast, which is interesting.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a shout out to him. You know, if anyone
I mean, there
wants
is
to go check out his Twitter.
later is
because-
the 1 Clock podcast. Who is the person? Maybe that's one you're thinking of, or is this another podcast?
Well, it might be, but
Okay.
point is, so we're ranking new
Freshman, first year, full year of LPL. So who do we have? So we have Huan Feng Jiomeng is stated. Winks in there too.
Yeah.
I mean,
Technically,
we have
Sam D.
Honestly, we have a
D.
bunch more. So, like, how many? I feel like since you're the host, you kind of like
Sam
list
D.
them out and you pick for us.
Oh,
and
I
here
then
think do top 3. I think probably top 3 is probably
yeah,
best,
that's
right?
fair.
Before we
Okay,
get to
let's-
I feel like top 3 is probably
Let's get the easy one out of the way.
Huan
Feng.
Feng.
Yeah.
Huan Feng best, right? Do you
Yeah.
guys agree that it is
Yes.
the best
Yeah.
of this year? And then if we're going across otherwise, I mean, Puff, this is his second year, no, third year.
We
Technically.
don't count Hope, do we? I don't think we count
I
Hope.
don't
Do
think
we
we
count
can
Hope?
hope.
Okay.
Hope's
Okay.
been in before.
Yeah, Hope's
Yeah.
played
But
before.
this is his first full year. I mean,
yeah,
Hope should be
this
in
is
there.
his first time as a
Eric!
starter.
Eric. Eric. Do you agree with Eric?
I was gonna say, I guess we do count Hope because if Hope doesn't count, then Wink doesn't
He
count
just
either.
ignored the
Actually.
question.
Dude, stop.
He just was like, Eric
Dude.
was like, no.
Dude, it was funny for a second, but stop it.
it's-
Stop it.
Let's move forward then to Sam D. Sam D hit top 3. At a freshman class, you're comparing him to someone like Wink.
Huan Feng Hope for me.
Me and Jordan actually had a conversation, but this was,
Betty.
and I went back and I looked at it, and
I don't
Sam
wanna count
D.
Betty.
I think Sam D looks good because V5 looked good to a
Yeah.
certain extent. And this was Jordan who actually said it originally. And then I had a look at, because that's why I went back and had a look at V5 yesterday. PP God looks really good. Weiwei looks really good. And I think as a result, it makes it easier for Sam D
Sam
to
D.
look
Yeah.
good and have these card performances. But when you look at, like, him being a bit greedy with turrets, not resetting on time, sometimes he's in these weird positions where he shouldn't be. And I mean, like, as you're coming up towards, like, objectives and stuff like that, I think that's the biggest issue for me with Sam D and trying to rank him into that top 3 spot.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing is, I still don't think Sam D's bad by any means. I actually think
No.
the funny thing about this question is it feels like we don't really have any bad freshman AD carry actually.
Yeah.
Because Jiomeng was there, but then
Well, no,
improved.
so that's why
Floating the
he's
same.
gonna be my third.
Yeah.
Because my
Okay.
3 are Huan Feng, Hope, and Zhomeng, which are like the easy answers. They've been the ones that have been playing all year, so it feels why it's easier to look at. But I don't think Sam D's there. Wink falls in that same line of me where he was heavily facilitated by his team, and I still don't ever think he felt like game changing, right? Like
Yep.
he was put in positions to have these high damage numbers, but yeah, Hope
Yeah,
Huan
I
Feng,
agree
and
with
Zhomeng.
that. Yeah.
I see you looking at my laptop. The highlighted
I'm
answer
trying
is the
to-
real answer.
I mean, okay, Eric will be the special. The
Thank
special
you.
Special
mention.
entry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But no, I agree. I agree completely. Sorry, Dag, did you variate any out?
No, that's what I was going through just to be like, no, not. No,
The only other
wouldn't
one
put
we
him,
can
so
think
yeah.
I can think of off the top of my head who even is a freshman is Rat, but even him, right? He's
No.
not. He's not there.
But
He-
like
he needs more time.
I was,
Same with Wink as well. Is just
Yeah.
I mean, Huan Feng without a doubt feels so strong.
yeah. I mean, Huan Feng is conversation for one of the top 80 carries in the league, let alone as a rookie. So
Yeah.
I think he wins by default.
Kind of a shame that Wings doesn't hit into that conversation
Yeah.
when what we've seen. and
Shubin, let's go.
Oh,
Shubin.
Shubin and Helper. Hey, they've all played in LPL before. They don't count. Hey,
Um,
that's it though. I think
yeah.
that's a pretty good list.
No, all right, let's move forward. Question number 4 of just making sure I answered this. More people should be talking about the freshman class of LPL 80 carries. I do agree on the previous question. Moving forward, though, Xiao Al greater than Lung Xing. This is who this is from. Which 4 teams do you believe will play in the gauntlet? So the regional finals. Who do you think it'll be that'll play in the regional gauntlet? Now, if you need some help with this, I do have my magic list.
So I'm gonna first of all automatically disqualify JDG because even if they don't win the split, I think JDG will either win the split or just win by points. Like
Yep.
I think JDG will not be there. I think they're
JDG's
gonna
out.
win.
Move
Yeah.
on.
Now who do I think is gonna win?
I
this?
think top esports will be in the same category. They'll either win the split or you might not believe that anymore after recent form, but I still think
You know what I'm going with? I'm going with IG are winning the split.
Okay.
JDG are going off points. So those two are out.
it's top esports regional gauntlet with the highest seed.
Yep, top esports.
Are you happy with that?
I think
Yeah,
we're-
I'm trying to go through who wins between top esports and
I'm
IG.
all aboard the IG hype train.
Yeah.
I'm with my man.
I'm gonna
Rookie.
I'm gonna tell you regional. I'll give you mine, then you guys can give me yours. I think highest seed's gonna be top esports.
Yeah.
And then V5, and then V5 might not be highest seed. No, WE, and then V5, and FPX. Oh, that was hard. I'm not sure I agree
I don't
with my
think,
own
I
list.
actually, I don't think
much-
I see FPX.
How many
hitting
points
this.
do you get for top 4?
Top 4, you should get 40. I can actually just click a button and tell you. Give me a second.
Because I know championship points from spring were lower than championship points.
Yeah,
from
they
summer.
lowered it. So let me just
So-
quickly tell you. JDG currently on 60. They're guaranteed for regional gauntlet no matter what. That's what the yellow on Gamepedia says. Sorry.
Can you tell us first? I want to know how much Summer gives you placements.
Okay. Auto qualified for first, of course. Second is 90. Third place match. The winner of that gets 70. Fourth is 40. Fifth is 20. And then sixth is 10. So fifth and sixth is getting out at quarters. Just making it to quarters.
Look, this is getting all too confusing with points. I'm just gonna split. Well, but the point is those points, spring points, who has points. I'm gonna say top esports, V5, FPX, and
WE.
I don't know if
WE have 10 already though.
Yeah,
I'm actually going to be a little bit controversial. I don't think FPX is going to make it through to the 6th place spot. So I think they're going to sit on. What are they on? They're on the 30 points at the moment. And I think the teams like V5 and potentially Suning that do make it into the upper bracket semi-final could end up taking away.
I just want to apologize to the person who asked this question because our answers are too convoluted.
This is an episode.
This is an episode.
This is get the chalkboard,
Look,
and get the red string.
I just want you to make
we do here to here, and then we go here.
That's
a hard statement of something
exactly.
convoluted.
I feel like bold statements are just better than trying to work this on our mind. So top esports, V5, FPX, and WE. Not in any order.
I'm in
just
the exact same.
4 teams.
I just, now that you said IG, I think I just kind of believe them making finals for some reason.
Oh God.
Yeah.
This was the indirect question. The
Maybe
indirect question, who
FPX
wins LPL?
maybe Suning or something take that spot.
Maybe.
I
don't think
I think
FPX
maybe Suning
won't go
over
to
to
regionals, though.
Don't you guys just realize that? We just literally got you baited into answering who we think's going to win LPL.
Yeah.
Oh, we did.
We just committed.
But we didn't decide because we were like, either JDG are going to get there
IG's
because of
gonna
points,
win.
and then
True.
IG are top. So we
I'm
haven't confirmed
I'm not
anything.
committing to IG
Oh,
yet.
no. I will. IG's going to win Worlds. Oh, sorry. I mean, LPL.
You just said that IG's going to be in the gauntlet. You just want
No, I
IG
went
in
back.
everything.
I'm back. So this question was very short but very long.
Can we go to the next question?
Yeah, we can. IG winning LPL, just by the way. So, yeah, all right. Question number 5. I hope, did we answer question 4? Kind of.
I don't.
Last playoff spot, who takes it? Here's another one. Who takes the last playoff spot? Imagine 8th. Is it FPX? Is it?
I mean,
it's hard to not imagine FPX getting that spot.
to me, the teams right now who are top 8 are going to stay top 8.
Yeah.
Okay. So, last playoff spot, technically, FPX, or it could be LGD
FPX,
or
LGD,
WE.
yeah, one of those.
Okay. All right. Well, nice way to go. IG is winning LPL, and EDG's not going to regionals, even though they have 10 points. Oh, actually, backtrack. EDG have 10 points?
Yeah,
That
because
doesn't
they don't get into playoffs. So
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
No, it does matter.
Why
Because
does it matter?
if no one else gets 10 points, think of regionals, 4 seeds.
Yeah, but by default, the other people ahead of them just get in, right? So
Unless
like
it's the people that already got to qualify.
But so yeah, so basically,
whoever asked
so
this question,
Suning,
why did you
so
do
the
this?
hang on. So the problem is, so whatever about EDG, the problem is that Suning and V5, but
Next
if they get
episode.
automatically into quarterfinals, beat
All right,
them on
I'm
points.
raising
and
my
they just
hand.
go.
Look,
I'm raising
I
my-
just don't know why he brought you down this rabbit
I'm
hole.
sorry.
This
I
is
took
your
us here.
fault.
Listen to me. Next episode, I believe we're going to be doing, secret little show next that we're going to be talking about this that we've done in the past, but that's not revealed just yet. This will be the last hit before we go towards the end of the split and, before we have that little beauty there and get in towards playoffs. So, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to run with the last hit first, split season. We started in spring, did we?
Last hit first split.
Kind of, technically.
Kinda. We had like
First year?
two episodes, I think,
Oh,
maybe
wait,
one.
I think we backtrack because it's episode 6 of the new season.
My mind's still all over the place from you trying to make
last
that work.
Dude,
last hit
hang
is
on.
going to Gauntlet, and
1 Clock Podcast, thank you for question number 5. For shout out greater than Lung Xing, that's the problem. The name even makes you think it's the same person. But a big thank you to our production team, hard working, and to Lyric and Dagda who've joined me as always. I am Asterix. It will be bye for now, but not forever. We'll see you towards playoffs.
Do you feel 常规赛的列车准时发出最后的班次，简单的积分数字就能决定谁将继续前行。有人希望渺茫，可黑暗中依旧透着光亮；有人看似无忧，但排名面前容不得懈怠。
3人20边进场，威力很足。有这边被刘总打到有点爆炸，蓝翔边被秒掉，705的话也是被融化。
变革、改观、重回视野的背后是泪，是汗，是一次次反复训练的寂寞时光。总被遗忘，就站到前面，让他们看看清楚。
旁边的话，这卡好像是一个一技能直接反手一进了场地，开启了一个峡阵，就在等Wake 什么时候出来。这一个反手的2段表里杀2段，配合乐言击杀掉了Wake跟小七。
谁将晋级，谁又爆汗，都将在最后一战亲手给出答案。夺下每一个胜场，去往更大的舞台。
还要再追一对的已经快好了，墨鱼飞弹减速到在帮忙挡 Q， 一个 W 中闪现，一个 Q 再点进去的是泰坦，外面的沙皇就被 Q 死，小榴莲也活不下来，没办法。
车门关闭前，一切都尚有机会。加快步伐，定能如愿。
Well, the hype train has well and truly left this station. Welcome to the LPL, everybody. My name is Munchables, and I'm joined by a very special guest today, CBLOL champion, Worlds attendee, Lyric. Welcome to the show, mate.
You know, always great to be here, especially after that disco song that was playing right before the build-up. You know, it was quite a banger.
Oh, it's hard not to move during the breaks of the LPL recently, but let's look at what happened yesterday, because we had some results and a half. We started things off with V5 getting destroyed by EDG, and then we finished things off with my heart being shattered as OMG destroyed WE.
I feel like both of us were like sitting in our homes, like crying over a cup of coffee or something, just sitting in the corners. But you know what?
It was stronger than coffee, let me tell you.
For EDG and OMG fans, yesterday was pretty cool. In a bit of a sad way, because your seasons are over. It's more like, oh, this is what it was supposed to be the whole time.
This is what it could have been. This is what it should have been. It's too little too late. So that puts us now in the standings with only 3 teams remaining that are still fighting for that top 8. RNG desperate to make their way in, and there's a very real chance that they do.
The thing that blows my mind is we actually might have a world where WE isn't in playoffs. WE's been sitting in the top of the standings the whole split, but yesterday's upset is actually insane for the fact that OMG are also the team that WE knocked out in spring.
Yeah, despite the fact that WE are higher in the standings right now, their last remaining opponent is top esports. RNG have some pretty easy games ahead of them, so it actually is starting to look a little bit dicey for WE, and I don't even want to say that, but it's kind of true, guys. We'll have to see over the next few days as we are getting towards the end of the split. But today, we have a couple of series that are much more about seeding in the upper echelons of the bracket. LGD against LNG to start things off here, and then Top Esports against E-Star.
Yeah, and obviously we have 2 favorites in today's series, LGD and Top Esports, but I'm interested to watch this first series because LNG are coming off a 2-0 from Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, LNG actually starting to look pretty good. We saw glimmers of this right at the very start of the split, and then we've seen them starting to... It feels like they've been ramping up a little bit in the recent series leading up. They took a game off of JDG, for example, and we saw this version of LNG that can win games, and then we finally saw that fully come into fruition against Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, so they're going to put up a fight, but obviously the team to talk about, definitely LGD today.
You're absolutely right, because LGD are coming in strong. Vici Gaming overrated, EDG outdated, long have we waited, LGD activated.
And I mean, this is the first time LGD are making playoffs since 2016 spring, right after their Worlds run in 2015. So, I mean, LGD have been waiting a long time for this.
Yeah, they really have. And LGD fans, I know there's a lot of them out there that have been desperately waiting for the resurgence, and it is finally here. So they can rejoice as LGD are going to be making playoffs, and today, if they can win, they're going to cement themselves in the top 6 at very least. So we'll have to see how they're going to do today. And let's actually take a bit of a trip down memory lane of what has been going wrong in the past for LGD comparatively to this split. Because when we look at some of their previous rosters, like, there's some good talent in here. It just never seemed to work together.
And the problem is we could see that this team was a revolving door of players. So if you look at 2019 summer, We have 4 people in the jungle. Actually, even RD, who was playing support at the time, also had some games in jungle. So LGD in 2019 summer had 5 junglers. We saw instability in top lane, instability in bot, and it really left Kramer to be that sole carry and sole player on the team at the time.
Yeah, and it feels like Yuki as well was kind of inconsistent. Like sometimes he would look amazing, sometimes just nothing coming at all.
Yeah, and then even going into spring, it was the same. And look, we even had fun playing a game of top lane for LGD. Like, LGD just didn't have the pieces. They didn't have the recipe for success. But hey, you know, they brought in Longxing, they brought in Mark, they brought in Xie, and we finally found a very stable roster, which has led to them making playoffs.
And that's where we're at right now with this new version of LGD that does have an identity, that does have a style. And let's dig into that style just a little bit, because LGD, now to me at least, represent the team fighting that everyone thinks of when you think of LPL. It's one of these teams that really, team fighting is what they want every single game.
Exactly. They definitely play a slower style. They have our 2nd longest average game time in the league, but they're 15th in champion kills per minute. So what that means, guys, is we have slow games with very low kills because we are playing for more of those, you know, slower late game dragon fights, which is why we always have Mark and Longxing on these frontline champions, the Orns, the Volley Bears, the Nautiluses, the Leonas, and we're putting the carry of the team as Peanut and Xie especially. We see Peanut always picking up Graves, the Nidalee. He's actually undefeated on the Kindred. This split's been one of his go-tos. And we see all these champions that, you know, phenomenal team fighters in the Syndra, in the Galio. Even Xie plays a bit more of this engaged style of Twisted Fate, get in the backline, throw the gold card, you know, use Lasagna. So that's where LGD want to play out these fights.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to see, especially the Twisted Fate and Galio. When you see them for other teams, it is an early game pick. It's a mid-game pick where you're trying to force these skirmishes. But for LGD, they very much have a different style of using those. But we can take another look, not another look, we can take a look at some of the good moments for LGD when they do find these fights.
And this is also goes to us saying that LGD are slow. They always wait for the right moment. They're very meticulous, right? We see them posturing in front of the dragon for about 15 seconds, find that right engage with Mark's ultimate. And even here, FPX are actually going to be the team to engage. LGD are not an extremely proactive team. They wait for the right moment. They do still burst down LWX and pick up a bunch of kills on the back end of that.
Yeah, and it's like, when they do get the opportunity, when they do get the right moment, LGD look exceptional. Some of the talent on this roster is insane, but it's waiting for that right moment. Then when it does happen, everything explodes.
Exactly, like here where BLG used Rift Herald bot, they overpush a little bit. We see Longxing come in with the TP. Xie has time to roam down, and we dubbed them 2 days ago, right, as the counter puncher of the LPL. They're going to wait for that perfect shot to line up, and they're going to go for it, and it has been the style that's gotten them, you know, all the way to playoffs.
They're like the trainer in Pokemon that gives their Pokemon the ability, like Scary Stare or whatever. Do you know the mean face or something?
Face, yeah.
Where it like reduces defenses and they're going to stare you down for a good old while. And then when they do come in with that big old punch, they're going to sweep the whole squad.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like that's like a really nice analogy for them. And especially up against LNG. LNG have been a team that also like to play it pretty slow and like to take their time. So me and you were talking about this earlier. It feels like a very good stylistic matchup for LGD. Just going to be interesting to see if LNG adapts anything, again, coming off a 2-0 of Rogue Warriors.
And one of the big questions with LNG, this is going to be hard. LNG against LGD, forgive us if we mix them up a little bit, but for LNG specifically, my eyes are on Maple in the mid lane. Because first off, he's up against Xie, which Xie is always going to be a tough opponent. But Maple, in my opinion, LNG have lived and died by Maple across the course of this split. When they look exceptional, it's usually Maple popping off in the mid lane and then transitioning that elsewhere in the map.
I definitely agree, and we even have a bit of a shared champion pool. I think the one difference is Maple obviously loves going towards the Zoe. It's most played by far, but once we get past the Zoe, it's all about Twisted Fate and Galio, and as we saw, those are two of Xie's favorite champions, so we ban out the Zoe, then we're just going back and forth. I mean, Maple against Xie, already said, it's going to be really tough time for Maple.
Yeah, and we'll see if Maple's going to be able to step up, but also how he's going to be able to transition around the map. Because one of the big conversations we had about LNG at the start of this split back in spring as well was that LNG were like the scavengers of the league, where they're waiting for something to happen, waiting for the opponent to make a mistake and then capitalizing on that. That's exactly how we've just described LGD, right? Just like a better version of that style. So suddenly you enter this realm where maybe neither team really does that much until the other makes a misstep.
Yeah, to me it's going to be like, you know, let's say whoever drafts push in mid and bot, they're going to be able to get the dragon. The other team's just going to back away, wait for the next one, or trade for Rift Herald. We're going to get a lot of these plays with both teams trading, waiting for, you know, whatever it is, Dragon Soul, to actually look for a fight. The good thing for LNG is we do actually see Kramer sometimes make a bit of these missteps, so that could be a potential point where LNG punish LGD.
I mean, that's something we were talking about a lot at the start of this split when in some of those losses that we've seen, it was Kramer misstepping. And it's not usually missteps actually during the fights as well. It's during rotations around the map, taking maybe a greedy route. Maybe, I mean, we saw him try and grab chickens the other day where it was like, this isn't your jungle anymore, dude. Sometimes just not quite the respect of the opponent that you would expect from someone with the level of veterancy that Kramer has.
And someone who came off such an amazing 2019, right? Like,
Yeah.
the LPL cast praised Kramer so highly. I remember Raz had a very high opinion of him, Clement as well. So seeing him have a bit of a rougher year this year, he's still one of the main carries for the team. LGD
sure,
definitely
for
tried to set him up, but it's not like last year where Kramer was all reliable every game. Now it's like, hey, well, he's still reliable in these team fights, but is he going to be able to get there? Or, again, he's going to go for the chickens? Is he going to take the dangerous route moving around the map?
And it's like the conversation of all of these team fighting teams historically. I mean, the biggest team fighting team of the LPL historically has always been RNG, right? Guess who their star was? AD carry. Like, when you're going in these team fight styles, AD carry is always going to be an incredibly important role. And as you say, he steps up when he gets there. It's just whether they can get there and whether they can hold on long enough. We can head over and see our players, though, getting ready in the stadium, in the changing rooms. And I have to say, LNG, I'm hoping for a little bit of style here as well. A little bit of pizzazz coming into the series, because they don't have anything to lose. They're in 16th place. Like, they can't make playoffs. Let's see something fun.
I'm still just waiting for the Afro back on stake. We just saw him there talking with Maple. Still no Afro to be seen, but now moving back to LGD side. Peanut there, you know, having a good time, reading something, looking at his phone. Long Xing with some smiles. And I'd love to see a more decisive, like a faster LGD today, maybe them pushing the pace, because it's even weird because they even play champions, right? Like Peanuts Nidalee, Peanuts Lee Sin, these champions that do want to get early leads, do want to accelerate the game. We talked about the Twisted Fate as well, but they just prefer to do things by the book. Is the vision there?
Yeah.
Are the waves set up? You know, do we have
got
good
like
angles?
a checklist that they just go through and tick every single box before they're willing to make anything too crazy go on. We're going to head over to the stage, though. LGD, the first ones to step on up. And I want to quickly mention as well, before we get into this one, that this is LGD's final game of the split before playoffs now. This is their last chance to show us what we can expect going into playoffs. We said a similar thing going up against BLG, and that was a shaky series at best. Here against LNG, we got to see something a little bit stronger.
Makes you wonder what their mindset will be coming in. Are they going to want to, like, let's say, hide picks in a sense? Like, are they just going to be like, hey, let's just keep playing the Twisted Fate, the Galio comps, and, you know, not show any new strategies we're developing in scrims?
That's the question of, like, how much do they think they can get away with in this series against LNG? How much do they need to show? Because this is still an important win for LGD. This would secure them at minimum top 6 if they can get the win here. If not, it's possible for them to go down to potentially even 8th place. So we'll have to wait and see. They are definitely guaranteed playoffs at very least, but seeding is incredibly important. You don't want to be in 7 and 8. You want to be at least in the second.
Technically, they could still make it all the way to top 4, right? We see them sitting at 10. They could make it to 11. Suning and V5 aren't there yet.
They can make top 4. That depends on other teams' results, but they can guarantee at very least top 6 today. LNG on the other side, you can see them on the stage. It is going to be Flandre in the top lane once again. We're also going to see Iwandi as the support. As Iwandi seems like the support that LNG have settled on now a little bit more recently.
I think it makes sense looking towards next year and developing a newer player. Matchup of the day is going to be Peanut against XX. XX also a player who's, you know, been around for a bit of time, obviously on top esports last year, so has a lot of experience.
We'll see how that's going to go as well, because when you think of Peanut, like, especially with LGD back in spring, Peanut was the driving force. He was the carry of the team. Now, obviously, has this roster around him that has a ton of veterancy. I'd love to see Peanut play something a bit more aggressive. I mean, obviously, watching his Lee Sin is always an absolute pleasure, but as you said earlier, tending away from that style, generally speaking, going on to more things like the Graves, like the Kindred.
It's also really interesting because I still remember his most standout game to me this split was his Rek'Sai, where he pretty much just put the team on his back and looked phenomenal on that pick. So
that was the only Rek'Sai game we saw as well. We haven't seen it since.
Yeah, and even his Lee Sin we talked about, right, is really insane to see. We see him play a very aggressive Trundle, but LGD are a team that even if they do get like 1 or 2 kills in the early game, they're not going to tend to, you know, put their foot on the gas pedal. They're still going to wait, set up those Drakes correctly.
All right, well, we're jumping into Champ Select here for the first game of the day. It's going to be Nidalee banned away from Peanut, as well as the Twisted Fate from Xie, and then the Ornn removed from Lanxing's pool. And on the other side, we're going to see the Zoe respect banned here from LGD, as well as Katie.
Yeah, surprising to me that the Volley Bear hasn't been taken away yet. I would expect that to be LGD's last ban because there's been a pick that XX has loved. We also know it is a flex, but no. Going to ban out the Callista instead. And LNG is still one of the teams that uses it as a flex.
Yeah, I will say, like, Callista is... it's been a very strong pick for Light specifically, so I can understand the ban, but it does mean this Volibear goes through. LGD immediately get themselves Ezreal for Kramer, and they grab that set that we talk about every single time. It is that flex pick that can go pretty much anywhere on the map.
It's kind of funny because Kramer was one of the first AD carries to bring out the Ashe, but in recent series, as you know, me and you saw on Monday, that we've seen LGD and Kramer really prefer getting him on this Ezreal, and obviously he's an insane Ezreal player. I mean, even in their last series against BLG, hitting some insane Qs and ultimates.
It's interesting as well to see the presence of Ezreal seems to have spiked again more recently because we saw Yuumi come out of the meta. Quite a few teams then immediately stopped playing Ezreal for a little while. But he snuck back on through, and we are starting to see, especially people like Kramer playing him, and obviously Jackie Love. But then we have Aphelios and this Galio that we talked about on the other side here for LNG.
Yeah, and this was what we talked about, right? Contested picks in the Twisted Fate and the Galio. LNG, of course, ban out the Twisted Fate, get the Galio themselves. So XX is going to be able to play a bit more aggressive. And I think Galio has definitely been one of Maple's standout champions. And we see LNG going back to this style, which is setting up Light to be a big carry in the late game.
Yeah, and you can see LGD on the other side setting up a style of, like, Mark is not going to be playing bot lane. He's going to be around the map. Kramer, you're on your own, but you're on Ezreal, so you're going to be safe to just farm away. Now, towards the bans, we see Camille banned away here by LGD. It's going to be answered with a Wukong from Flange.
And I'm kind of surprised that LNG aren't banning out mid laners because I think there's just two very obvious mid laners that Xie would love to get his hands on, and that is either A, the Syndra, or B, the Sylas. I think both of them are fine. Both can work in the comp quite well, and you know, we've seen especially the Sylas lately is something Xie loves going towards. He's played it in this matchup, being able to steal away the ult from that Galio, but both teams focusing on top side.
And a Lux ban as well coming through, which is obviously a support that we've been seeing coming in recently. Iwandi especially has been really loving this pick. We saw it in both games against Rogue Warriors.
Yeah, and LNG, I wonder if they're just going to ban out another top laner. Obviously, the Renekton is still open. We've seen LGD pick that champion up on 4 so many times. They're just so happy to get Lanxing, you know, one of his favorite champions, is fine in the laning phase, obviously can win a lot of matchups. But that would also show a potential set flex, despite the fact that we don't really see it in the top lane much anymore.
So the Sylas you talked about was banned away. And Xie, despite Syndra being available, is just going to go for this Azir. So a bit of a scaling option in that mid lane. Iwandi insta-lock on the Janna.
And for any of you who don't know, like, this is his main champion. He still spams it in solo queue. It's most played by far. I think sitting up at like a 70% win rate in Korean solo queue. So this one's going to be interesting.
It certainly is. And you know what? When you've got a hyper carry at Aphelios as well, Janna's going to do well to buff him up and make him exceptional.
The funny thing, though, is you're facing an Ezreal Nazir. Like, you just pick Janna into a comp that is already saying, hey, we want to play at a range. We just want to poke you down. But I think
like
it's comfort.
We should add context to what Janna offers in competitive as well, because it's obviously different to what you'll see in solo queue, and that's that Janna is like the ultimate disengage support. She wants to stay away as much as possible and protect the AD carry when, as you rightly say, LGD, they're kind of okay with staying away.
Yeah, and I mean, LNG's comp, right? They've built this more, I don't necessarily want to say poke, but right, it wants the kite back. It's setting up for the Aphelios. You have a lot of peel. Janna in there for the peel. The Galio's going to play this more zoning defensive type of Galio. The Volley Bear as well, and just set up Light to be this massive carry in the late game. But LGD are completely fine with that. They're just fine with Kramer throwing out these mystic shots, Xie abusing with the soldiers. You have this set who can play as a disengage role with the ultimate, or even, you know, get in on the backline as well. You're going to have Tempered Fates coming out, so it should be pretty easy to get on top of the Aphelios.
And the crazy thing as well is, like, this style of composition that LNG have drafted here plays perfectly into how LGD play this game. They want to play slow. They want to stay at range, wait for the perfect opportunity, then go in with the Renekton, with the set, and force that massive fight that wins them the game. But LNG have kind of drafted into that exact same style.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I favor what LGD have picked up. Even the Emperor's Divide is going to be so massive. I don't know how I mean, your only options of getting onto LGD is Volibear running forward or Galio running forward, right? There's no easy way of getting on top of them. And you can say, hey, well, they have the Jace. They want to play from a distance, but then you're not setting up your Aphelios to succeed.
We'll have to see if they can get Line to succeed on that Aphelios. LNG taking on LGD here, with LNG definitely the underdogs in this series and LGD fighting for seeding. We're about ready to jump onto Summoner's Rift though, but before we do, we've got some gyos from the fans.
LGD gyro.
We only have LGD gyos though. LNG, no gyos. Feels bad, man.
I mean, they are one of your favorite teams. You can feel free to gyro right now.
Not true. You keep on telling people this.
Hey,
my faith in LNG is not the sole reason that they win
When we
games.
came
I
in-
believe that the players win on them by themselves as well.
you know, when we came into today's series, like, man, they've looked so good recently. They just came off a win.
They did come off of a win. I wasn't wrong. They
Exactly.
took a game off of JDG.
I mean, you sound like you support them to me, but you know, talking about supporting them and kind of how they want to play out this game, it's going to be a bit different because obviously, again, we do have this channel on the Rift. Still, you would expect them to want to play around topside for the fact that they draft this Jace, especially Jace into Renekton, because Renekton typically wants to be able to find the advantage, especially at level 6, because, you know, you have the Dominus. Jace doesn't really have an ultimate. Renekton's going to do extremely well in the 2v2, so I'd like to see XX play around topside early and set Flandre up for some success.
So we're seeing a full poke build come out here from I1D as well, with the Comet coming in. Not seeing things like this Guardian build that we've seen on the looks that's much more defensive. I1D wanting to get the poke down, has that new buffed up Spell Thieves as well.
And that would obviously signal a difference of what I just said, that they'd want to play more around the bot side, facilitate them to start taking turret plates. And, you know, we know Bard is not a very strong laner, right? Bard only has one combat ability in his Q. You don't have very long range, so going to see LNG looking for the spot side dominance. Also like going towards the lethal tempo, which has been a lot more common ever since the nerf, but also gives you a lot more control of the wave and lane.
Obviously referring to the Conqueror nerf there as well, for just for clarity. Since it got put up to 12 stacks, we've seen a lot of Aphelios going for more of the attack speed, and it has meant as well that the level, the 2 item spike for Aphelios is more significant as well. Once you get the Hurricane with lethal tempo, can be devastating around those fights for Dragon and Rift Herald.
Yep, and we're seeing both junglers just full clear up to top side, which is nice because we see Flandre now already has a ward, so going to spot out if Peanut does look for any early shenanigans.
So you can see here on the screen what this says is what I was talking about earlier, where if LGD wins, they can place anywhere from 4th to 6th, but they guarantee top 6. If they lose this series, they could go all the way from 5th to 8th place. We'll have to see how that one's going to go down, but certainly a decent amount of pressure on LGD in this series.
It opens up an interesting conversation, especially if we're thinking about 5th through 8th, because, like, do you really want to play? Is it better to be 5th and potentially play FPX or RNG as compared to, let's say, a team like WE, you know? So I think that 5th spot's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, trying to figure out, I mean, obviously top 4 is ideal, but then between 5th and 6th, like, which position do you actually want in terms of the seeding, in terms of your first round opponent? There's a lot of, I mean, that conversation becomes very complex towards the end of the split.
Yeah, I mean, especially with RNG just 2-0ing
Yeah.
top esports, right? It's like, do you want to face RNG? Though, obviously, even the order of those positions is up in the air since all the teams are, you know, about tied right now. Obviously, RNG can finish 9th on 9 wins as well, so.
That's the thing, like, trying to predict your position in the bracket based on your opponents and based on, like, with the way that 7th and 8th is right now, I have no idea who's going to finish in what position. It's so difficult to predict how this one's going to go out, especially with recently the results have been so crazy as well, even just outside of how close these teams are in level right now. It's also just incredibly difficult to predict the results that are happening.
That's just talking about, like, the 4 teams, LGD, WE, FPX, and RNG in isolation. That's not even adding in the fact that Suning and V5 technically are in that conversation as well. They can still lose their remaining series.
And it's still, like, crazy in a good way to me that Suning have made it to top 4 this split. I think a lot of people didn't expect them to have this level of performance. It's great to see them up there, but their position is not guaranteed. They still have 2 series remaining, and teams like LGD are the guys that want them to lose a couple of those series, that want to try and knock them out of that top 4 position.
Yep, they definitely are. Moving back to the game, we do see LNG getting some vision around the mid lane, seeing Iwandi hover over. But, I mean, we expected this coming into today's game, right? We expected slower-paced League of Legends. That's the way both teams like to play. Even both comps, in a sense, signaling they want this, right? We see an Enchanter support coming out with an Aphelios in the bot lane. Even Volibear and Sett being much more of team-fight-oriented junglers.
So, if we're expecting a bit of a slower game here, Lyric, what I want to ask you is, at what point do you anticipate things start to pick up? Because obviously we've got a Cloud Drake to start things off, which means the Soul will likely be a more impactful Soul. Like, which team do you expect to be putting their front foot forward and going for things like the early Dragons and the Hells?
I was actually just going to say expect it to be LNG for the fact that they will have pressure in bot lane, as we see, right? The Aphelios and Janna keep being able to push out. Obviously, Maple should be able to follow up easily with the ultimate. The thing that makes it a bit of a question mark now is Flandre TP'd back to lane. Longxing held onto his TP, so if there is some kind of fight that erupts around Dragon, LGD can either dissuade that or come in with a numbers advantage, but at least looking at the factors, I think LNG, as we see now on our screens, are going to be the one to start stacking these up early on.
Yeah, they had the push in the bot lane, and Peanut, as you can see on your minimap, is going to be over towards the top side right now. But, I mean, you mentioned the TP difference in that top lane, and I feel like that is such a good representation stylistically of these two top laners as well. Flandre definitely a guy that wants to win lane, wants to force his advantages in that top side, whereas Longxing generally will be playing towards the team. Whether he likes it or not, that is what his teams always demand of him.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, I would expect Longxing just kind of conditioned to even think it's the best style of League of Legends. Like, hey guys, like, I don't care about... And I'm going to interrupt myself. It's kind of weird to say that a lot of top laners I've met who do like playing that weak side, like playing, you know, the tanks, supporting bot lane, they are the ones who typically vouch for that themselves. They are the ones who are usually the driving voice saying, hey guys, like, I think bot lane's strongest right now. I think these picks are insane. Let's set up for the bot.
I think you have to be that style of player to play that style of gameplay, because if not, like, if you're a carry top laner and you're forced into these defensive picks, you're forced into losing lanes, you're going to lose your mind. Like, because top lane is such a brutal lane to play from behind as well. It's so difficult, especially when you're getting dived, when there's so much jungle pressure. You can't step up to the wave. You can't even get XP. Like, you have to be... You either have to really vouch for that style of gameplay or be some kind of sadist to one.
It goes back to something I heard Bwippo say in an interview that, like, you can't always just accept, you know, like, getting destroyed if you are playing, like, a weak side matchup you need to play around bot, right? Because the enemy top lane is going to be able to, like, freeze your wave on their side of the lane, something like this. You're going to need to put yourself in positions where you can contest, and that's obviously a skill in its own right, as you're saying.
So we're not going to see, I believe, a bit of a reset here. Mark going to be recalling. We'll see the similar thing from Light and Iwandi. But I think it might be denied. Nice little ward there coming out from LGD that spots out the LNG players. It means they can stop the recall. And I believe that recall was to try and move up towards Herald, try and maybe go for a swap from the side of LNG, try and force that objective.
It's strange because even though I think they're the team that does want to start getting ahead, I actually don't expect them to, just for the fact that, again, you did draft this Janna Aphelios. You want to be taking these plates. You want to really accelerate the Aphelios. So I kind of expect them to just stay around the bottom side.
We'll have to see. Peanut is going to be moving on up. Maple spotted him out, but he'll have vision control of the area. As XX going to go towards this blue buff. And Peanut is just going to start this Herald up. So I'm curious now, because obviously Mark is on Bard, so he can roam up here, no worries whatsoever. Kramer's going to be completely safe at the bottom side. But you can see Iwandi moving over as well.
Yeah, and I think a massive thing is that we actually don't have any Tempered Fate yet, so Bard not really going to be massively impactful, though Longxing does have push.
Longxing has push, and he's already moving down. Dominus available for him. I don't know if LNG can take this fight. Herald's already gone. Peanut will grab that for himself. As Shie taunted up, should be finished off, but flashes into the magical journey. Beautifully done. It's daylight robbery here from LGD.
Yeah, really clean, and overall we have one flash coming out for one flash, of course. I don't think either one's that impactful. Obviously, Azir has a lot of mobility for himself. XX also going to have that ultimate that's going to be able to get him in and out of fights. But LGD picking up the Rift Herald, so now it's going to be a question of where do they want to open up the map. I do always argue for mid lane in general, but especially in this game, actually, for the reason that we don't have either side lane that's really going to be able to take plates in their isolated matchups. I feel like it is better to just look for this time where you could have Mark roam to the mid lane, you know, maybe have Longxing hover down as well,
and just start breaking down mid lane turret.
You can see the players here have a very similar mindset as well to you, Lyric, in that you can see Lights just grabbed himself a very late call because he knows that this is going to be an extended laning phase. He knows these towers aren't going down anytime soon. Especially, that's one thing that Janna offers as well, is you can deny those plays with the shield. You can shield the towers and keep them protected.
Yep. And, oh, we actually see...
Tempered Fates onto Iwandi here. Should be followed up with a stun, but the flash is there. Showstopper as well. Means that Iwandi's safe. Monsoon keeps him alive. And now in comes the mid laner. Nice little defense here from LNG.
Yeah, overall, I think it's a bit of a strange play coming out from LGD in general, right? They thought that they'd be able to burst out Iwandi, but, I mean, right now, Kramer not really having any damage. Even Peanut, I mean, only sitting on his jungle item, ults him towards his team. Maple on the Galio, easily able to follow up. But this also does go back to what we've historically seen of LGD this split is, despite the fact that I think it might make more sense to drop Herald mid, they have been about setting up Kramer in the bot lane.
They really have. And, you know, especially when Kramer's on something like the Ezreal, like, getting him to 2 items quicker than you should be expecting is a huge boon for them. And could set them up to contest for future Dragons as well, because we do have an Infernal Drake spawning in 10 seconds time here. And LGD would love to contest for that. With the Herald, they could maybe set up some pressure in one lane to then rotate to the Dragon.
Will be interesting because we see Flandre just heading straight towards the Dragon himself. Maple does have TP, but Maple doesn't have ultimate, which I feel like will be very impactful. Longshing's going to go up top first, get some pressure. Going to potentially force Flandre to lose some waves, so LNG definitely want to start this right now.
Interesting ward placement there from XX as well. Just making sure that there's no wards on the wall outside of Dragon to spot it. Peanut moves in, and with XX stood there, just starts onto the ward, but he regrets it a little bit here. A lot of damage coming on through. Haymaker might have been too late on that one, and XX grabs the kill in the end. So LNG just completely bully Peanut out.
Yeah, and the confidence from XX comes from the fact that, hey, Flandre snuck in there, right? Flandre was behind him the whole time. LGD didn't even know, so going to be able to pick themselves up a second Dragon, and even Light being able to get more plates in the bottom lane. So we do see LNG able to accelerate the game like we talked about.
And we're going to see which soul will have this game as well. It's either going to be Ocean or Mountain, so either way it's defensive, it's going to be that Mountain soul.
You know, it just feels so weird saying accelerate the game when we're talking about Nephelios, a Janna, a Volibear.
Yeah, we're talking about accelerating from 50 minutes to 40 minutes here. Flandre starts the fight with Longshing. Longshing has a bit of damage, but he's taunted in. Maple here to finish the kill off. And this TP might have been a bad decision coming out from Xie. He's arrived too late to the play. Nice little Emperor's Divide, but 2v1, there's not a lot you can do.
You know, we came into this saying, yeah, LGD are just kind of a better version of LNG. And LNG so far are showing us the exact opposite. Still, LGD answering in the mid lane, going to get a bit of plate gold onto Peanut and Mark.
XX starting the fight here in the mid lane onto Peanut. In comes Maple as well. Peanut, I don't know about some of these decisions. Flash comes out, Peanut's going to go down. Tempered Fate is too late. Now Mark taking a tower shot as well as he zips away, and Iwandi wants to chase him down. Janna obviously has a lot of movement speed, but you can't catch the bar.
You know, Munchables, I can feel your faith today. You came in hyped on LNG. We see that in the gameplay. They're doing good. And once again, as always, I'll just point it out for people who aren't, you know, regular viewers that LNG's strength correlates with Munchables' amount of faith. So we can see Munchables coming in strong today.
My faith in LNG winning this series is about maybe 1 out of 10.
Look at this game!
But maybe that's enough, because that's more faith than I've had for basically the rest of this split.
I mean, 3K gold lead now. We see Maple's massive. We've seen so many times in the LPL where we talk about, okay, well, you know, this Galio not going to put out a lot of damage. And almost every time we say that, the Galio massively gets ahead, is going to have an item advantage over the Azir. I mean, he has it right now, actually. So going to do so much more in these early skirmishes. Only have to wait 3 minutes for that Dragon to come back up. And even the pressure there from top lane, right? We could see LNG actually playing for both neutrals. They actually could just go for that Rift Herald.
And the crazy thing as well is that we've got a CS lead for the Galio as well. And granted, it's not a huge CS lead, obviously, but the fact that Galio is even with Azir while he's roaming around the map, while Maple's been making plays in other lanes, like, this is Azir. Azir's biggest strength is getting this massive CS lead in the laning phase, controlling that lane. Now we've got yet another 1v1 here. Lunching taken very low to start the fight off. Dominus used, and he just slices and dices away. True Shot Barrage flying across the map, but it's not going to connect here. Peanut's off to the side. You can see Mark moving up as well. Maybe they try to extend this play. The recall's coming through from Flandre. I think it's going to be a top.
Yeah, nice respect coming out from Flandre. Obviously did well in the initial trade as well. Obviously has the item advantage, so nice to see from him. LNG going to pick up a turret on the bottom half of the map, so only increasing that gold lead. And the thing is, though, that LGD already have Bard on top side, so you'd expect them to be able to look for that Herald now, but Iwandi's already heading up. Huh, and actually, Mark just recalls.
Yeah, we're going to see just resets here. Herald on the map, 2 minutes until the next Drake. LNG setting up for this Herald for themselves. Obviously, it was Peanut that grabbed that last Herald. If LNG can get this, they can really start to snowball.
We need to remember, though, that obviously LGD have the ultimate feels bad man with Bard on the Rift, so actually there's a high potential that this Rift Herald won't do anything, but
that's true.
Even making sure that LGD themselves don't get it, I feel like is good enough for LNG at this point in the game, because hey, even if you just save this up for, you know, a minute and a half, drop it down when Dragon spawns, and can even force out that Tempered Fate at that time, that feels like a massive win for LNG.
It really does. So 4-0 right now. 2 Drakes, they got themselves a Herald, they've got themselves a 3,000 gold lead. This is looking pretty good for LNG. Lyric.
You know, I feel like we're in store for a extremely hyped team fight that is going to come up. 1 minute and 8 seconds.
The thing is, right, even with LNG ahead, even with like compositional advantages and whatnot, I still don't know if I believe here. Kramer gets taunted up. Maple's completely alone though. There's no TPs available on his team, and he's just going to get taken down.
In Munchables, that was a massive dive. Huge play coming out from Peanut, and we get a kill.
I don't know if it was that big of a dive. It was cool. They got a kill. That part was correct.
That was their first kill.
They did get themselves a kill.
We celebrate success here in the LPL, so, you know, I'm happy.
You know what? I'm here to celebrate with you. Let's go. They pulled off a dive.
First
Kramer
kill
got a
onto
kill.
Kramer, exactly. So already setting up for this massive Ezreal snowball.
Look at Kramer's items right now. He's finished stacking his Muramana before he's finished his Frozen Gauntlet. That's... Oh, Iceborne Gauntlet, sorry. That's kind of crazy. I don't know if I've ever seen that in professional.
Yeah, it's been...
Because he got his Boots of Lucidity before going for a Sheen.
So, it's quite interesting coming out from Kramer. And, you know, let's preface again that the longer this game goes, we...
So it turns out he had a ton of gold. He just went and immediately bought the full Iceborne Gauntlet. Dragon starting anyway. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. Actually, Peanut and Mark are posturing for a fight. Peanut looking for the steal potentially.
Come on then, LGD. Let's see it. Let's see what you got up your sleeves. Dragon is going to be taken by LNG. That's their third as Peanut just gets absolutely annihilated. Langxing jumping into the back line here. Maple will join him over as well, but LGD doing a good job of keeping them at arm's length here. Maple trying to get out Tempered Fate. It's going to keep them away here. And LNG, you know, they're going to be happy with that. Dropping a Herald in mid now.
And we came into this, we came out from draft saying, hey, LGD have the perfect draft to deal with what LNG's comp does. They can definitely outrange it. They can definitely outpoke it. You shouldn't be getting any value out from this Janna or the Jace. But, I mean, we're at 18 minutes. We're at 18 minutes, 3K gold lead. We're at Soul Point at 18 minutes. And LNG completely control this game.
This is a much faster pace from LNG than I was necessarily expecting here. 4 minutes until that next Drake. If they could get themselves a Mountain Soul, they're looking fine and dandy in this game one. Maybe in the series, because LGD struggling as of right now. And Peanut, I don't know, I feel like he was looking for the all-in that maybe his team probably shouldn't be looking
The thing that I'm confused about is he was posturing like he at least wanted to try and steal the Drake, but then he backed off when it got low, and it's like, okay, if you are going to just posture for the fight like you're talking about, I don't know why you don't, you know, take that a bit slower. Longxing was still pretty far away. You know, like concede the dragon, wrap around with the Renekton, and try to get that nice position.
Try and find the fight after the fact.
Yeah, but it's like they were trying to do both. Like they were setting Peanut up in a position where he could potentially steal or then potentially start the fight if his team is there.
I have to wonder as well. We saw Peanut drop the little top hat emote. Hang on. I mean, let's take another look.
So, okay, so he's zoned out by Maple. So actually, it makes sense. He was going for the steal, wasn't trying to posture for the fight. Maple coming out with a really good taunt, and he just gets bursted out. And I mean, LNG just able to pick up an easy kill off that.
Also, huge value in that fight from Iwandi's Janna pick as well, because the fully charged Tornado, it knocks you up for so long. You could see Peanut just flying through the air, nothing he could do. He never even got to use his Haymaker to try and stay alive.
Yeah, you know, great pick coming out from Iwandi. And again, Iwandi is a Janna main. this is a pick that Iwandi should excel at. So really fun to see him pick it up. And earlier on, Munchables, you talked about the 2-item spike coming out from the Aphelios, you know, with the lethal tempo really working well with that Runon's Hurricane. So we are at that point. We also have Ardent Sensor coming out from Iwandi. So Light really going to be hitting like a truck. And even Maple going for Zanya's second.
Peanut's been caught again here, having to flash out of the play.
This might be the worst game we've seen from Peanut all year long.
I was just thinking the exact same thing. Peanut is not having a good time. We saw the emote off the back of that last play. I mean, I'm not going to lie, tipping the hat when you're the one that got picked out maybe feels a little bit tilty.
And we even look at player cams, just obviously very quiet, very stone-faced, I guess I would say, which I don't know what other face you'd be making in this position where you are, you know, the enemy team's on soul point, you are gold down. You have this massive Aphelios that's being buffed up by this Janna. Even the Galio's going to be hitting like a truck at this point.
I mean, Flandre is certainly hitting like a truck. With these accelerated shock blasts, he is annihilating health bars. And like Jace is a great pick when it comes to setting up for these dragon fights where LGD want to stay at a distance. Like, if it's drawn out a long time, you see Peanut trying to force a fight, XX just gets away. If it's drawn out for a long time, Flandre can get so much damage out with those shock blasts.
Yep, and we're still not at a point where, you know, like let's think about when Kramer picks up his death stance once Longxing gets more items where the Jace still does damage at this point, right? So you're going to feel good pretty much hitting a shock blast on any member of LGD. So it is great that LNG got to this point so early on, so they are getting so much value out of this Jace.
Oh, Flandre maybe stepped too far forward, but Xie can't get in range. Tempered Fate. In comes Maple to defend his top laner, though. And LGD, they used a lot of ultimates to try and make that happen.
Ooh, and LNG are actually coming in. We see Volibear and Aphelios even wrapping around, but looks like the last second they decide it's not worth it.
It was a good little stun from Mark there as well to stop Maple closing the gap. And I think that was the point at which they go, all right, we can't make this play. 40 seconds, though, until this Drake.
Yeah, and we're missing a few key ultimates. We're missing, obviously, Tempered Fate and the Showstopper for Peanut, but no Volibear ultimate or Galio ultimate on the side of LNG.
So now the question is, have LGD got enough in the tank at this point to contest this Drake? Because if they lose Mountain Soul, suddenly the win condition they have of team fighting later on in the game becomes very difficult to execute. Like, do they have enough items right now to be able to team fight this?
I don't think so. I think at this point, LNG can just win any straight-up 5v5. And it's like, sure, you can try and poke them out from a distance, as we talked about earlier on, but at the same time, then LNG just ignores you and just takes, you know, Mountain Soul.
And I feel like Jace as well is just going to outpoke you at this point of the game.
Well,
oh, that is unfortunate. That is real unfortunate, but he was buying time. Maybe Peanut can just grab this Drake before they arrive. In they go. It's actually Kramer that got the Drake in the end. Peanut sprints out. It's Flandre now on the chase. LGD, they've got away with this one by the seat of their pants. Now they want to fight as well. Light going to be caught up by the Tempered Fate. In goes XX just to stop the follow-up. Taunt goes across the team. Peanut the one to be targeted as Mark goes down here. And LNG, they're using their gold lead here. But XX did go down. Flandre the next target as Kramer tries to close the gap. Can't quite predict it. True Shot Barrage misses. And now Maple coming in over the wall as well. Lungxing trying to get onto Flandre at all costs here as Xie finally grabs that kill. This is a messy fight, and now LNG are looking to clear things up. Taunt, everything going through onto Lungxing, and Maple gets yet another kill.
I mean, okay, and they're going to force out the TP from Xie, but still, I mean, just by... Okay.
I don't know. What? Kramer, why are you there?
Look. Obviously, we cast the LPL. There's a lot of confusing
That's
games.
true.
There's a lot of confusing situations.
That's true.
But this is actually probably the most confusing game I've watched all split.
Lyric, do you know what's really important out of all of this? It's
What?
not that LGD lost the fight. It's not that LNG are massively ahead and snowballing out of control. It's that LGD got the draw.
No, I agree. I think that is the most important part as well. I mean, if they've gotten that soul that is so massive, we see Maple have a good taunt. We see XX going in, but guess what? Kramer has been farming up this whole game, as we saw with all the items he's already picked up at this point. Still does a ton of damage. Flandre now in a very awkward position. Sad that Kramer's ultimate doesn't hit, but good flash out by Longxing. We're going to see LNG go up while Flandre goes down on the opposite side.
Kramer is now completely and utterly safe.
Yes.
There's no way for him to die.
Yes, exactly. So let's see what happens here. Okay, well, there's the tornado you talked about, and okay, just sets up for a massive EW. So the tornado actually is what sets up the kill.
And Iwandi gets the kill in the end as well. Well deserved from Iwandi. And that knockup, even though he did, so you couldn't see the knockup, you just see the stun because the arcane shift out during the animation, but I believe it's like 2 seconds, maybe even 2.5? That sounds too long, but I'm not sure. It's a long old knockup, let me tell you. Peanut, he's going to feel the wrath of that. The haymaker comes out, but you're not tanky, dude.
He's 0-5-1. We've seen this happen 5 times.
What is...
I mean, this should be a free bear.
This is Peanut.
Yes.
Peanut doesn't do this.
Peanut was a top 3 jungler in spring.
Peanut has been an exceptional jungler in summer.
Yeah.
This is totally out of character.
Now, let's see. We have Maple on the flank. He definitely wants to... In my opinion, Maple just wants to get that time to sway them and make sure the XX can get the smite onto Baron.
LNG are taking a lot of damage from this Baron right now. Kramer can continue to get some poke off here. Tempered Fate goes across the team here as they try and make it in. Nice stun across everyone. True Shot Barrage in. And it's Light that gets it somehow. No smites landing. Maple goes into the rest of the team. Nice little stopwatch though, and it means Shie's the one to go down instead of Maple. Monsoon to keep everyone healthy now as Mark tries to get away. Showstopper into the team as Peanut is just running it down before my eyes. Kramer now rooted up. Sky Split comes in. The knockup is not going to land, and Kramer gets out with an arcane shift here, trying to get Flandre, but the Proto Belt finishes him in the end. What is going on with LGD today?
What is going on with Peanut this game? I mean, he's pretty much single-handedly lost this game for LGD.
And, like, just to reiterate, this is not a nothing game. This game matters for LGD. This series is what could net them 4th seed. If they lose this series, they can go all the way down to 8th place.
Yeah, and again, like that's so important, especially with a lot of the teams you're going up with. I think recent form is massively important, right? You would definitely love to, potentially face a team like WE or FPX rather than maybe a Suning or a V5.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what to take away from this one, but Peanut wants to take away a kill onto Maple as of right now. It's him and Mark, they don't have damage. They're struggling to get through even just one chunk of his health bar, and now suddenly the play is turned around. Maple's here getting the CC down. Shie, stopwatch to the last second, but it ain't going to save you. 2 more kills going the way of LNG as XX wants more as well. Kramer is going to be the next target. Stunned up. Flandre in the backside as well. This is just a slaughter from LNG.
LNG win. LNG are winning a game against LGD in 28 minutes.
This is completely against all of my expectations of this series. First off, it's quick, aggressive gameplay from LNG, which I didn't expect. And second off, it is a dominant victory in game number 1 in favor of LNG. And LGD, this is not the playoff form that we want and need from them going into that top 8. Lunching will go down. I mean, LNG, they're doing a victory lap right now. They don't get to do this often.
No, they don't, but I mean, nice to see out of LNG now in a 3-game win streak. Again, they did just 2-0 Rogue Warriors, but I mean, massive question marks for LGD. We saw them understand, hey, our comp does have to take it a bit slower because LNG's bot lane is going to push. You're going to have an easier time to access these Drakes, but then I think it was the second Drake that Peanut tried to go in for the steal, got taunted, got picked off. Got Iwandi'd. Then after that, we just saw some weird plays like when they tried to, not necessarily dive bot lane, but the Bard ult came out onto Iwandi and then set ulted him under turret. Obviously, the enemy team was Galio, easy to follow up, and a lot of question mark plays like that happened in that game.
I mean, even the final play, right, where they try and get onto Maple, but it's just Peanut who's building pure tank, and it was Mark as well on Bard. Like, nobody does any damage. How are you ever going to kill this guy that currently has 6-0 scoreline? Like, I'm pretty sure once his cooldowns came off, he could maybe turn around and 2v1 that anyway, but he didn't need to because the whole of LNG's then around. You basically set up the game-winning play for LNG.
Well, I do want to say at least at that point, right? It does feel like you need to make a Hail Mary, but I still agree. I don't understand how
that is not the Hail Mary.
Yeah, how you think well, we don't see anyone on the map. They actually all have TPs up because you're gonna, they're pros. They're definitely timing TPs. They're like, let's go for this pick on Maple, who's 2 items ahead of our mid laner. It's actually pretty tanky himself. Also has a bunch of Mountain Drakes as well. Yeah, that's definitely not the play, Chief.
That you need to make a Hail Mary. That ain't it. That ain't how we go about this one. LGD, I don't know. I don't know what to take from this game. I don't know what the conclusion is.
I feel like the at least easy conclusion for the side of LNG was, They picked a bot lane matchup that has pressure. They picked a mid laner that obviously is an easy way of following up any fight with his ultimate. And we just saw LNG play through that all game, right? It'd be bot lane push, turn that into Drake. Bot lane push, look for some invade on the enemy jungle. Bot lane eventually, after pushing so much, winning this matchup, did just take the tier 1 bot, and then they translated that into a Herald. So great job of playing through this pick with the Janna on the side of LNG.
And Flandre as well, exceptional performance from him. We were talking about it during the game, how when LGD were setting up at range for these Drakes, like, they didn't have the items to be this pseudo-poke composition with the Ezreal getting out damage and Xie on the Azir. And it meant the Flandre could just hail out these accelerated shock blasts and just annihilate the health box.
Yep, and he did a great job of, like, keeping vision good on top side of the map. We did see XX help a bit as well because we said that would be massive, right? And when you see Renekton against Jace, you typically do want those early 2v2s on the side of Renekton to find advantage, and if Jace falls behind, he does feel pretty useless. We did see LGD try to put pressure up there, right? We even saw Mark making his way up, but Flandre played well.
Flandre played exceptionally, the whole team for LNG, honestly. Outdoing expectations, quite simply. Like, I was not expecting this out of them in game number 1. I was not honestly, I kind of expected LNG to be coming in like, all right, this game doesn't matter, like, we're not in playoffs anyway. Let's pick some crazy stuff.
I expected Karthus.
Right? Yeah.
XX is playing Karthus.
We did get to see Iwandi's Janna.
Yes.
But it did not seem like a troll pick. It did not seem like he just wanted to play it. It seemed like they had planned around this.
It is weird, though, because it actually makes sense now in hindsight, them playing through that bot pressure. But we did talk about after draft, like, you're picking a Janna into a bunch of champions that can poke and outrange you. But when you are so proficient on a champion like Iwandi is, again, he's so many games played on Janna, that makes sense.
I think the zone control that she offers around fights like Drake, where you can just deny an entire jungle entrance into the play with your tornado, like, it's actually a pretty strong pick if you're going to fight for dragons.
Especially early on, where, Azir and Ezreal poke isn't relevant at all. So it's like, even if they are able to poke you out while you're zoning them, you're just like, whatever, my jungle's taking dragon.
Yeah, and like, what, you're going to smite fight for a dragon? Okay, Monsoon, see you later. The other jungler can no longer contest this one. Either way, we'll see if we're going to see more of the Iwandi Janna after the break. I certainly hope so. And LGD, they're going to pull themselves together here for game number 2.
I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying like there's no tomorrow.
进场的2个人也是吃到了远方熊熊的一个爆弹以后，有人倒下，但是阿卡丽这时候进来，配合没有人管的一个 hook 来做清场，拿到了一个 double kill 的一个 score， 还要再追击吗？看一下下一个玄武多久？一个寒冬之药咬到了圣江哥以后闪现
8次拿到了3杀。Why don't you live a little?
而且辛德拉虽然说辛德拉已经阵亡了，但是这个位置剩下的人状态还可以。
但后面的话已经死了2个人了，这正面感觉伊萨这边是有机会的。
哇！闪现躲终极爆弹，贴脸2发伤害直接普攻带走了3杀。
多丝血战神。过来之后可能要接团。点了一下巨魔，上面这边位置也打起来了。大罗这里开了一个强技，先溜了，但是这个先锋结被辛德拉收在手里面。这边盲僧一个2闪踢了一下辛德拉，在正面没人可以增一个伤害。之前艾希已经被这边铁男锤死了，不过辛德拉这个位置还被东帝留住。
这赛季表现总体来说还是一般吧，还有就是比较多的地方需要调整。
再次 TP 了，
放 TP。
看一下在正面，卡卡这里想要先逼退对方的手下，而风筝已经倒了，要再一个天罗地雷盖，可是这里也阵亡，阿斌这里选择离过进场之后，预言一下第4先吃一下 Take Love 也拉到了一个比较安全的位置，到对方的2个炸弹是3杀，已经完成了一波3杀。
一个高 T 了，这一的话 ，A 4进场效果不错，反身叫羊，羊的是侧翼，而且配合发条，一波完美的大招，直接是把谢给秒了。
接下来的比赛当然是希望能够每一场都拿下，然后能够让我们在季后赛的赛程上有一个有利的情况。
来看一下了呀，再不拉，但是这一 波消耗打还不对一剑，还是射中，
有点尴尬了。
黄牌对到了海克，艾康要被秒了，艾康这边竟然没有放出自己的金身，一张黄牌定了一下，有巨魔也被秒掉，奥菲罗斯拿一个 double kill， 这边想强行换，但在空中直接被卢锡安击毙，最后又是张红牌啊，一个万能牌收掉了司马老贼。
突如其来的一波呀！
哎呀，感觉团的这波有点太拼命了吧！
太着急了。有 B5率先开启，虽然京东是有得到加速圈的，但是来得及赶过来吗？或者还有一半的血，所以我们先率先进场，被 B5 给链住，兵线上来，但是没有办法，龙已经被 B5 拿掉了，而且之前8条已经被秒掉了。巴德开了一个大招，惊了一下，阻拦了一下B5的追击，但这个时候完美先锋开了起来，1枪2枪子弹打上来，协助加里奥，有一个布朗护盾超捕出了2人，京东这已经没有回家路了。
哎呦，回去的路很绝望啊！这波感觉是一个屠杀，这波团战我直接是打了一波1换4。
小虎是什么意思？过来，直接一个大握把水拉到了，是要被秒了。我小虎这波。
Our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. This was once a perfect symphony, soft and steady like a heartbeat. But these notes turn dissonant and sour, getting violently devoured. So will you stand or let the curtain fall? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could become. The time has come to stand and fight for what you believe, for what you believe. The dark will fall and we will rise. Like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night you were made for. Burn like a fire. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun than to turn away from what you could be. The time
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards game number 2 here between LNG and LGD. LGD going to be moving over now to our blue side of the map, and really interestingly, we have a substitution here where Killua is going to be playing in the support role instead of Mark.
And this is his first game played this split. Like, we saw a bunch of Killua obviously at the end of spring, but not since.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what to... Like, when I think of Killua, I think of Taric specifically, pretty much. Like, that was the standout pick for Killua back in spring, in my mind at least. So, bit of a weird one. I was not expecting a substitution at all from LGD, basically for the rest of the split. So I don't know really what to take from this one. Definitely a little bit of trouble in paradise, I'd say.
The thing that's weird is, like, I don't feel like Bard was the issue that game, right? Unless they're bringing him to, like, change shot calling or something like that, because we saw at the end of spring, like, Killua definitely brought a different style of play to LGD. Maybe they're looking for that again, but individual play-wise, or
seemed fine.
Even champion pool, right? Like, Mark's kind of played everything.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see how it's going to pan out as we'll take a look at our MVP. I believe it was Maple off the back of game number 1 on the Galio. Looked fantastic. Great ultimates. But, I mean, this is one of those games for LNG where you could just pick anyone off of the roster. They all look pretty great.
Yeah, and I definitely understand giving it to Maple. I think a lot of his taunts early on were so crucial. We talked about the first one we got in the replay on the set was nice, and he did a great job on reacting on both sides of the map, right? We saw him helping Flandre like here, or when they were trying to find picks on, I think it was Iwandi as we talked about. Great ultimates coming and making sure that he was saved.
Yeah, really good stuff across the game. And I mean, Maple during these team fights as well, this is where Galio excels and was able to use the fact that he was this Galio, that it was spiking so exceptionally during these fights.
It's so weird, too, because he's only played it. This was his 4th game on the champion. It's not even in his top 4 most played. But honestly, this looks like Maple's best champion, not even just his split, all year long.
Yeah, it really does. Maple has been great on the Galio, and Galio as well has been such a great champion for this entire year, basically, that when you are good at that champion, when you're able to get the CC down, but also get the damage down, like that's one of the things we were talking about during the game. Like, I feel like we regularly underestimate quite how much damage Galio can do.
And it's because we always underestimate how much the Galio team will be able to get ahead. I mean, even looking at this draft, right?
Yeah.
I came in saying I favored what LGD had, but didn't factor in. Guess what? Actually, LNG have 3 winning lanes. I mean, mid's a bit of a wash, but the fact that Galio can always follow up on either side means you pretty much have 3 winning lanes.
It's like whether it's winning or not, it's like 3 pushing lanes.
Yeah.
And that's the key thing. They could then just get out on the map. And I mean, they accelerated this game so quickly. They just went from
28-minute win.
Grabbing every single Drake. As soon as it spawned, LGD really not able to answer in any way.
No, I mean, they couldn't find any plays. And again, the fact that they outranged what LNG picked up never even mattered.
Yeah. I mean, it's all good to hold them at arm's length, right? But it doesn't really matter if while you're holding them at arm's length, where arm's length ends is Dragon. And they're just like, okay.
Cool.
Cool, thanks, guys.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, no worries.
arm's length ends at Baron? Oh, okay, we're just going to take this one then.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, you're staying over there? Cool, shit. Nice.
There is the lad himself, Killua, coming back in onto the Rift.
Yes.
He was a player I actually really like to watch in spring. It's like I can understand that they changed him out for Mark. I think Mark was a bit of an upgrade, but at the same time, what I assume he brought to communication, just from the way that LGD cleaned up their play when they brought him in spring, I thought he would have been more of a factor this split, at least giving him some game time.
Yeah, well, we are going to see them giving him some game time now as we head into game number 2 of the series.
In their last match. Potentially their last game after, the form that LNG showed us in game 1.
Yeah, you can see Maple's thinking similar things here. He's got a big old grin on his face.
Oh, 2 bans
LGD banning him out directly here.
Yeah, massive. And we're actually seeing LNG keep their bans about the same. We did see LNG also ban Twisted Fate, but they did ban Ornn in Italy in the first game, despite being on blue side.
Caitlyn going to be removed as well, which has become a fairly high priority pick now. I feel like it's more of a high priority ban than it is a pick, honestly, but we're going to see LGD respect.
It looks like one of those champions that I've talked a lot about the execution barrier with comps around Caitlyn. So teams don't necessarily want to put in the time to practicing it, but at the same time, they realize like the strength of the champion if executed well, so they're just going to ban it out.
Yeah, remove it from the table. LGD grab themselves the first pick, Volibear, which Volibear, one of those champions that we're seeing very rarely respected, honestly, in the bans, but almost always one of those first picks.
And we're one of the regions that are still first picking it. I was actually taking a look at some of the drafts in NA the other day, and they're first picking Set over Volibear every time, and I'm just kind of watching like, I wonder what this is, because it seems like the sentiment here is that Volibear is just kind of a better set. You're a bit of a safer set as well, because your ultimate is also useful in positions where you yourself are getting caught out.
Yeah, you can use it defensively to get out of the play. Interesting that we're seeing the Ashe hopper here from the side of LGD. Obviously, Ashe exceptionally high priority in the LPL. and it's something Kramer's played a lot of, but considering the level of priority they put on the Ezreal in game number 1, you could see them shifting in the way that they're going to play this game.
It does seem like with a lot of LPL teams where we see game 1, they kind of take it slow, they're trying some things out, they're trying to get their hands on comfort, then they go down like, oh god, like, what's strong this patch? Okay, Volibear, the Ashe, hovering the Syndra right now, and that's when they really turn it on.
Yeah, they're like, okay, well, game 1 didn't look so hot. Let's just pick the really, really good stuff and see where we go from there. Shea with the blind pick. Silas here is a bit of a weird one because, generally speaking, Silas is usually that counter pick in the middle.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't actually know if Maple has anything in this wheelhouse that really does too well against this champion. We already see things like the Zoe banned out. I guess you could go with the Azir and, you know, just kind of take a bit of a farming lane. You're going to have a bit of more pressure early on. I was going to say that as well, right? Syndra is the big one. Maple's played it 5 times, but instead going to opt for the Azir. And, I mean, LNG, as we saw, do like having these more scaling champions.
It's kind of weird that we've seen Syndra sort of fall out of priority, but it's not properly fallen out of priority. We still see teams hover it. Like, everyone is clearly aware of the pick. It's sometimes banned, but we see it ignored in a lot of drafts.
The weird thing is, this is why it's talking about LPL as like a holistic region is so hard, because we still have teams, right? Like IG, RNG, Top Esports. These are teams that are still going to pick up Syndra early in a draft, but then you move on, right? LGD, even though, despite the fact that she is most played champion, overlooking that one, and it is definitely interesting to see how priorities have shifted for certain teams as the season has gone on.
It's interesting as well when you consider other regions into the conversation, because like LEC, for example, have massive priority on the Syndra. But the reason for that is because they flex it to bottom lane a lot of the time, which I don't think we've seen a single game of Syndra bot in LPL this split.
Nope, we definitely value it way more in the mid lane, and you know how much map control it can give you. Obviously, wins out in a lot of matchups, a lot of river control, but at least kind of looking forward with where we're going this draft, a lot of bans coming out in the support pool, and I'm kind of wondering where LNG want to go for the support position. Do they just end up going back to the Janna, because they did just ban out the Thresh, but that's not too bad of a matchup for Janna. We also do have the Lux, so I want to be obviously a lot more of a mage support player.
Yeah, the Lux was banned in game number 1, and it's going to be open this time around, so it's possible that he does go for that Lux pick. Obviously, a little bit more on the defensive side of things. It's not the standard solo queue Lux support that you're expecting here. It's with things like the Guardian, if it is locked in, but very much going towards the defensive side of things here. It's going to be Tahm Kench to keep Light safe on the FLAs.
Yeah, and I mean, makes sense, right? Especially up against things like the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Abscond Abduct coming out from Silas. So a lot of point-and-click, single-target CC. Tahm Kench is exceptionally good against that. And now we have a Karma support, and I mean, we've seen so much of this here in the LPL where you do draft Karma, Ashe, you play to win lane, you take to take plates. And I mean, this is actually very reminiscent to what LGD did last, not LGD, LNG, I'm sorry, did last game. You get this pressure bot laner, they're going to be the ones playing for Drake's early on, they're going to be the ones playing for turret plates, and they're going to be the ones who can, you know, accelerate the game.
Oh, we might just see Peanut's Lee Sin as well, locked in there. So signature pick for Peanut, and something that he can have exceptional performances on, which I think is necessary after game number 1, because he did not have an exceptional performance in game number 1 on the set.
Ooh.
Interesting. We see Flandre lock into the Quinn, but not against a Renekton.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen this matchup, the split. I'm pretty sure we've seen Quinn exclusively into that Renekton pick. So honestly, this one's going to be a bit of a weird one. You would still expect Quinn to be able to win the lane early on, especially having the range advantage, but I wonder how it goes after level 6, where obviously Volibear does also have a gap closer, has to queue them to stun up and, you know, follow up with his full combo. But anyway, when you do see something like this Bruiser top laner into a Quinn, you do typically come out ahead in these 2v2s. So I wonder if Peanut is going to put any attention top lane, or by the fact that we've set up, hey, their bot lane's going to push, their bot lane's going to take turret plates. If Peanut does just play kind of defending and keeping his bot lane safe, using that pressure to take dragons, so on and so forth.
I'm really curious what on earth is going to happen on the top side of the map here, whether we do see Peanut focusing up there, but also if we see XX trying to set up for Flandre, get him snowballing, get him ahead a little bit, because Quinn is one of these champions. If you get a lead early game and Quinn, like, you're going to run away with the rest of everything.
Exactly. We could potentially see both teams shifting priorities, right, where we're seeing XX, you know, set up vision, set up for the Quinn to just take turret plates and do quite well, and LGD do the opposite on the bot side of the map. Or if they want to punish the pushing lanes, right? Because Quinn will push. We could see Lee Sin coming for a gank. You have good gank setup coming from the Volibear, and vice versa for the side of LNG on bot lane.
I'll have to see how it's all going to go as well in the mid lane. We've got Shie versus Maple with this Azir versus Silas matchup, which is always kind of hilarious to watch because so often you see both players, Emperors, divide each other at the same time and just get sent to opposite ends of the lane. So I'll have to see if there's any tower dive shenanigans, any all-in shenanigans in the mid lane as well. But both bottom lanes very much looking to set up for the rest of the team and carry later on into the game.
LGD,
So here we go on Summoner's Rift once more. LNG looking dominant in game number 1, despite the fact they're in 16th place, despite the fact LGD is in 6th place, despite how much this series actually means for LGD in terms of the standings. LNG right now have them against the ropes.
And let's highlight the fact that that pushed them to bring in Killua, his very first game of the split. And I mean, we're at a point where we're prepping for playoffs. You would think as much stage time. Okay, Peanut just gonna... just a bit interested. Just want to take a look. But yeah, you would think as much stage time as possible is what your team would want.
Yeah, and deciding maybe, I mean, you know, maybe going towards playoffs, they're going to be looking more towards Killua potentially. I mean, he's playing the Karma, which is not something that you'd associate with Mark necessarily. Like, I think Mark played it one time during the split, so maybe it's more of a, hey, this is the style we want, so we're going to play this kind of player.
Yeah, and as we talked about, right, they are going to have push in the spot lane. We even see Killua taking the Aerie, so going to be throwing down a lot of punishment. And this is the game where we expect to see Peanut and LGD being the ones to force these early dragons, especially once Shie is able to start getting online with that GLP, forcing a lot of early game skirmishes. And LGD, to me, are the ones who want to accelerate the pace of the game. They do scale up a bit better than expected.
Look at this bottom lane. This sucks for LNG. Like, a Karma and an Ashe, you can see them from level 1 just walking forward and getting this harassed out.
And we need to remember that they blind pick support, right? They could have saved support for last pick, even just played the same style as last game because, hey, you know LGD don't put any pressure up towards topside. Just pick some matchup that doesn't matter or even go back to something like a Jace or, you know, something else that can be blinded and get a counter pick for Iwan and get the pushing bot lane and play for those Drakes.
Maple getting an early ward here from the mid lane there. But yeah, they could have gone for the blind pick, opted not to in the end, and they're going to be feeling the wrath of that in these early levels. You can see, obviously, level 2 spike grabbed for LGD since they had so much priority in the lane. And you can see the CS difference already starting to build in that bottom lane as Light will struggle to get all of the CS under the towers, especially in those early levels. It can be very difficult.
Yep, and right now we see LNG doing a great job of just lighting up their whole topside river, not wanting any shenanigans to come from Peanut, but Peanut, of course, did do his full blue side jungle, making his way towards bot, which makes sense, right? His bot lane is the one with priority, the one with pressure, so I would expect to see Peanut going for that bottom side Scuttle Crab.
He's at very least going to go for the bottom side chickens for now, and he'll be able to move over there shortly as XX, as you rightly say, going to be on the top side of the map here. We'll go for that Scuttle Crab. So handshake in the early game here from both teams, basically saying, look, you have that off of the map, we'll have this one.
And LNG, once again, are fine taking this game slow. They have the Aphelios, they have the Azir, they're going to scale up quite nicely. The thing is with the Quinn, it does make it, I'd say, a bit more awkward because obviously LGD's like true 5-man is a bit better than LNG's, but at the same time, Peanut setting up for a potential dive. I want to use extremely low, not level 3 yet.
And there's a ton of follow-up that can come from Kramer and Killua at long range.
Maple does have TP though, so we could potentially react to this.
We'll see if they're going to be able to. I1D taken even lower. Heal going to be used, but Peanut goes wide on the Sonic Wave. Now Graviton, but they're not underneath the tower just yet. Are going to be forced away. And it's just going to be one plate. Killua gets the whole plate as XX now flashes into the play here, trying to get onto Kramer. Kramer's going to be all right, having to use both summoners.
Yeah, that feels like a massive win from XX for me, right? Sure, you blow flash yourself, but you're set. You have Hex Flash. So you get heal, you get flash out from Kramer. You're going to be able to more easily look for these bottom side plays. And, I mean, think about it, right? LGD's bot lane is the one pushing up aggressively. They're the ones that want to take these turret plays. So now it's going to demand more attention from Peanut for them to be able to do this.
Super interesting as well that LGD are the ones to step forward there and try and make some kind of tower dive play, because trying to dive Tahm Kench is always a little bit shaky. Even when he's low, like, he's always deceptively tanky.
I think it made sense in the moment, right? He was about 40% HP, especially if you could have guaranteed the Sonic Wave coming out, but, you know, a bit unfortunate on the execution.
see this poke is going to continue for the entire lane. And you can see that LNG were expecting this as well. Dawn Shield start coming out from Light. And here we go. Hex Flash in the mid lane. Xie could be in trouble here. Face Breaker back. Xie is going to walk away with his life for now. The heal comes on through. Forced to flash. Does get away, though.
And so far, LNG doing a great job, right? They counteract the plane bot, make this proactive play in mid. But I'm going to go back to bot lane for a second and talk about, hey, Iwandi's not even taking the Guardian. So their laning phase is actually even worse. They're taking even more damage coming out from Killua and Kramer, sacrificing that for a bit more utility in the mid game, being able to trade out the summoners. Going to be able to switch to things like TP and react to plays around the map better.
Even Smite around the Dragons and Baron later on in the game as well. So definitely does add value to the game going for that Unsealed Spellbook, but certainly not as comfortable during that lane.
It shows confidence to me, though, right? It says, hey, like, I don't need this Guardian. Meanlight will be fine in this 2v2. And they've done pretty fine so far, right? They are about 4 CS behind. They're still going to back and, you know, match items with Kramer and Killua.
And we do get to see the call for Flandre to start this game off as well, as he's going to go with the customary cleanse.
Ooh. Look at Iwandi, though, making his way kind of towards topside. And XX is here as well.
Iwandi's still level 4, so no Abyssal Voyage here. He has TP, you're absolutely right, Lanxing. Immediate respect ult comes out there. Stormbringer away from the play.
So I like this cheeky play coming out from LNG because we talked about, right? LGD should have Dragon anyway. They have push in the bot side. And this is what we just talked about. We talked about the utility coming out from being able to switch to things like TP. So you make this cheeky play towards top. You bring Iwandi there just in case, you know, it turns into a 2v2 or something like that. So it isn't a 2v2, it's a 2v3. And now Iwandi can very easily go back to bottom lane.
Yep, TP's back down to the bottom side of the map because of the Unsealed Spellbook.
I love cheeky plays, Munchables. I
You
love them.
certainly do. You should make your way to Nando's. If you like things that are cheeky, get yourself down to Nando's. It is... There are very few things in this world that match a good Nando's. It's inconsistent, though.
Have we had this conversation on broadcast?
I don't know, but I'm willing to do it again.
It is
I can talk about
amazing.
Nando's all day. Peter's going to be rooted here. I don't anticipate much of a follow-up, though.
Especially for all of you viewers, I'd say, in America, because Nando's isn't really prevalent there. I mean, I think it's only in a couple states on the East Coast.
Yeah.
But it is the best chicken ever.
It's so damn good, honestly. Like, XX knows how good it is, and he wants to make some chicken out of Killua here. The Inspire means Killua can get away with his life. Like, the thing about Nando's is it's inconsistent. There's sometimes it is the very best thing in the whole world. Like, especially if you're hungover, go to Nando's for lunch with your mates, get a cheeky little garlic bread, some peri-peri chips, some chicken thighs, extra hot. Oh my lord!
Don't do this to me, man.
But if you go during rush hour, you go to a really busy branch, they've got the chef on that's not that good, maybe he's training or something. Sometimes you just get this burnt husk of a piece of chicken that's just tons and tons of peri sauce on, and you know that they just put that peri sauce on to hide the fact that they couldn't be bothered to cook the chicken properly.
So I'm lucky enough I never had that experience. I actually ate Nando's a ton when I was coaching in Malaysia, and man, the best thing ever, like Killua getting caught out.
Flandre knows all about Nando's, and he knows all about how to take down a health bar, but not quite enough. And he's going to get away.
And now Iwandi and Light are actually up here first. Kramer's still making his way up.
Hang on, Lanxing moves in onto Flandre, but the cleanse means that Flandre is completely safe from the damage. Lanxing does have flash available, and he's got his teammates arriving as well. Killua should be able to get a shield onto him. Peanut's there to kick away XX. This is a nice little play, but Abyssal Voyage now. They're desperate to finish this bear off. Peanut knocked into the rest of his team. I'm amazed they had the damage to finish that one off. But LNG, they get yet another kill.
And that was so close to even them being able to take down Lanxing. Nice ult coming out from XX, honestly. I was so concerned when Flandre flashed for him, like, man, you're a single target damage Quinn with pretty much no items. But like you said, surprising amount of damage coming out from both Iwandi and Light to be able to burst down Peanut.
Really beautiful stuff. And Maple especially as well, with the Emperor's Divide following up with the Conquering Sands.
But what is happening to LGD this series? We see them have pressure in the bot lane. They play for those dragons like we talked about. We see Killua make his way up towards top, which is signaling like they want to play for the Herald, but ends up having to burn his flash. But as we see here, they turn their attention towards top side. The ult comes out. Nice flash from Lanxing, and the shield, as you highlighted. Nice kick coming out from Peanut. And Longxing's one that's low. Peanut is full HP.
That is so much damage coming out. I feel like
Oh,
that
wrong,
was
it was
a
Maple.
lot of it was Maple there.
Yeah.
But, well, fantastic play coming out from LNG at the end of the day. And it's feeling to me like, you know, LNG, they're that dream lunchtime hungover Nando's, right? Where it's all just perfect, it's all juicy, it's all delicious. That's why they're drafting things like the Quinn in the top lane with Valor on his shoulders, things like the Azir in the mid lane, these birds in the composition, because they know all about Nando's. Langsheng has to ult away from the play. I think he might just be doomed on this one. Peanut is nowhere near as he makes his way towards Tribrush. It's just not going to be quick enough.
And it
Thumbs up.
It goes back to what we yeah.
Oh no.
Okay,
That's
well, going back, it
mental
goes back to what we
boom.
set up in draft, where hey, we
They're
might
the
just
scrawny burnt chicken.
LGD might just be trying to set up and play around their bot side pressure. We might see LNG just say, hey, guess what? We're going to play for our Quinn. They've been doing that exceptionally, picking up top lane turret already. Now we're going to get to see, hey, is Flandre just going to push his advantage in the 1v1? Or is he going to start roaming around the map? Because, of course, Quinn is a very mobile champion.
Oh, that's the ult that we were talking about. Xie's the one that ends up under a tower, though, and Maple could just slide back away from the play. And now suddenly Xie realizes he's gone way too deep. Iwande licks the kill away from Light.
Yeah, and, I mean, 3-0 for LNG. This was not the situation we expected to be in coming into this series.
And, like, forget kills right now. Look at the gold difference. 3,000 gold. 11 minutes for LNG. Now Flandre is playing solo Q Quinn right here. He's just invading Peanut on his own.
This is what I like to see, though, more than the Quinn we've seen out of people like the Shy, where they are just kind of forcing their own lane and pushing their advantage even more. Is like, hey, you know, the lane's pushed in. You have this where you can roam around the map and start helping out your team accelerate the game, which definitely feels like where the game is at right now in Season 10. So I'm happy to see this out of Flandre.
Yep, pulling the Drake out of the pit here as Peanut's nearby, but Lee Sin won't be able to reach with the Sonic Wave. Valiant effort from Killua there, but the Dragon goes the way of LNG. Now towards the mid lane as well. Xie needs to be a little bit careful here. Maple goes in, doesn't have the ultimate available just yet, but Flandre has a whole lot of damage. XX pulls him in for yet another kill.
I mean, LNG are just making this look easy. LGD are making a lot of, like, small, minute oversteps and like mistakes you wouldn't expect to see out of a team that's going into the LPL playoffs.
You remember in game number 1 where I said I give LNG a 1 in 10 chance of winning this game? That's how much faith I have in them. Can I do a redo on that? Because right now I'd give them a 10 out of 10 chance of winning this series. LGD have basically not shown up to play. This is really scary for LGD fans moving towards playoffs with their series against BLG that looked dicey at best, and now looking towards potentially even a 0-2 result against LNG.
I mean, it definitely opens up some questions for LGD. But, you know, I'm still going to be positive. I'm still going to assume in playoffs they'll be fine. But
this is all part of the process.
It is.
You've got to get some extra losses in so you can learn to lose and move forward.
Yes, you do,
Become
right?
a winning team, right?
And they realize, hey, you know, we potentially have one more game of the split left. Let's just put Killua in now, see if the synergy and the communication can work out, you know, with really no time left to practice it after this. Just hope for the best.
Let's see if some kind of miracle can occur on stage today. Hey,
they look calm. Look at Peanut's player cam. Looks extremely cool and collected.
We have seen some emotes from dead players, though, in
yes,
this series.
Yes,
we saw Peanut tipping the top hat in game number 1. We saw a big old thumbs up from Langsheng after he got killed in the top side of the map. And now it might be him getting killed once again. XX uses the showstopper Peanut trying to get away in the jungle. They don't have any teammates nearby. Getting chased around on both sides. That was super weird. Flandre bouncing around the play. Killua gives some movement speed to Peanut. They will get away with it in the end.
I'm just going to say, these emotes.
Oh, no, XX. I don't know if this was the play, mate. He's going to have the Haymaker to keep himself safe, at least for the time being. Good amount of damage. And with Flandre there as well. LNG are winning this 3 versus 4 right here. Iwande arriving as well.
I mean, even going back to the start of this play, it was Langsheng and Peanut just running into LNG's turrets.
Yep. And champions, for that matter.
And champions.
XX moves in, tries to get himself a steal onto the chicken. The siege continues in the mid lane here as Light has moved up. All 5 members strong here for LNG as they're desperate to finish this tower off. Killua is in trouble, but he has a stopwatch. Iwande's going to be stunned up. Peanut got the Sonic Wave. He's going to go in, but the thick skin, keeps I1D safe. He then saves the AD carry, and this is why I hate Tahm Kench, as he walks away with his life.
You know, it was all a big brain play from LGD, right? Like, kind of run it down in topside, make it look like you don't know what you're doing to extend this fight long enough to get the recall Longshin TP back in, force a mid lane turret.
Give their opponents a false sense of security so that you can get almost a third of a turret's health down there. Damn.
It was right in front of our faces all along.
The genius play. 300 IQ. Xie now could be in trouble. Maple gets the Emperor's Divide off. Xie's going to go down. It's another kill for LNG. Maybe the play didn't work out after all.
I mean, you know, it's not a huge gold lead, and
I don't know.
I'm just gonna call this one. I'm just gonna call this one early and say LNG's taking this one.
Yeah, this is feeling a little bit doomed. 4,000 gold. They got a Drake. They're looking for themselves to get a Herald as well. Peanut's here though. TP coming through as XX gets a face breaker onto Peanut. Sky Splitter to keep Lunching alive for now, but with Light on the scene, I don't think Peanut can stick around here. This will be the Herald for LNG, but they want some more as well. Maple going in. Doesn't have Emperor's Divide right now, and he's going to be kicked back. Killer able to tether him, but I1D keeps him safe. I hate Tahm Kench, man. As Maple gets away with his life here, it's Killer that went down. Haymaker goes through, and it's 2 kills for Light, and there's low health bars as well. Oh, the arrow at the last second, though. Kramer barely gets away with it.
At the same time, 4K gold lead for the side of LNG. They did secure the Herald themselves, and Vlandre's getting so much time by himself with this bottom lane turret. Actually, not with the turret necessarily, I guess, but with the Krugs at least.
Yeah.
Also took the red buff.
And all things considered, it was still like an even fight, right? It was still 2 for 2. It was still the Herald going the way of LNG. It was still 2 more kills for this Aphelios. Still feels pretty fine for the side of LNG.
Maple forces them out. Peanut coming in with a nice pick. We see the stopwatch coming out for I1D. And then Light going forward, you know, being able to deal that DPS, just have the Severum Infernum combo. XX trying to put out damage to survive a bit longer because of the Haymaker. And, you know, Kramer getting the arrow up in time to secure this kill.
I hate Tahm Kench more than I hate Yuumi. And that sounds a lot.
I don't. I still think Yumi's worse.
I mean, I don't like Yuumi. Like, I think that's been clear in previous broadcasts. But Tahm Kench, just so much potential to ruin everything every single time.
The thing I like about Tahm Kench is he opens up like fun potential counter picks like Brand to come into the meta. And I'm always ready for Brandon Zyra to come into the meta. Like that is something I want to see.
Sure. But I feel like the amount of Brandon Zyra that we see comparatively to the amount of Tahm Kench does not make it worth it.
I mean, we see 0 Brandon Zyra, so...
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say here.
But the potential, Munchables, it's there.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you. But at the same time, we don't see it. Light! You're dead, mate. See you later. That was a nice little play from LGD. Maybe they've still got some life in him.
Yep. It, you know, only took 18 minutes, but we finally see some nice plays.
It took an entire game plus 18 minutes.
Yeah. So it took 48 minutes, because the first game was about 30 minutes long.
Yeah.
So, you know, nice to see from LGD. This is what we expected, right? We said, hey, they've pushed and bot. They obviously have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow on the Ashe. You know, stack up early Drakes, look for these plays with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow on the map.
So here's a thought, Larry. We need to see something out of Flandre in this game. Because I feel like we've seen a decent amount of Quinn recently in the LPL, but we haven't seen very much particularly impactful Quinn. I feel like every time I see Quinn, like, it'll look really good to start the game off, and then it just looks worse and worse the longer the game goes on. I kind of want to see something magical out of Flandre here. I want to see him carry the game as good.
It goes back to what we always say, right, of just, you know, these pure split pushers obviously aren't as strong in this meta. I do feel like we've seen a bit more to Flandre, right? We've seen him hover over towards his team twice, one of them even committing to putting some damage down on the enemy team and taking a dragon. But I do agree. I want to see him actually actively using this pressure rather than just, you know, stacking up his damage numbers on the volley bear, farming. Maybe he gets to hit a turret once or twice, but...
It must be like, it's one of those conversations of like, what is going on in scrims? For so many teams in the LPL to be pretty regularly picking this Quinn up, it's got to be destroying scrims, right? It's got to be doing something exceptional off stage because, I mean, it's not like we've not seen it win, but it never feels like the cause of the win, you know?
Definitely not.
Hang on. He's fine. Yep, he's got Valor. In fact, he's going to go for some damage. Kick back. as the Abyssal Voyage comes through here from Iwandi. XX on board as well. Flash on in, Showstopper, the face breaker will come through. That's a lot of damage and a lot of CC coming out as Peanut barely gets away from this one. One more auto from Flandre to get the kill. Herald dropped mid-fight, by the way, as they want to get themselves this tower. Langshin going to be trying to tank up for the rest of his team, but maybe made a mistake going back in with the ultimate there. Herald gets the charge, minion wave arriving. This should be the tower going down. In the meantime, Maple trying to get a tower in the mid lane as well. Light saved from the arrow. Chie has that showstopper, but can't find his way into the play. Might just get burnt down instead. XX with the Haymaker. Kramer trying to finish off these health bars. Everybody's so low, but Kramer can't quite finish these kills off. Iwandi with the thick skin as XX comes in. Kramer realizes his mistake, has to flash away from the play. Now a TP coming through as well, and it's a long fight here, and Light might just pay with his own life here. Chie returned to get one.
So, first of all, Kramer played that fight beautifully. Like, he was pretty much right on the outskirts of any enemy damage that whole fight, doing good. Maple, though.
Uh-oh. Langshin, he's an angry, angry bear, but the Emperor says no.
I actually just wanted to point out that Maple did take the inner turret in mid lane as well, so despite all of those shenanigans going down, you almost drop the bot lane turret, you pick up some kills, and you get the mid lane turret. Once again, just like LNG came out ahead in that trade.
So LNG looking pretty good. Flandre as well, got to have some value on this Quinn. We've got to see a fight rotating around him as opposed to him having to move to the rest of the team. And we also got to see the positive of Tahm Kench, right? That Abyssal Voyage used so proactively.
We've talked about this a lot earlier in the split when we did see it a few times, right? That it feels like that's what differentiates between a good Tahm Kench player and a great Tahm Kench player. And this is also what was so strong about it last year when it was meta, was being able to supplement these side lane carries, constantly be able to react to fights, look for picks yourself, and it's great to see LNG taking advantage of a strength we don't often get to see taken advantage of.
Oh my goodness. The Colonel is not liking the chances for LGD to make top 4 right now. 84% in favor of LNG. And, you know, the thing is, it's not like I'm looking at LGD's composition and going, oh yeah, but they hard outscale right now. That doesn't feel like the case.
No, I mean, I definitely favor LNG, right? Just having the Azir and the Aphelios, especially with Peel coming in from Tahm Kench and Set. The thing that's nice about LGD's comp, right, is the 5-man is very strong in the team fight compared to Quinn, who's only going to be offering that single target DPS and can be very easily zoned out of the fight. So Langshin going to be a frontliner, Killua going to offer a ton of value. But they definitely have a ton of like skill shots and skill expression that needs to hit for LGD to even hope of coming out ahead in these fights. I mean, Kramer's been doing amazingly with his positioning in these fights.
And with his arrows as well.
Yeah.
His arrows have been great this game. I feel like a much needed performance out of Kramer here as well on this Ashe. I mean, he generally looks pretty good on the Ashe. As we've mentioned, it's more the rotational play that
let's point out, you know, these first 2 games, his team pretty much, you know, running it down around him. We definitely need to see him step up here.
He's that dog with the mug of coffee where everything's on fire and he's like, this is fine.
Yeah. I mean, hey, he's also, again, at least been dealing with it very well. The problem is LNG are on Infernal Soul. Well,
no.
Infernal Soul point, I'm sorry.
Oh no, like Shig. As soon as that Q's are called out, this 1v1 sucks. As soon as you don't get that stun, there's just no way you ever get onto Black Red.
And I'm ready to see people, you know, spam the LS emotes in our chat because of Maple's Morello Nomicon. Definitely justified by chat.
So, is this fine? Is the Morello Nomicon okay here? Is this a normal build? Or is this a Sinner build?
I'm not a fan of it. I mean, and again, you can mention...
Should it be Leandri's? Or is that too LS?
It doesn't necessarily need to be Leandri's either because you don't have a lot of like targets stacking health and things like that, right? Stacking a lot of defenses and things along those lines. I think you could even argue for a very snowbally build, maybe making his way towards a Oblivion Orb and a Death Cap. But point is, they don't have much healing. They do have obviously Blade of the Rune King Redemption, and you could talk about Kingslayer, but especially the way a lot of these fights are playing out, I don't feel like applying these Grievous Wounds is really massively seen, right? They're playing a lot around side lane pressure with the Quinn and things along those lines, playing with the Abyssal Voyage with the Tahm Kench.
Speaking of items, though, when we look towards... Hang on, never mind. Forget items. LNG, you sneaky, sneaky devils. There's a lot of pings going down from LGD, though. They know what's going on here as they move over to the play.
For Chie.
Showstopper for XX as well, because he's going to get out with his life here. Gravitum on 2 players. Kramer's in trouble. Emperor's Divide. Say hello to Shurima. Everybody going down here for LGD, but Shea moves back into play. Light is completely fine. He's free hitting as a Aphelios this entire time. Quadra kill goes through. LNG are slaughtering LGD.
Yep, and great play coming out from Light, but I especially want to highlight Maple for setting it all up. Great Empress Divide, as you said, set up from the burst, from himself, and also Flandre coming out, which then gave Light all the room in the world to work with to win this fight. Now is going to be a 25-minute Baron for LNG.
And just look at the scoreline for Light. He already had an IE and a Hurricane. Now with a Quadra kill, he's 8-3-2. Like, if you want the gold anywhere on this composition, Light is the guy.
And let's see how this goes. We see LNG posturing for the fight. Good ult coming out from Light as well to lock those members down. So he was actually the one to start up. Maple coming in, though, with a great engage, instantly bursting out Kramer, who he highlighted as he standout for this team so far. Light also takes down Peanut, but hey, Longshing does a good job of taking out Flandre, and we also then just see Light cleaning up the fight.
And you know what? This is one of those plays where obviously a lot of people will just take it away from him because he's playing Aphelios, but Light set the play up. He got himself the Quadra kill. He did the majority of the damage. Like, Light deserves all of the praise for that play. That was beautiful.
And, I mean, we don't even see that much Aphelios here in the LPL anymore, right? It's, a select few teams that do stand by that champion. So, great to see his confidence. Great to see him be willing to blind pick the Aphelios and do so well.
So now, LNG, they did get the Baron off of all of that. They've got 3 Drakes for themselves. It's 1 minute until that Infernal Soul is on the map. And LGD are just falling further and further behind with a composition that they needed a lead with. Lunxing continues to struggle against Flandre in the side lane, who just one more auto would finish that tower off and finally grab it for himself. Means the rest of his team can start to move in. Lunxing's in a whole heap of trouble here. Will get the shield off. The Redemption will keep him safe.
And the Blade and the crits doing so much work, but going back to the discussion of bot lane, we saw LNG run the winning bot lane last game, smash lane, snowball the game. This time, they took the losing bot lane. They took the harder matchup. We saw the early laning phase, how hard it was for Awandi and Light to play out, and still, once again, showing up massively.
So far, so good here for LNG, and I have to say, I'm just a little bit mind-blown. I'm so disappointed in what we're seeing here from LGD, because, I mean, I live with Dagda, so I feel like I've been sipping the Kool-Aid a little bit because he was really hyped on this roster, especially at the start of the split where he was putting them in the top 4 in terms of power rankings. And I think that was maybe a little overzealous, but what we've seen out of them when they're playing well has been exceptional. It has been a, at very least top 6 performance in the LPL. But what we've seen recently out of them has been disappointing to say the least. Infernal Soul now taken for LNG. LGD barely showing up to the fight. XX grabs everyone. See you later. Shie, you got a stopwatch, but it's not going to do much for you.
And overall, it feels like that fight is the game ender for the side of LNG. They're going to be able to push through bot lane as we see here, and nothing LGD can do to stop this.
That fight is the game ender, but this game ended a long old while ago, Lyric. This has been all LGD, all series long.
I feel like this series ended like 1 hour ago, honestly.
This series ended when Peanut died at Dragon and did the top hat emote. That was the moment where LGD died. Now onto the Nexus as Lunxing trying to 1v1 Flandre still, and it's still not working out for him. Just get a shield at the last second. Another double kill for Light in the meantime. Flandre now diving the fountain to get a kill onto Killua.
And Killua laughing in the player camp.
Yeah.
Nope. Very.
I mean, it's one of those, right? You can either laugh or you can cry.
True. I guess you gotta deal with the stress somehow, and I guess at that point in the game, you do know it's over anyway, right? Like, there's really no other way you can react. It was your last game of the split. You're already locked into playoffs. I mean, poor Killua was only game of the whole split.
Sacrificed to PP God here. Poor Killua. I'm not sure that was in his control to really rectify the burning ship that he was on.
Hey, we get to see some happy XX, though, and you know,
we do.
What more can you ask for? It's been a long time since we've seen a jovial XX.
Feels good. for LNG. Feels good to get 2 wins in a row as well. They got 2 wins in a row earlier on in the split. They took down FBX, remember? They took down RNG right at the very start of the split. And then it all went downhill from there. Now they managed to take down Rogue Warriors. Now again they take down LGD. So good things for LNG at the end of the split. Nice little silver lining to everything.
They still have 1 series left, right? They still have DMO to play, so they can end with the 3 series win streak. And let's be honest, when we look at this LNG roster, we know we're looking more towards next year, especially, you know, Light's been around for a while, but didn't get much playtime, so great to see them developing him. Iwandi, a very up-and-coming new player, finally getting some playtime. So excited to see some of these players going into next season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm hoping that this roster, at least to some extent, stays together, because if we can see this version of the roster, like this, obviously LGD didn't show up here today, but LNG still played very well. Like the team play was there, the coordination was there, the team fighting looked exceptional as well. Like once they got themselves a lead, they did such a great job to just put their foot down and accelerate things.
Yeah, and I'll definitely agree on, you know, keeping some piece of this roster together. I mean, you know, I don't want to be... I want to be frank, right? They still, at least coming in this series, were 16th, so they do probably want to look at some changes. But their bot lane has been, you know, very promising. As we said, very young. A lot of games that need to be played. A lot of interesting picks. I'd love to see more things like Janna and, you know, whatever other enchanters Iwandi can pull out. But he had a great game. Maple is the one I'm most surprised about because Maple had a great series. And, you know, Maple's been one of our mids struggling the most in the LPL, but both games look great.
The thing with Maple, though, is it's like, this has been the story of Maple this entire split. Like, sometimes he'll have an exceptional performance, he'll have a great series, and he'll look like the reason that LNG are winning games. And, like, that's what we saw in the one game that they won against JDG. Maple really popped off and had a fantastic game there, but then other games, he's just nowhere to be seen. Like, it feels like he didn't show up in the first place.
The thing is, he feels like a very good player at, you know, punishing some mistakes and then being able to accelerate that advantage. The problem is he's not very good at finding his own advantages in such a stacked league like LPL where, you know, people like Rookie, Knight, Fofo, Mole, like, they're not going to give you the chances to find these advantages. But, you know, overall, had a good series. Flandre as well. I mean, his damages have been inflated because, as we saw, right, he pretty much just stayed in his lane and free hit long Xing all game. But still, he had some good moments. We saw him move around the map a little bit. You know, we saw him help secure some of the dragons. Saw a good skirmish in bot side and how much damage he was especially doing later on.
Yeah, Flandre looking fantastic in this game, but Light, if he doesn't get the MVP for that one after setting up and then getting a quadra-kill in that team fight, I'll be very surprised. But yeah, fantastic win here for LNG. Both games as well, about 30 minutes, just closing things out here in an hour flat against LGD, which is honestly, I'm still a little bit just mind-blown. This is kind of unbelievable to me that LGD just got absolutely flattened here, and LGD, I don't know, going into playoffs, it's not looking good.
And I remember even saying on our last episode of the Last Hit podcast, which just came out, you know, the official LPL podcast, that LGD looked like the shakiest team to me coming into playoffs anyway. Like,
yeah,
I'd say maybe you can argue WE now after yesterday, but still, like, FPX is on a
say
roll.
that. Don't say that.
RNG, if they make it, potentially look good. We know Suning and Victory 5 look a lot more coherent, which is why right now they're competing for Fort. So LGD are definitely in this, like, they need to fix some things going into playoffs, right? And we do not have a lot of time to change things.
Yeah, they've got, like, I don't know, 3 days or something after this split ends before playoffs, so they're running out of time if they want to change things up. They are obviously still confirmed for playoffs. Just to clarify for anyone watching at home, LGD have already made playoffs. This series did not decide whether they were going to make playoffs. What it did decide, though, is with a loss here, they can no longer make top 4. The best result they can get now, I believe, is 5th place.
Yep, and it also depends on, you know, what other teams do as well. So this was LGD's last series of the regular split. You will not see LGD anymore this week. We will not see them until playoffs. So, I mean, giving us a very strange goodbye.
Yeah, bit of a weird one. Leaves an odd taste in the mouth as well coming out of this series. And LGD, at least they have, like, with their last series out of the way now, they have a good week or so at least to get ready for playoffs, just to kind of sit back and figure out what needs to change, get some good scrim time in. And I mean, now they just have to wait and see what the rest of the results are, because their seed completely depends on everyone else at this stage.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I want to see, like, why they subbed in Killua. Is that something they've been trying in scrims? Is this something we would potentially see in playoffs? Or is it just like, hey, guys, it's our last game. Let's give him a bit of play time. He did a lot of work in Spring Split, you know, type situation.
Yeah, could be either one, honestly. And I mean, in this series, it felt like game number 2, which support was playing, was not really going to impact
It looked like
very
LGD
much,
just
right?
shrugged and said, we're in playoffs.
Yeah.
And that was kind of it.
It did feel a little bit like that. I didn't really want to say it as frankly on broadcast, but it did feel a little bit like they were like, time to go home. Let's go for a pizza.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, rough series for LGD, rough series for LGD fans, but the big question to me is just like, what version of LGD are we going to see in playoffs? And there's not really any way to, other than speculation, to figure out what kind of performance they're going to be able to show, but definitely the last 2 series, it is not as good.
And the thing is, will LGD be allowed to get away with playing this slow against our teams in playoffs? V5, I think no. Suning, I think no. FPX and even WE, I feel like it's dependent on those teams making mistakes and LGD punishing. It's not. So this is a problem. I don't feel like LGD beating any one of these playoff teams is dependent on LGD. It's all dependent on if their opponent makes some mistakes or not.
Yeah, and if they're then able to punish because of the mistakes and find advantages that way. Well, we've got some highlights for you guys of Iwandi in this game. Obviously playing on the Tahm Kench. He did have a really great game, really great series. Multiple times he was saving people's lives.
He kept making you say, I hate Tahm Kench.
That's
so
true, which
feel
means it's a good Tahm Kench.
Exactly, it means he did his job well. It's a bit surprising it wasn't light, but still, right? They were very much joined at the hip as, you're supposed to be with the Tahm Kench, so...
I mean, this save especially was, I mean, the fact that Maple gets away here on literally 1 HP is pretty mind-blowing.
And we did talk about this, right? It is so nice to see proactive Abyssal Voyages used. We don't see it all too often, even with the little Tahm Kench that we see. So seeing Iwandi notice those plays and be able to execute on them was great.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Iwandi on the Tahm Kench. And even if it does boil my blood to see a Tahm Kench grab himself an MVP, I think Iwandi still did deserve it, whether or not he's a catfish. Like, he still deserves the MVP at the end of the day.
Yes, he does. And CWB. You know what that means?
No.
Huh. Well.
Control Wards.
That's what I expected
Control
too.
Wards bought.
Ah, bots. There we go.
There you go.
But yeah.
Money invested. 11 times 75.
His first MVP.
825 gold spent on Control Wards.
Hey, that was some pretty nice math. You know what else is nice math? He was involved in 13 kills.
He certainly was. And that was about all of the kills that happened because the game went so quickly in favor of LNG. Dominant victory here over LGD. Iwandi looking fantastic. I'm excited for Iwandi. I feel like, Duan, I didn't have anything against the guy or anything like that. I think he had some decent performances. But Iwandi's come in. He's playing things like the Lux. He's playing things like the Janna. It's just exciting to watch. A bit of a different style of support here in the LPL.
The thing about Iwandi is he's a young, up-and-coming player to where, Duan's played in the LPL for many, many years. Of course, he was formerly known as Caveman, and he was struggling, so I like to see LNG pivoting to, a fresh look.
And a new style as well. So good stuff here from LNG. And we're going to head over to the stage as well, kicking it over to Wendy as we have ourselves a winner's interview.
Hi guys, this is Wendy for translation. Congratulations on this win of LNG. We have invited Maple in the interview. Congratulations on the 2-0 scoreline. You have an amazing performance today. So how do you feel about this matchup? I think we performed quite well. We don't have huge mistakes. And many people said at the end of the regular split, every team plays so well. So how do you feel about this situation? Because we don't have the opportunity to get into the playoffs, so we'll just grab other teams out. And in game 1, Pina have a very aggressive gank, but you actually roaming in different lanes. So how do you feel about that? Because I played Galio in game 1. When I play against with Azure, I actually have so many opportunities to do roaming. And also, Pina try to push the mid tower. So do you worry about that? I don't care about that because Azure cannot get the layer. And also in game 1, you have chosen Ghana. This has been first chosen in this split. I think Iwana is a very good Ghana player, and I think this match is a very good opportunity for him to choose. And in both games, you played very aggressive but also very detailed. I think we have very good communication, and we don't have the mistakes in the mechanics. The opponent's mid laner, Xie, is very also plays so many roaming styles, so did you like try to target on the mid laners in the ban pick stage? Yeah, I think so, cause she played quite well in TF, so I just banned out that champion. And also, in game 2, you actually made a lead from the very early game. But Ash was quite fight in game 2, so how did you manage to handle with Ash? When Ash got a very good item build, it can have a huge damage. But if she don't get the flash, I'm able to just kill him. And also, yeah, what about the 25 minutes team fight? I remembered Ash didn't have the flash, so I just got a 1v1. And after the MVP shown for game 2, you smiled when you saw the Tom Kench got the MVP. So who do you think will be the MVP for game 2? I think Tom Kench played quite well. So congratulations again for getting this victory. And this is the end of the interview.
Very much, Wendy. Yeah, so happy that iWandy is able to get the MVP off the back of it as well, which is good to see a little bit of support. And I love when he's talking about, like, look, this is a great opportunity to let iWandy kind of strut his stuff a little bit, bring the Janna out that we all know and love from him.
Yeah, so great. You know, LNG realizing, hey, this is the last, you know, not their last series, but one of the last series of the split. Let's just pick some champions we want to play again. Maybe their next series against DMO. XX, give me some Karthus.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if that's going to come on through. We have another series coming up for you guys as well today, though. We've got E-Star taking their biggest matchup of the split yet as they go against Top Esports after the break. That one is going to be an incredibly important series for Top Esports as well, as they are fighting for their opportunity to still contest that first seed spot. We'll see if they're going to have what it takes here after the break. What's going on, everyone? Munchables here, and I'm here to bring you up to speed on what's going on in the LPL right now. So the second series I want to talk about in our rewind here is Top Esports and IG. And this is a series that we were robbed of a third game in. It was exceptionally close despite the 2-0 scoreline, but IG came out on top. And it was very evident in game number 1. We saw IG build themselves an advantage throughout the early game. It was still relatively close, but when it came to fighting for Mountain Soul, Rookie really came out of the woodwork on his Azir. Check out his Emperor's Divide that he pulls out, but also it felt like Top Esports really not as coordinated as we're used to seeing during these team fights. So IG managed to find themselves this fight. They got the Mountain Soul, then off the back of that, they were able to force their way to end the game. But it was game number 2 that really changed things, because Top Esports, as you can see on the scoreboard, they were ahead. They were in the base. They had the Baron, but Yuyanja's out of position. Jackie Love thinks that he's protected by Braum, but he's not, and it means that IG can just about win out this fight. You can see how many health bars were blinking across the course of IG's health bars there, but a win is a win, says IG. They got a 2-0 at the end of the day, and it hurt. If you're a Top Esports fan, that loss hurt, but god damn. IG are back, and they are looking real good. Thanks very much for watching. If you saw this on Twitch, make sure to head over to the LPL English YouTube channel. If you saw it on YouTube, make sure to head over to the LPL English Twitch channel. With that said, though, I've been Munchables at HeyMunchables on Twitter, and make sure you're following at LPL English on Twitter as well for all of your juicy LPL updates.
Once upon a time, you gave me love, you gave me light, then you took it back, all I had, just like that. Long, some summer night, you let me down, but I know better now. Someone tell me why it's not enough. All of this time, you took it back. All we had, just like that. Look me in the eyes, tell me how it was. We used to be so high, it fades to black. All we had, just like that.
就是折磨，混乱将赐予你自由。折磨只是个开始。不要抵抗。你只能埋怨自己。
What adorable skins, Lyric. Just beautiful. We're back with the LPL. We're in Shanghai, as you can see on your screen. We're ready for our second series of the day after a dominant win for LNG over LGD. I'm Munchables. This is Lyric on my left. Worlds attendee and CB LOL champion, by the way. Now we're going into eStart against Top Esports. What are you expecting here? Because in my mind, this is a clear, easy win for Top Esports, right?
Yeah, I think it definitely should be, but I mean, big question marks lately.
Yeah, that's the big thing, because we've discovered recently that TES might actually stand for They Extremely Suck, which doesn't make any sense. But importantly, it's recently,
yes.
right? In the recent series, that has been the case. And like, especially, in case you guys missed it, they just got 0-2'd by RNG, but it was not close. It was a brutal shellacking out of RNG.
And the big thing to me is look at the minimap, right? Knight is pushing top with no TP, and Top Esports are the ones engaging here, not respecting News to be, not respecting where Xiaohu is on the map, despite the fact that he's not showing. And this is what a lot of Top Esports plays are to me, is the fact that, hey, we have this Orianna in our comp, we have a lot of these elements where we don't need to fight. We can give up even this Drake right now because RNG have a Jace who's on his power spike. RNG have a Nidalee who is snowballing. You could give Knight more time. They don't. They opt into these situations where they're losing.
Yeah, it's like, it's just, you don't have to. You don't have to go for this, but Top Esports trying to find ways to find advantages that maybe they shouldn't be able to get, and it's like, I can understand the mentality, right? It's that you want to be able to snowball no matter what, but it's not going to work against teams that can punish you.
Exactly, we've seen it up against RNG, we saw it up against IG, against V5, that it's one of the two core problems with Top Esports in my mind. It's the bigger one to why they're losing games.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen a few issues over the course of the split where like Jackulup's been too aggressive, people getting caught out, things like that. But one thing I will say is that Turbulent is still just a part of the flight, right? Top Esports, they are still a top team. Even if they have looked a little bit shaky recently, things are still okay. Like going into playoffs, they are still very much a favorite for minimum top 4.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, they're a team that it feels like, hey, there are 17 teams in the league. It is such a long split. There are going to be problems at some point, and hopefully, you know, hitting their problems now and figuring them out going into playoffs is what they need. Because think about it. We can say, oh, well, there should just be no problems, but it's much better they figure this out now than they go into their first best of 5 and they're just out.
And I think it's worth bringing up the topic, and this is kind of a weird topic, but like, we've seen in the past where teams are really, really dominant during the regular splits, really dominant during playoffs. Then they make it to like the World Championship. They don't know how to lose. Once you start to lose, like players tilt, it all falls apart. So Top Esports, in a weird way, I can see like getting a couple of losses during the regular split, maybe getting a couple of losses during playoffs, could be a good thing for them in the long run.
Yeah, and me and you were talking about this earlier on in the day that their problems look very solvable. The thing is, they just keep choosing to, you know, opt into these fights, play the way they're playing, and we need to see if they can adapt.
It's more of a decision-making issue than anything else right now, it feels like. Because E-Star on your stage here, it's got Xiaobai and Wink stepping back into the roster, which is pretty exciting to see them going back to something that's worked for them in the past.
Yeah, opting to, you know, let some of their long-sitting players get some playtime back after we have been seeing CJJ and Rat.
And then Top Esports, obviously, no substitutions coming out on this side of the board. As you'd expect, 369 Carson Knight, Jackie Love, and Yu Yanja, as always, as they seem to be getting lost on the stage trying to find the front of it there.
Yeah, PSYY, trying to figure out where he goes and stands, does end up getting on the stage in the end. And I mean, I hope that after suffering, let's say, I'd say a pretty humiliating defeat to RNG. RNG just hard stomped them. Surprisingly to me, Knight just didn't play well that series either. At the same time, I don't feel like your win condition should be the fact that, you know, our star mid laner has to, you know, carry us like against Suning or we lose. Like the other members should definitely, you know, have their part to play as well. But Xiaohu completely outplayed Knight, which is so weird to say. I cannot believe I just said Xiaohu outplayed Knight.
No, actually, I can believe that you would say
Yes.
that. Like, even we could watch a totally different series, and I feel like you would still say that regardless.
But you can't believe it's actually true this time, right?
This time you're not making it up. This time, Xiaohu actually did destroy Knight. Knight had a really, really rough series.
His Orianna ults were so bad.
But, like, uncharacteristic as well. Like, a bad game for Knight is usually still, like, an exceptional game for most mid laners in the world. So it makes me wonder if something's going on behind the scenes, maybe with Top Esports, that maybe players aren't necessarily getting along. Like, I'm not trying to spread rumors or anything. I don't know anything. This is pure speculation. But, like, you know, actually, when it feels like things are disjointed like this, it feels like something's got to be going on.
Well, exactly. The thing I want to add on that is I could definitely say from my experience in teams, right? Winning is the biggest Band-Aid ever for all the internal team conflicts you would otherwise have, even if you were just losing a few series. Like, once you start losing, that is when a lot of the, like, hey, why aren't you putting in this effort? Or why are we playing this way? Why do we have so much jungle attention on this half of the map? These sorts of problems start to show, and that's always potentially there.
Well, we're getting into our series here. E-Star starting on the blue side, fanning away the Syndra and Zoe from Knight, and then the Volibear being Respect Land as well. Over on the side of Top Esports, though, two more mid laners in the Galio and the Twisted Fate, and then Graves taken away from Wei. It does mean that this Caitlyn has made it through the bans here. It's only on a 25% win rate right now. And we're seeing giggling across the board here as E-Star seem happy with that first pick. Instant response, though, from Top Esports with an Ashe and a Karma.
I mean, and we've seen this be the response, you know, in previous series that did so well because obviously Ashe can match, you know, match Kate in lane just fine. You even have that kill pressure at level 6 once you bring in jungle, but I mean, we're going toe-to-toe. We have Xiaoxi going onto the Lux. And I mean, this actually was the exact matchup we saw where Ashe and Karma came out ahead, so wanting to see if Wink and Xiaoxi can flex those muscles and come out ahead of Jackie Love and Yanja, who've been struggling.
Worth mentioning as well that this Karma is a flex pick, but with the Ornn being hovered, I'm thinking it won't be a flex pick, as it could still go to Knight in the mid lane, which we have seen, I guess, one time?
Yep,
no,
we have
twice.
seen it twice, and it didn't work out a lot. I remember a lot of people were mad on Reddit and Twitter, like, hey, why are we putting Knight on Karma?
Yeah, you've got Knight, maybe don't play a support mid laner, but either way, we're going to see the Ornn for the top lane here for 369 as we get to the bans. Interesting to see an Echo ban despite the fact that Syndra is not available.
Yeah, and obviously that could go in the jungle. It has been one of Wei's most played champions.
That's true,
so
kind of a pocket pick for him.
Yeah, he's, you know, kind of a tribute to Beishang, has moved over to playing the Dark Harvest Echo. But I also want to point out Top Esports comp sets up very strong for a carry jungle. The thing is we have no Graves. We now have no Olaf. So the options are very limited. We obviously could go a bit further in the pool, maybe bring out something maybe like a Kindred, but it hasn't been something that Karsa has picked up this split.
It's worth bringing up the topic of things like the Jarvan as well, that were very, very popular earlier on in the year, didn't necessarily get nerfed, just kind of fell out of fashion somewhat. Mordekai's are going to be banned away as well by top esports as they look towards that top lane.
Yeah, and I want to see if they do opt into something that wants to close the distance, because that would be what's weird about Kindred, right, is it doesn't really want to go in onto the Caitlyn and Lux, so you do have Karma, who is going to enable that engage threat if they do want to go towards something like a Jarvan, or even just, you know, put Karsa back on something like a Lee Sin.
Yeah, plenty of options available for top esports when it comes to that jungle pool. And you mentioned the Lee Sin, it's locked in immediately there for Karsa. Then over to the side of E-Star, where they have to lock in pretty much their whole composition. And it's still very much up in the air, because the set could be anywhere.
I was going to say, we need to remember, FunFun has played set 5 times, and he's actually undefeated on it. FunFun has not lost on set once this split. It's very good in the mid lane because it nullifies a lot of matchups. But if it did go in the mid lane, I'm not quite sure where Beishong would... Oh, well, there it is. I was going to say, you need an AP jungler if you're going to go set mid lane. Well, that's why they banned the Echo, and we got it.
We've got the AP jungler here. It's Karthus for Wei in the jungle. We've got Camille as the final pick for Xiaobai on the top side of the map as well. This is a weird old draft from E-Star. This is the kind of draft I was expecting from LNG in the first game of today. E-Star, they've got no skin in the game here, so why not have some fun?
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see this. We did see it, I think, only one game in the LCK. I think it was Canyon who picked it up, and Knight going over to the Rise. He's actually been spamming this in Korean solo queue. So very different comps coming out from both sides. Obviously, Rise a lot more known for, you know, being more of a side lane threat, but also opens up a bunch of like cheeky plays around the map with your Realm Warp. We've seen a lot of like sneaky Barons come out.
Yeah, with correct positioning as well, can be a real teamfight terror if you're able to get the EQ combos out continuously.
It's very rough.
It's 80 carry style.
Yes, exactly. It's very much like a DPS. Once again, we use the word artillery style champion, just constantly putting out damage. But
and, I mean, artillery is a really good word to bring up as well, because on the other side of the board, we've got this Lux Caitlyn, right? Like, they are all about setting up for artillery. But there is massive long-range kill threat from the side of E-Star here with the ace in the hole with Lux's laser plus Karthus' ultimate. Like, you could be full health. If they're fed, they're going to one-shot you anyway.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, those Karma Shields are going to really need to be massive, but if E-Star can get ahead, I mean, you're right. They could literally just one-shot Jackie Love without even being anywhere close to Jackie Love. So seeing how these team fights are going to break out is going to be really interesting, right? Because Kate and Lux wanting to play from a distance to where Karthus, Set, and Camille all want to go get right in the middle of the fight. And that's going to feel really good, especially against a Rise who needs to be in close range to deal that DPS that you just talked about.
We'll have to see if he's going to be able to get in close range here on the Rise, or if it's going to be more of a side lane kind of game for Knight. But FunFun with this set mid. He's one of the few players that is still really, really loving the set mid, using it to push out the wave and then just roam, get elsewhere on the map. We've got the Caitlyn Lux combo as well in the bottom lane. This is an exciting game that we've got on our hands here, and I'm loving what E-Star have brought to the table. So we've talked a little bit about what these potential team fights might look like, the potential win conditions, but talk to me a little bit about the pacing of this game. Who's the team that are going to be really putting their front foot forward here?
I think it's definitely close, but I'd say it's top esports who want to be doing that, right? We have the Lee Sin in the jungle and this Ashe in the bot lane. So you're going to have something like an Ardent coming out later for the Karma, but I mean, Karthus in the late game is such a terror. Camille's a terror. We've talked about the Caitlyn many, many times. So we want to see Karsa really getting onto the map early and affecting these lanes, especially the bot lane. I feel like that's where we're going to see most of this action really ramp up, who can stack these early dragons, especially at the level 6 point where top esports have that reliable engage tool from the Ashe. That's one of the reasons why over the years she's been so good in the Caitlyn as well, because you just have that strong 3v3 pressure.
Certainly one of the picks that does well into the Caitlyn, as you rightly say. And it's worth mentioning that Caitlyn, one of these champions that, generally speaking, historically has been one of the safest AD carries to blind pick because it does so well during the laning phase. There are very few champions that... First off, there are very few champions that can pressure it necessarily, but also there are very few champions that can withstand the damage you can do. Ashe falls into that category, though, with the harass out of the volley and just the range on the auto attacks as well.
And we do see that Wei went Dark Harvest, which is the standard when you go in Karthus. And so Karthus started seeing a resurgence again. I think it was 10, 13, or 14 where his Q got changed.
Oh my
I'm going to
goodness.
slow down.
Chelsea's in trouble here. Like, they're not going to properly commit to this one, but already things looking pretty fantastic for top esports in that 2v2.
Yep, already doing good, but Going back, Karthus' Q got more damage reductions on minions, but that doesn't really matter if you kite the camps properly because its damage overall just got buffed, so we're going to be doing a lot more in these early team fights and skirmishes. So Wei already doing quite a good job of, starting and farming his camps, already doing 3 to only Karthus 2.
And that's the important thing, right, is the reason that this Karthus is a strong pick is the sheer speed at which you can clear that jungle. You can see Fun. We talked about the reason you pick this set is clear that wave and get out on the map. Already at level 2 trying to make that happen.
Yeah, doing well to get down vision to make sure Karsa isn't looking for any greedy plays because let's remember, Karthus is a bit vulnerable in the early game. Like, he actually surprisingly strong in a lot of 1v1 duels, but it's so dependent on you obviously hitting your Qs, which, I mean, isn't easy. Someone's not just going to stand there and take all your Q. Oh, God.
Oh, no. Kited a little bit too far. The graphic on the bottom of your screen is just letting you know that Top Esports, if they can win this series, they guarantee that them, JDG and IG, are all guaranteed at least top 3, and then it just comes down to tiebreakers and whatnot in the remaining series for the other teams. If they lose this series, I believe Top Esports still going to be guaranteed top 4 at very least.
I want to see if Wink goes with the build we've been talking about, right, where you stack the F-Sword item.
The trap comes on through. That's a lot of damage onto you, Yanja.
Because we talked about the headshot damage setting up the Karthus ult, right? And that build is the one that does it, not the traditional, like, IE into 2 Zeal items build, which is what we've been seeing every LPL AD carry build.
So what you're saying is lethality Caitlyn about to come through for the ace in the hole damage.
Hey, I'm for it.
So a lot of damage coming down onto you. Yanja, one more auto. Shousey flashes for the kill. Wink survived as well as Jackie Love suddenly realizes he's in a bit of trouble here. The light bind lands the trap to follow up as well. Jackie Love flashes. Wall of Pain is there for the slow and the defile. Or the Decimate, sorry, finishes off the kill. E-Star looking fantastic.
And this is the same way we've seen Top Esports punish time and time again is through their bot lane, just not being able to stack up in lane against a lot of our more proficient bot lanes. Great job by E-Star to pick up these 2 kills, especially on the Karthus. It's going to be massive if you can get him snowballing very early on.
Karsa just got spotted out there by Xiaobai as well. Obviously, Xiaobai not going to be able to contest for this scrum, but just giving information to Wei on where Karsa is on the map, what he's doing right now, and we'll be able to play around that. Fantastic start. But you're absolutely right in that this is the way that Top Esports has been punished. When we look at the teams that they've lost to, teams like V5, teams like RNG, that are able to really put their front foot forward in that bottom lane.
And I remember I was looking up at the stats last week to where in like the very early game, E-Star were #1 in almost everything. They had the most first bloods in the league. They had the most first turrets in the league. Like when it came to early game aggression, E-Star were great at that. And that's where, like you're saying right now, that's where Top Esports have been punished.
Wei's going to continue to power farm things up though. And this is, as I was trying to say before that fight kicks off in the bottom lane, one of the biggest strengths of Karthus is the sheer speed at which you clear that jungle. It's just disgusting. If left to his own devices, if this is just a matter of scaling, Wei's going to come ahead so far ahead of Karsa.
And that's why people, like when the damage reduction to monsters came out on the latest, again, it was supposed to be a nerf is the way they phrased it, but it was definitely a buff, was like, hey, if you kite the camps properly, you actually don't feel like any reduction in speed, and now you just get more damage on your Q for these skirmishes.
So far, so good here for E-Star, and I'm impressed by that bottom lane as well. And this is the power of this Lux-Caitlyn combo. I mean, people will remember a while ago the Kate Morgana combo where you land a binding, you can follow it with the trap. Lux does the same thing, except the binding can also go through one minion, so it's even easier to land that combo. We saw the combo landing onto both Jackie Love and Yu Yanja during that skirmish.
Yeah, and obviously Karma, as we've seen, was a decent answer because, you get the speed up from the shield in itself, helping through a lot of that damage. But Jackie Love and Yanja not having the fancy feed, also setting up for the Caitlyn trap to allow all that damage. And now the fact that we see Jackie Love having no summoners is why we see Top Esports bot lane respecting so much.
One thing to watch out for as well as Karsa moves into this bottom lane is how well Wink and Shousey are going to be able to do on dodging out some of the damage and CC that can come back, because both Lux and Caitlyn fairly immobile. Shousey going to spot out Karsa though. Even though he's level 6, he can't make much happen.
Yeah, so with the position of the wave, I feel like Karsa felt like he needed to be here because you could predict that E-Star were setting up for a play bot side, but
they're setting up for a play top side instead. Wei's moving in. Hextech ultimatum onto Xiaobai, but 369 can't finish the kill. Wei grabs his second of the game.
So earlier on, before broadcast, me and Munch were having a conversation where I told him, hey, one of the massive problems with Top Esports is they love to play aggressive on both sides of the map. And this sets them up for opportunities like this where they do get punished quite often. And typically it's the opposite side where Karsa's playing around top and we see Jackie Love and Uyanja over-aggressing in bot lane. That's what's gotten them punished in the past. But we have seen it more recently with 369, even up against RNG.
And it does feel like Top Esports regularly these days, ever since MSC basically, really slowed down their playstyle very consciously. They said in an interview during MSC, like, look, we're going to play like the Koreans play. We're going to slow things down. We're going to play for team fights in the late game and just win through mechanics. They ain't winning through mechanics right now as Uyanja forced away. But it feels like they're giving up too much in the early.
It's funny that they swapped to that style as we've seen all the top LCK teams get more aggressive. But, you know, we were also talking about this, that I'd never say that Top Esports were an insane early game team, right? They always took things at more of their own pace. It wasn't necessarily like an LGD.
Oh my goodness. Xiaoxi cannot miss a binding right now.
I mean, Xiaoxi is still one of the best players on this team. Him and Wei, I think, have really showed up all split long. Xiaoxi, I think, had a bit of a dip early on, but in more recent series, I think, has really come back to form. So great to see this coming out from them.
It's worth remembering as well, like, how hyped Xiaoxi was in Spring Split. Like, I think a lot of fans have forgotten the E-Star story from Spring, where they did look like this exceptional world-beating
They were the V5.
team. They were the V5 of Spring, right? Where, well, it's kind of a weird sentence to say when you think about V5 in Spring, but like, they came in as these super hyped rookies. People all over the world, I remember people on Twitter from other regions talking about Xiaoxi, talking about his hooks and how great of a support he was. He's still that player. Xiaoxi's still exceptional.
He was voted on the first team for LPL. Like, he was the best support in the league in Spring, and I feel like that wasn't ridiculous to say. And sure, obviously after playoffs, you know, Lumao winning the final MVP, Lumao playing much better in playoffs, but during the regular split, Xiaoxi was the man that, you know, got E-Star up there, and great to see, especially with this duo, because we know they play so much around winning bot lane. That was like the special sauce in Spring. That's what Caitlyn Lux does so well, especially when you're outskilling the enemy, hitting all of your skill shots, and now going to turn that into a Herald.
Becomes very difficult. Like, this is what I was talking about right at the very start, right? Is that Caitlyn is incredibly strong during the laning phase. Ash, one of the few AD carries that can withstand some of that damage, but if you're getting hit by Lux bindings and the traps can come through, the traps are the difference between Caitlyn being a strong laner and Caitlyn dominating every single lane matchup. If those traps can land, you're doomed. Xiaoxi might be doomed here, as the Sonic Wave does land, I believe, but no follow through there. It's just going to be Knight taking a good chunk of damage instead here. Funfun with a great answer.
Yeah, and I feel like that play was a bit forced by TES. They're going to keep going and try to get some aggressive vision.
Xiaoxi has some damage considering his lack of AP. Ace in the hole there. And, well, we talked about long-range kills. We got to see it 10 minutes into the game.
I mean, we have a 2-0 Karthus who's gotten to free farm this whole game. Like, this looks really dicey for TS. We said TS are the team that need to accelerate.
And the hilarious thing is, Karthus didn't even get an assist. His ult was too late. Like, that was a long-range kill without Karthus even having to be a part of it.
And, I mean, still, we look at top and mid, right? Top Esports soul laners are ahead, but once again, Jackie Love and Uyanja going down. Oh, goodness. Yeah, that was an oh, goodness.
Yeah, the Q damage hits its max damage if you stand on a trap. Like, it doesn't matter how many minions it goes through, it's going to be a full damage pelt over Peacemaker. And if there are no minions in the way, it scales incredibly well with AD.
Yeah, so, I mean, this goes back to what we said coming into the match. Like, I mean, it was a bit of a joke, a bit of a meme. They extremely suck, but man, TS are not looking good.
Yeah.
How does this happen?
Like, dude, I predicted Top Esports to win Spring. I was so hyped on this team before Jackie Love was even a part of the equation. And now it just feels like, I don't know.
Nice decisiveness coming out from Funfun to flash to get all that damage down, and then, you know, we see the Caitlyn finishing it off. And, you know, when me and you had the conversation, whatever it was, like a month ago, of, you know, oh, man.
Maybe they peaked too early.
Maybe this was before they started losing. This is when they were winning that we brought up that question, like, hey, that'll be a bad thing if this is their peak. And, like, it actually came.
The thing is, we weren't talking in context of LPL. We were talking in context of
Worlds.
We were like, it's still months until the end of Worlds. Like, they're going to have to look good for so long. Bit of a terrible flash from Xiaoxi. But, like, we were talking, like, you know, hey, in a few months' time, can they keep this up? And then immediately, like, a week later, it all started to fall apart. Wall of Pain going to get a really good slow here from Wei. Ace in the hole onto Karsa. It's not often that the jungler is the one stuck under the tower getting dived, but here we are. Karsa gets a nice kick, goes in onto FunFun, but Haymaker keeps FunFun alive. The shielding, the healing, the Guardian from Xiaoxi. I feel like I'm watching Spring. This is what I would expect from eStar versus Top Esports way back in Spring.
Yeah, and they're doing such a great job. Even answered pressure on the opposite side of the map with Xiaobai immediately TPing over. They should be able to pick up this top lane turret for free, and they're going to lose nothing on the map. Sure, okay, I guess I'm wrong. They're losing a dragon, but you're not losing any gold. You're not losing, you know, anything worthwhile.
There's going to be a couple of turret plates in the mid lane there as well. Importantly, for Top Esports, with the Cloud and Mountain to start this game off, at least these Drakes are going to be valuable for them. It's going to be an Ocean Soul, which always is a fantastic soul to get. It doesn't matter what your composition is. However, Wink is going to be able to finish this tower off. This is going to be the second tower of the game. This is going to be the second tower where they get all 5 plates.
And this is the traditional way that you see this sort of comp played out, right? Where you have them in the bot lane, they take the turret pretty much through 2v2 advantage, rotate them top, take this turret. Now we're going to see them probably move to mid and, you know, FunFun be the one to go sit in the side lane.
And I think... Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, they're just going to have so much pressure from FunFun, you know, being able to instantly clear the wave, move over Xiaobai as well. The Karthus ultimate, we should be expecting to take down this mid lane turret pretty soon.
And I do quickly want to touch on the topic of like how Caitlyn is essentially meant to be played, what the strengths of this champion are, because obviously still very new in the meta. As you can see, the gold divided by lanes here, and we're talking about the Caitlyn. Wink is almost 2,000 gold up in his lane matchup at 13 minutes. Same can be said for Wei. That is a disgusting lead in favor of eStar right now, but the way that Caitlyn works and the way that you want to play Caitlyn is very much in the set-up, preempted fights, not necessarily in spur-of-the-moment skirmishes.
Exactly. Again, I said this when me and you were casting the other day, that I use the word artillery for Caitlyn because you want to be set in one place. You want to get your traps down. Like, all the setup needs to be there. The vision needs to be perfect. You're a very fragile champion. You don't have any kinds of, like, attack speed steroids or anything like that. You really just want to be abusing your range advantage.
369 not going to have a good time in this matchup either because, I mean, it's Camille. She does true damage. She is great into these tanks. This is the dream matchup for Camille, realistically.
I mean, especially when we now even see Xiaoxi hovering over, getting deep vision for him. You also have to always worry about Karthus ult coming down, so there's just so much pressure around the map from eStar's comp like we talked about.
It's really scary. And I mean, they have amazing Siege. They have amazing side lane from Xiaobai as well. If anyone gets low, as you mentioned, the Requiem coming out from Wei can just devastate everyone. There's a follow-up ace in the hole and final spark out of the bot laners. Like, you really cannot misstep against this composition. I'm actually, when you look at this on paper, I talked about this as a fun composition coming out from eStar, but I actually really like what they've drafted in the way that if you make a mistake, this composition is really going to punish.
I agree. I mean, I love it. And I also love that we're seeing Wei, you know, get that Oblivion Orb, now has the Sorcerer Shoes. So no MR on the other side this early in the game from how far ahead he snowballed. He's going to hit like a truck with these ultimates right now. Especially, I mean, he's the only AP, I guess the Lux as well, right? But as we said, this Lux is much more supported in build and even with her runes. That itemizing for Wei is just going to be such an inconvenience for the side of TES.
Yeah. I'm really curious how many Dark Harvest stacks he has already in the game as well. It's going to be 4 so far. Because I wasn't sure because obviously he missed 1 or 2 of those assists, but it's going to be on 4 stacks. And he's going to be able to grab himself a Rift Herald as well. So the snowball continues. As one thing I will say for Karsa is that at least every time eStar are doing something, he's off on the other side of the map, at least trying to get some camps, but it doesn't feel like a chicken camp is going to be worth a Rift Herald.
Problem is they can't contest right now, right? Like, they've just fallen so far behind him. It's 5k gold lead, and with that Herald, eStar will now for sure be able to drop this mid turret. You know, we already see both sides, not both sides, I'm sorry, top lane pushing, so we're going to see FunFun head mid right now, and the second they just group up and lean is 4 or 5, it's going to be a secured mid turret for them.
Beautiful stuff here from eStar.
Looks like it's going to be instant, actually, if you look at the minimap. Caitlyn just TP'd back mid.
You can see them all moving over. It's interesting that we see so much of the TP on AD carries now as well, and the heal coming through for the supports. What is the logical line here to go for your TP on your AD carry, as opposed to getting the heal and then having an Ignite or an Exhaust on your support?
I think it's especially when you look at the fact that you don't necessarily need the double combat spells to play out your laning phase. I mean, even this lane, right? you are looking more to set up replays, and especially when the enemy had the counter pick, like in a sense, right, they took the Ashe, they preemptively took the Karma. I think he started just saying, hey, we don't need to play to win the lane. They can't really threaten turret plates. We can't really threaten turret plates. Let's just take this more to get tempo on the map, set up for those topside plays like we'd already saw. And it definitely just gives you more flexibility throughout the game.
So it's basically just saying, hey, we forego the laning phase. We're good.
Exactly.
Except they didn't forego the laning phase at the end because Wei had so much pressure on that bottom side that they just destroyed the laning phase instead.
And even the fact that JackeyLove and Nuyanja were just making mistakes, right? They were just getting hit by every binding. So Xiaoxi playing well, JackeyLove and Nuyanja making mistakes, and they're the one with combat summoners, is the funny part.
Yeah, that's not a fight that they should be winning, as Xiaoxi goes for a 1v1 with Xiaobai. It's not one that he can consistently win there. Does mean the Wei now gets to go for this Ocean Drake, and you know, I said it as a positive earlier. The top esports had got the first 2 Drakes. And that it was going to be an Ocean Soul, so that could be good for top esports. But actually, when they're this far behind, oh my goodness. Everything was already used. So that was the long-range pick potential we were talking about. And JackeyLove ain't going to get any tankier. They're going to get more damage. It's only going to get worse for him.
I'm still saying I would have loved 3rd item death cap coming out from Wei. I'm just going to keep saying that. I love that build. But
hey,
looks
well,
like we're
he could finish a Morello, yeah, so that would still be 3rd item death cap.
I guess 2.5 item death cap. The Oblivion Orb is always nice, but you know, oh well. Wei's still going to do a ton of damage in these fights, and I guess he probably got another Dark Harvest staff from JackeyLove.
Here we go. Top esports deciding it's time to make a play, but Fun, he's real quick. He has the Ghost from the mid lane. He's got a Dead Man's Plate, and he's running at the speed of light.
I mean, this is going to be tough, right? Because we see them looking for the pick on the side with having the double TP. Obviously, use the Realm Warp in that situation, but picking off Fun's going to be so hard. It's extremely tanky at this point already, having the Dead Man's Plate, and even just the Bombing Cinder sure doesn't have any magic resist. But as you saw, he has the Ghost. He has the ultimate as well. He has the Flash still up. Oh, you see Eastern bot lane coming.
Yeah, Knight could be the one in trouble this time around. He's pushed too far out. Doesn't have the Realm Warp because he used that to try and make a play elsewhere with a Hextech Ultimatum. I mean, there's nothing he can do about that one. Doesn't matter who you are, you're going to go down in that situation. Yanja could be the next one. Ace in the hole. My goodness. And he's even got a Caitlyn emote to boot. That is beautiful.
We said Fun is undefeated on set. And that's actually going to stay true up against top esports.
I cannot believe this is what we're witnessing. Today has been a weird day, Lyric.
Like, I don't think any of us have actually like talked to you about it, but I'm sure internally we all kind of memed you for predicting W over top esports. But now you look like the big brain 5-head.
I'm feeling good about that prediction right now.
Oh, jeez.
I predicted it emotionally because I want WE to make playoffs. And that's basically the only way it's going to work now. But maybe it works. Maybe they do win because, although I will say, it does feel like it was Jomung that kind of fell apart in the most recent series, so I don't know. I honestly have no idea who wins that anymore. But it should have been top esports as a heavy favorite. Anyway, let's take another look.
Yep, we see them, you know, like, Knight's already pretty much confirmed dead, right? He got locked down, Fun was there, the TP was committed. I'm surprised he does so much damage. Again,
I love Caitlyn.
This is IE into rapid fire, still hitting like a truck. I think he also did have the agility cloak for even, for even extra crits.
So he had like 70% crit chance. So, you know, like, this is the thing. If your headshot crits, you do nutso damage. There is no armor there for you, Yanja. He'd already used his shield, so, like, that is what happens. That is how Caitlyn functions. Interesting that we are going to see the double Zeal build coming through. I've been actually playing a bit of Caitlyn recently, trying them out. It really does feel better having the double VF sword build.
Well, and the thing is, right, it's not even weird for the LPL anymore. I saw some fans like calling it troll, like, oh, you know, this isn't cool, why are they doing this? But we see it every game. Like, it's not something that if you're watching LPL you should think is weird. Sure, you can question, is it better than the BF sword build? I don't think so. I think community sentiment is right now that feels better for Kate, but still, LPL pros aren't doing it. And we're going to live in that world. We do live in that world.
We do live in that world. I don't think, like, here's the thing, right? I don't think that the difference is so massive that it's like, I don't think players should be being flamed for building Double Zeal Caitlyn. Like, Double Zeal Caitlyn still does great damage, still got great late game, it's still fantastic. Like, in fact, we're not even going to see Double Zeal Caitlyn. As much as we're talking about it, Wink just going with a really late BF sword and an early crit cape. Which usually you see it the other way around. Usually if you're building BF sword, you build the AD first and then crit later.
I don't like seeing players flame for decisions like this regardless, which might sound weird as someone who, criticizes some player decisions.
It is your job, to be fair.
Yes. And yeah.
But I agree with your sentiment, though. Like, so much of this is down to personal preference on top of everything else, because ultimately, especially if you're, like, let's say you're Wink, for example, you have played so much Caitlyn over the years, like, you are used to a certain amount of attack speed. Like, when you build differently, it does feel like a different champion sometimes, especially if you're, like, double Zeal items for crit 80 carries has been standard for literally, like, 8 years.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to get used to not having that.
Yeah, breaking, like, such ingrained habits. But Top Esports coming in, 369 doing a good job of understanding he has to be the one to base check.
Here we go, got a bit of a team fight as well. That's going to be Wei going down, but he's caught this, so he doesn't really mind all too much. Yanja, the next one to fall, the long-range damage, but he actually survives in the end of things now. E-Star trying to continue the play as Knight zips on out, but Karsa can't get into the ulti. It's going to be 2 for 1 in favor of E-Star.
And I mean, that's just what happens when you have a card this. And actually, even if Wei had, like, flashed onto Top Esports before he died, I actually feel like they would have come out with so much more. But still, sure, you do pick off the jungler, but guess what? They are still going to get this Ocean Drake. They got 2 kills, one of them onto your 80 carry, who, again, as this game goes on, Jackie Love is going to be such a huge part having the Karma to buff him up to deal all this damage. And I think E-Star is still comfortably in the driver's seat. I mean, they're still 6K gold ahead.
Yeah, they're feeling fantastic. I mean, they won the fight as well, even though Wei went down first. Like, they still won everything.
Again, luckily, they do get him far enough to where his E and Q aren't really able to do anything in the fight despite being dead. They keep going forward. Nice block coming out from Karsa, but still, they do move forward here.
So it's important to mention as well that even though he didn't get the kill onto Yanja, because Yanja went down anyway, he still got the Dark Harvest proc. It was low enough that he still got that extra stack of Dark Harvest.
Karsa not going through the Realm Warp, securing that kill for E-Star. Now E-Star going to transition this into some vision topside.
Top Esports are looking to make a play here.
But hey, there's the completed double BF sword item that we talked about.
I love this. This is the kind of play we need to see out of them. Arrow goes on through. Xiaobai's the target, but he's Camille. See you later, says Xiaobai. And, well, I liked it conceptually. It did not work out.
And now we talked about, right, Camille's pressure in the side lane, so we see Xiaobai heading down there. They push out these waves. They're going to continuously have threat on top side. And the thing is, I expect Top Esports to keep looking for these plays where they send both Knight and 369 to answer, because if just one of them is left in a side lane with the Camille, we need to remember that Karthus ult will be available soon. Even just Wink leaning down to, get that ultimate could lead to someone dying. So they're going to definitely need numerous members to deal with him. Luckily for now, Top Esports have both TPs up. So if E-Star do go for a Baron here, they will be able to react accordingly.
They'll be able to react, but I don't know if they can win the fight if they do react here. And let's just reiterate that the Baron threat from a Karthus, especially a fed Karthus, is terrifying. They can burn that Baron down so damn quick. Blue buff getting low here. 369 is the one to finish it off. Xiaobai decided not to commit fully to the contest there.
And I think E-Star are fine to just keep playing this game out at this pace, right? Keep having Xiaobai pressure in the side lane, just have fun trying to answer waves top. Keep threatening this Baron, and I'd say hopefully force out some teleports. And here's the play we talked about with Knight looking for a play bot lane.
Yeah, Knight has the Realm Warp available, but it looks like Xiaobai are going to completely respect this one. And this is not just like a disappointing performance so far from Top Esports. This is also a surprisingly great performance coming out from E-Star. Like, E-Star have looked real bad this split. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's been rough. But this game, they're looking fantastic. Like, I mean, mechanics have been on point. The team play's been on point.
Especially the 2v2 in the bot lane, I think, was, exceptional. Because as we talked about, we saw the same matchup the other day where the Ashe and Karma just did so much work, but we saw Xiaoxi hitting those key skill shots. Wink had the trust, was comboing those into some nice traps, and they found so many kills, rotated that pressure around the map to stack up these objectives, and now they're looking good. Also, Wei just got a Void Staff, so again, only getting stronger and stronger. Still not really much MR. There's a Hex Drinker on Jackie Love, so as well as the Athenes on Yanja, of course, so it is making sense, what the build he's going towards, and only one stack of the Dark Seal, but hey, doesn't matter.
That's okay. He gets away with it. The Void Staff, though, is just... It's like insult to injury, honestly, at this point. Like, there was already so little about it, and he's like, ha ha ha. Even if you buy it, it doesn't matter. Jakilov going to be hoping that that Hex Drinker will save him. Worth mentioning as well, he can build more now. More was banned during 10-14. It is back. They can build more. There's no more bugs, so it's not like the Hex Drinker removes an item from his build entirely.
Nope, and we see E-Star going back to that play that we talked about, right? Just continue to have Xiaobai pressure in the side lane. And again, I want to see them pressure Baron, try to force out a TP now, or even just let Xiaobai win in that 1v1 trade.
The Wall of Pain as well does give vision over that wall, so nicely done there by Wei to make sure that they know exactly what Karsa is doing.
Ooh, 369?
It's on to Wei, but Xiaoxi gets in with the Mikhails, knocks up across the wall here as Wink is getting real low already in this fight. They need to be cautious, but 369 doesn't have much follow-up from the rest of his team. Now they go in. Now they're looking for kills. Wei, the first one to go down. Fun pulls someone else out of the fight as Xiaoxi just snipes Karsa out. Top Esports, 1-for-1. This is the best it's looked all game for them, except that was 4v5.
Xiaobai is taking an inhibitor, and great execution coming from E-Star. We set up this play for the past 5 minutes. Hey, this is available. Great to see from them pulling 369.
Xiaoxi won't even let them recall. He's not letting them go anywhere. The inhib went down. Xiaobai gets away scot-free, and another Ocean Drake's about to spawn. 3
Ocean Drakes for the side of E-Star, especially when you do want to play these fights, you know, very, very long, very extended with the Caitlyn and the Lux. I mean, they absolutely love this.
Give me more of this composition. I want to see other teams playing this kind of composition, because I saw the Karthus, I saw the Caitlyn look, so I was like, oh, this is going to be a little bit silly. This is going to be a bit of a funny game. This is looking disgusting. This is looking so strong.
And it's so nice, too, because a big problem with Karthus is when you have, like, let's say you have a bunch of losing matchups and you can't just, you know, have your jungler invaders, things like that, but their bot lane's setting up nicely. We see good setup from 369. A bit of a whoopsie with the E right there, but, you know, we'll let that one slide. We see them running forward. Wei does end up going down. Fun so close, but actually the showstopper not even taking the ultimates. Huh. I didn't know he dodged out on Karthus art.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he didn't have the above his head.
Cool. I guess he's on target ball, right?
Yeah.
So if you're, you have to already be mid showstopper when Karthus presses R.
Which he was.
Which he was in that example.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is, like, you'd have to do an exceptional amount of predicting work to be able to do it to dodge the ultimate.
It would have to be the enemy, obviously, electing into it.
You've already been targeted when the laser is above your head, so I think you still take damage if that's already gone through. Speaking of damage, that's a lot of long-range damage from E-Star. As Top Esports try and rush this Baron, it's not going to work for them.
Xiaobai has TP as well, so he can be here.
Or he can just not TP, just stay in the bottom lane and end the game. E-Star are just going to play interference here. They won't allow Top Esports to recall. And if Top Esports does recall, then E-Star just take Baron instead. We've seen a TP from Knight to make sure that the base doesn't fall here, but now Knight is stuck in this space. There's a TP being channeled as well from Wink. They're just going to end the game. They're just going to kill Knight, get into the base. Wink annihilates towers. This game is over. At 30 minutes, E-Star have just destroyed Top Esports.
Top Esports just got stopped by E-Star. Like, LGD just got stopped by LNG. Man, the last week of LPL is actually insane.
The results that we have had this week are just bonkers.
And they do not look like a lot of our top teams who, you know, went down in matches that they were okay with. Knight looked absolutely pissed.
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame him.
Yeah,
recently.
I'd be mad too.
The recent performance out of Top Esports has been disastrous. I don't know what is going wrong with this team. I don't know what is going on internally with this team, but, like, just not on the same page. And the fact that E-Star are 2v2ing in the bottom lane against Jakilov Yuyanji, like, Jakilov is theoretically the star player of this team, and consistently he is losing in lane.
I mean, I feel like Jakilov is now, like, Jakilov had the shy factor to him for a while, despite the fact that he was playing bad. We're like, it's, you know, he's Jakilov, like, he'll do better, it's okay, still the best. And now I think we're way past that. I think Jakilov is, you know, fair game for all criticism. And when we set up Top Esports comp out of draft, you said, who needs to accelerate? We said, okay, they want to accelerate through bot lane, especially at that level 6 mark with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They didn't even get there. They got 2v2 killed at, like, level 4.
Yeah.
And then from there,
And then Wei just arrives.
Yeah, like, and Karsa then couldn't find any opportunities anywhere because, hey, you're not going to really find a gank out of the Set. He tried a few times, but Set's an extremely safe champion in the mid lane, right? You throw your Haymaker, the wave's gone, you just kind of posture back, you build tanky. Killing top, not really much of an option. We did see them try a little bit, but once again, couldn't find it. It's like all of their eggs were in the bot lane basket this game with this comp. They weren't able to execute, and then, hey, again, you let Karthus snowball, you let Karthus scale, you let Camille scale, Caitlyn got massive as well, and, I mean, E-Star looked good.
Yeah, I mean, like, beyond, like, 10 minutes, basically, it felt like this was somewhat a done deal. Like, E-Star managed to win after the first 2 dragons, but even those dragons, that was just Karsa taking it, while E-Star takes everything else around the rest of the map. They took both of the heralds, they were able to take so many turret plates early on as well.
I also don't feel like this game was necessarily Karsa's fault. We see his low damage, but again, it feels like with how these drafts interacted, with how the very early game panned out, I honestly don't know what Top Esports could have done differently in the mid game. Like,
yeah.
Again, your Ryze is now so far away from being online. Your Ornn's tankiness and the ability to soak for JackeyLove doesn't matter because we saw he was actually doing a pretty decent job frontline in some of these fights, but you just don't have the damage to win the fights.
Yeah, just honestly, I'm kind of speechless. I love how Yanja had exactly 10 more damage than Karsa in that game as well. But I mean, it is a Karma bugging in lane, and Karsa, when you're Lee Sin and every lane is losing, and like, what do you do? How do you gank? Like, Lee Sin all-ins, that's how he does damage. If you can't ever all-in, you're not going to deal any damage, right?
Right, the thing is he tried. We did see him many times hovering around mid, try to set up, but I mean, your Ryze Lee Sin up against a Set. Ryze doesn't really have any damage in the early levels, and we already said Set's extremely tanky. And sure, maybe we could go back with a fine tooth and comb and try to find like an opportunity where it can gank top, but at the same time, even if this Ornn had more items, had been tankier, you still had no damage coming out from Knight and JackeyLove.
I don't know what getting a slightly tankier Ornn does for you in this game, honestly. I don't know. Top Esports back to the drawing board here. E-Star, look at the best they've looked all split when it's way too late to look good. What is it with our bottom teams suddenly looking good once they're out of playoff contention? I don't know, but either way, we're going to go to game number 2. We're going to a quick break. We'll see if E-Star can keep this ball rolling, but Top Esports, you've got to get it together, guys.
EDG 的比率，稍微有点保守了，
确实，就挺中肯的，
很中肯吧。这里推到，但伤害不高，
反手接大招，熊大招规避往回退。正面两边的上单都在上半区，但是奥恩在往正面走。小翔实际上是有踢的，正面又打起来了。之后想打远距离开大，但是直接被巴德定住了。阿卡丽又进来杀人了，先把熊给宰掉。TP God 交出自己的闪现往后拉，但是巴德一个非常精准的定住了2个人，这一波直接把下半区的所有人全部杀光。
艾康没有闪现的被逮到，巴德一个大招想救援一下，但是这个位置走不掉了。后续怎么说还在拉开，没有死啊，反而这边鳄鱼先死了。
马老师偷到发现大招是拉空了，后续定住了马老师，马老师这位置应该是跑不了了。寒冰剑直接又是命中泰坦，泰坦开启自己的10万甲，第一时间还是比较肉的，应该是想要卖自己了。这波其实没有必要来看的，阿卡丽有个假阵在塔下，感觉变成3个人也有操作空间，挺难死的。
就别让小学弟出来操作，其实就不
杰杰有想法，这里偷来的一个羊撞3D，直接撞到闪现的位置。
哇，这小预判操作起来了呀，小翔。
但是直接把你第一个人给打残了之后，骚扰是没有办法第一时间赶回来的。结果看到你一直下露头了，直接想要开，马老师身上是有有闪的。问题也不是很大，
没那么好追。
还靠是七七想要过来留闸一行，直接把人推了回来。推回来之后，宝石先倒了。不过红色方的这几个怎么说？马老师还在去追 Hacker， 不过自己在被艾瑞克一直点 W 接上杀兵的一发出，
埋葬他们，
控制自己，掌控敌人。
那这个位置就没有一个特别能卖的人蓝色方。
队伍这边也没有兵线压力，想直接抓老龙，打的速度还比较快。
小翔绕后了，
手枪绕后，
绕后过来，卡牌也飞到了后方，这是一个蓝色方的4方包夹。
韩冰是没有闪现的，想支持小东北，交一个金身。后续这边3分地也非常危险，
哇，位置非常好，直接把韩冰给秒掉了。卡牌一发，黄牌定住了 PP 杠的被逼出闪现，正面2坨肉在人堆里面不停的挨打，不停的刮痧，刮疯了，疯狂的刮痧，直接。
但是大哥倒了，也不能接了。威武这边其他3个人还想再操作一下，直接交一个闪现拉开。
EZ 还在
两边都有惩戒的，想拼一下惩戒，但是不给微微机会，微微这边非常危险，直到拿下了一个巨魔的人头。
远处小东北一个飞行拉空了，
也克。
Your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you will see the light. Open up your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me, I will follow you. Reflecting in the water, I thought we were young, and nothing really matters. Openings night, everything is cool. Open up your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you will see the light. Open up your heart in front of the sun. Open up your arms, is it for the fun? If you follow me, I will follow you. When I saw your lips reflecting in the water, I thought we were young, and nothing really matters. Electricity, you and me. You should come and fly. We should be happy. Openings night, everything is cool. And open up your mind and it's understood. If you close your eyes, you see the light.
Welcome back, gamers. We're in topsy-turvy land today in the LPL, as we've had 2 series where we have extreme underdogs against extreme favorites. And so far, the favorites have looked disastrous in every single game. I'm Munchables. This is Lyric. Lyric, can you explain to me anything that has happened so far today? Because I'm just bewildered at this point.
We have the 3rd place team against the 15th place team. We have a team that we were talking about winning Worlds 2 weeks ago, losing to E-Star in a very dominant fashion. I don't know how to explain it either. Again, we see Top Esports struggling with the same problems consistently that we have seen. I also feel like this was a very creative draft from E-Star that honestly does very well against what Top Esports picked up themselves.
I love the draft from E-Star. I love the play from E-Star. And I love that they have assessed, hey, look, this is how Top Esports have lost games across the course of this split. Let's abuse that exact weakness. Let's focus on the bottom side and just snowball from there. They did it, worked perfectly. And beyond that, I mean, after 10 minutes into the game, it seemed like it was already over.
Oh, it definitely did. I mean, we had like a 2-0 or 2-0-1 Karthus, something like that. He was scaling up, getting those massive items. Wink was getting massive on the Caitlyn. We saw even, I think it was like 12, 13 minutes into the game, where we saw the combo of the Lux ult plus the Caitlyn ultimate with the Karthus Requiem. And I mean, JackeyLove was like on like 5% HP or something.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the combination happening a couple of times. JackeyLove, as you say, like barely surviving in the mid lane. We saw not even the combination. We saw just Caitlyn being really strong against Yu Yanja, where he gets one headshot that does more than half of his health, and then ace in the hole to finish it off. His long-range composition, I'm loving it. I kind of want to run it in Nexus Blitz or something, try it out with a few mates.
Also to mention, our MVP that game was Wink, which I feel like was very expected, honestly.
Yeah.
Very expected.
Probably should have mentioned MVP.
You know, their whole team was kind of an MVP. Their coaching staff, their draft. Like,
I feel like Wei could have got it as well, honestly, on the Karthus. He had a really, really good game. Also, Xiaobai. Xiaobai's Camille was great this game. Like, he put so much threat on.
He did get pretty hard stomped in lane, but as we said, Carson did make his way up there a couple of times. But
he also like took the inhib and then won the game.
He did.
So
he did do that.
I'd say he made up for the laning phase, to be honest.
Well, top esports coach still very jovial. E-Star, on the other hand, extremely serious. Here to take care of business. Take out the trash.
Which is kind of the wrong way around, I would say.
Yeah.
You'd expect that top esports would be in serious mode after getting destroyed quite like that. And well now I've said that.
JackeyLove.
Yeah, JackeyLove's not looking happy.
Yeah.
Not looking happy, but we'll see. E-Star looking for their 4th win of the split here. This is their 2nd to last series remaining. Same story for top esports. And let's remember, top esports, if they can win this series, guarantee at least top 3 for the split. But now into the bans, top esports, they're like, all right, you've had enough of this Wink. We're taking the Caitlyn off the board.
I wonder if they're going to take away the set or not. So now that Volibear's banned, I'd say set is actually a decent first pick since it can go into the jungle role. But 6-0 on the set pick now for Fun.
Yeah. Yep, the set mid is looking pretty fantastic. Fun. We've seen it time and time again. I'm not surprised. Like, there is a lot of teams that are happy to lock in the set in the first rotation of red side anyway, so for E-Star, it's just increasingly valuable because they play it so much in that mid lane.
And the thing is, it's not necessarily like you think that game, right? Like, what did Set do? It's the fact that Set is so good at facilitating these other champions in the way that E-Star like to play as a team, right? We said just push the wave, ignore it, really supports way, unlocks his champion pool as well because he can pick things like the Karthus, like the Echo, like the Nidalee we've seen many times. So it's a champion that is phenomenal for them.
And it's one of the weird things about, like, we always talk about this set as a flex pick, but for specifically E-Star, other than Fun, it is only Xiaoxi that has played it. And he played 1 game of it in support. So it's almost not a flex pick for E-Star.
It's also been banned quite a lot against them ever since people realized, hey, wait, they're 5-0 on this. Let's stop giving this over. So we have seen Set Jungle come back to prominence in like really recent weeks. So they haven't gotten a chance to flex it. Maybe they will now. But hey, why not just keep going with something that works?
We're going to see the Azir here for Knight, and we're going to see the Nautilus for Yu Yanja. So a bit of a stronger laning phase, hopefully, from top esports with Yu Yanja on something that he's very comfortable with. The Nautilus is his most played of the split. And JackeyLove obviously having this Ashe that's been just incredibly high priority throughout the year.
Especially when, E-Star have already taken the Ezreal, right? They're not signaling that they're going to opt into the same kind of draft this time around. But hey, we are now getting to see Wei's Echo. Could still potentially be in the mid lane, but we have seen Wei play this champion 5 times.
Isn't it so weird that with specifically E-Star, with Set and Echo locked in early on in the draft, you're like, all right, this is Echo jungle and this is Set mid. There are very few teams around the world that would play it this way around.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, again, just they're like the idiosyncrasies to E-Star are so nice because they have so many weird picks. We've already seen like the Shen support and things of that nature. So I wonder where they're going to go. We also see like Poppy top. E-Star just have a lot of interesting elements to them as a team. But now I want to see where they go with the support role because typically into a Nautilus, you would see something like a Leona come out. That's something we could see. We've already seen the Bard banned, so maybe the Leona is the other kind of obvious thing to take away. But we could also see something like a Shen that we've signaled because it does pair so well with the Echo, then gives Echo a lot of like room to dive onto the backline with safety.
So we're going to see just junglers banned here by eStar and supports banned by Top Esports, trying to remove Xiaoxi's pool a little bit. But if you actually think about Xiaoxi and what he's been most successful on over the course of this year, it's been things like the Thresh. Even the Blitzcrank is one of the champions that he really made a name for himself in Spring League.
Ooh, and this would be quite interesting. Obviously, you have a lot of potential to bully in the laning phase. You have this, double poke lane with Ezreal Lux, but you're going to feel a lot of threat, obviously, from the Nautilus dredge line. The key is to, whittle them down early enough in the lane so that doesn't become a factor.
Yeah, if you can get that poke down earlier on, then just deny the all-in before it ever happens. And one little sneaky thing that I can point out for you guys. FunFun currently has the Ghost Hovered, which is the summoner he uses with the set mid. So there is no doubt in my mind now that that is definitely going to be the set in the mid lane. We're going to see 369 go for this Renekton, this blind in the top lane. And then Nidalee has made it a long way through this draft, which I didn't notice actually. So Karsa can grab himself a very high priority jungler.
Yeah, and we did see the Nidalee picked up by Top Esports against RNG, and it did not work out. RNG, that was one of the games where they got stomped. They were actually playing set mid themselves that game, so that could have been quite the issue this time around. Obviously, Knight is on a carry champion, but we have elements of scaling in this comp. We have elements of acceleration coming out from the Nidalee and the Renekton. I still say Top Esports comp is very mid-game focused with kind of how it rounds out holistically, but Knight obviously has way more room to carry this game.
We are going to see the Ornn as the final pick here for Xiaobai. So very much a similar composition, honestly, coming out from eStar, where you've still got this set mid, you've still got an AP carry from the jungle from Wei, you've still got Wink on a somewhat long-range AD carry that he can poke away on and follow up with all-ins. And we still have, like, a good amount of serious pick potential on the side of eStar.
That's the thing is, I actually think it is, like, very similar. The fact that you also have a winning bot lane matchup, right? The Lux should do quite well into the Nautilus issues. You rack up levels, you can't start whittling them down. Going to set up Wei in the jungle quite well. Fun. Again, going to ignore Azir in the mid lane. Then we're going to start seeing these aggressive skirmishes around bot side, which is very reminiscent to Spring eStar, where they were extremely successful.
I feel like eStar, even if they haven't had that great performance across the course of this split, I just love that they have their own style.
Yep.
I love teams that draft the way that they want to draft, pick champions that they're good at, make their own style, and make their own little corner of the LPL. Same story for WE. That's the reason I fell in love with WE in the very first place. And it feels like eStar have, over the course of this split, really dug out that niche for themselves.
It's funny, too, because it's actually very reminiscent to WE's playstyle, right? We have the Echo coming out. We have an AD mid laner, which is meant for supporting the jungler. And it could make sense, right? As we've seen Crying leave the roster, then bring in FunFun to be more of a supportive mid laner. And their star player all split long has been Wei. Even early on the split when Xiaoxi was slumping, Wei was the one performing. It's great to see. And we also know, eStar aren't going to play around top side. Xiaobai is a very limited champion pool. They are mostly tank champions. It is quite well on them.
He certainly does. Xiaobai, I mean, when you think about Xiaobai coming into the LPL, it was all about the Ornn. It was even about the Maokai, if you remember, up in the top lane. So very much a tank player to his core. So let's get on to Summoner's Rift then for game number 2. And let's see what Top Esports have up their sleeves here, because they have got to get a win. A win here guarantees, or at least a win in this series, guarantees them top 3 in the LPL moving into playoffs. But if they lose here, it's possible for them to get overtaken by teams like, for example, Suning.
Yeah, definitely. And we do see the Colonel's opinion. And I agree, right? We already talked about how Top Esports have a bit of a more early-centered composition coming out with the Nidalee, Renekton, and the Ashe. And even this Azir, we see Knight opting into lethal tempo, which signals to me, right, he knows he's not going to be poking out FunFun in the laning phase, not going for that Comet. Lethal tempo does give way more control over the lane and being able to push right with that attack speed that you get, and going to do much better in these kind of set team fights later in the game. So I think this was a good choice coming out from Knight.
I love that we have double Dark Harvest in the jungle as well. It's like these guys want to snowball. These guys want to get some early kills, get some early stacks, and really deal out a lot of damage later on. You mentioned it in the draft. This Dark Harvest Echo, very much a call out to Beisheng on WE, who he was playing this all over the place in Spring, having great success with it as well. And let's bear in mind, Beisheng is the jungler that knocked eStar out of playoffs back in Spring, and it was using this Echo pick.
Definitely was, and it's great to see the adaptation. The Nidalee one is more interesting to me that we've seen most pros and even people in solo queue going with Dark Harvest lately rather than the Electrocute, signaling they do want to, start that snowball on. And We've already talked about how much more damage it can give you later on in the game. Of course, Electrocute does give you more immediate damage early on in the game.
And once again, we're looking at this Lux in the bottom lane. It's a lot of lane presence, but also going with the Aftershock this time, not the Guardian, so get a lot of tanky stats when you do land that light binding, and it could help if Yuyanja does find that all-in opportunity.
Yep, great for all-ins, great at also countering ganks, right? You throw out the CC, you get the Aftershock, gives you the safety to walk away with all the resistances you do have. So I do like it. We also saw, I pointed this out, I think it was Tucson picked it up in the LCK when we saw him pick up the champion, so I like it. I like eStar's draft once again. It's very interesting. I want to see if Top Esports can get this rolling. They obviously have push in the top and mid lane, so you would expect some heavy aggression to come out from Karsa on that half of the map. As always, their bot lane, I'd say, is very, like, at 6, it's just assured kill pressure, to where early on, you can still look for it. If you can set the Lux behind, that's massive, because then it does become hard to overextend in lane. But it is obviously relying on you hitting that dredge line with Yuyanja. Or I guess you could even just flash and, you know, hit your passive as well, but that shouldn't just be as easy as I just said it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, when it comes down to execution, it's never that simple. It's never as easy as that, which is what eStar were thinking in game number 1, but it did seem to be as easy as that. They did seem to just land every single binding, follow up, and get easy kills. So maybe it is as easy as that in this series, at least. Wei moving towards the mid lane here, trying to get on towards Knight, who seems aware of the situation, hovering towards the top side where Karsa is on the Scuttle Crab right now.
He's just doing a great job. Like, even if he doesn't exactly know where Wei is, he knows 90% probability that Wei is towards the bot side. His jungler's right above him himself, so great job hovering. eStar clearing out vision, trying to put a bit of threat onto Top Esports bot lane.
Oh, this is nice coming out from Yuyanja, punishing Shousey, trying to bait with the ward, and Yuyanja does have to flash. Obviously, Wei was off to the side. And now, JackeyLove stepping quite far forward here, trying to get damage out. He's just sacrificed his own life. At least there's an answer from Yuyanja, but JackeyLove, that was just terrible.
Yeah, that was massive. And the play from Shousey was so beautiful to see the flash binding, but let's go down in the end.
And, you know, this comes from a place of love. I love Top Esports. I want them to succeed, but this kind of play is just not going to cut it. Xiaobai dodging everything for now. 369 gets the stun onto him under the tower here. Just gets out with his life.
Yeah, Xiaobai missing the headbutt as well, but hey, Knight had the TP, so it doesn't feel like it mattered anyway, even had you been able to knock a few members of Top Esports up. So nice execution coming from them. And the great thing is, since JackeyLove has TP, even though he went down, so you'd be like, oh, well, AD carry went down, so eStar overall still were the ones who benefit. Guess what? He didn't miss any CS or XP, so they're going to feel fine overall in the bot lane.
Yeah, all things considered, Top Esports actually trading positively because it did go 1-for-1 in the end.
And this was so nice because this was a definite bait from Shousey to walk forward to force this trade, and they do get the flash shot, so overall this was a win, but they turn around, they realize JackeyLove, hey, JackeyLove aggressively stepping forward. As always, Exhaust comes out. Nice flash bind coming in, but, you know, great dredgeline coming out from Yuyanja to at least pick up something in return.
I don't know what he expected. Like, there are 3 of them there. There is CC there. He didn't even get a chance to flash.
Earlier in the day, me and Munchos were talking about Top Esports' problems, in that this is one of them, right? That all of their lanes do like to play aggressive, and it sets up very easy to punish them on one side of the map, and typically Top Esports are bad at reacting. And, you know, Munchos was like, oh, hey, that sounds like a very easy problem to fix. Yeah. But I said, but we just don't see them fix it, right? We just keep seeing them going for a lot of these aggressive plays still, and
oh, no. Wei's moving over. He knows they're going to continue to play aggressive, and he is more than happy to punish them for it. He's going to be hanging around in the tri-brush, maybe look for a lane gank here. Yuyanja just goes wide.
Karsa is on the bot side as well, though.
Let's bear in mind, Shousey is real good at baiting. We saw it in that last play. Got the binding, got the aftershock, and made sure that he couldn't go down when Yuyanja went in onto him. Karsa's moving over. Wei's already here.
Yep, so we see eStar going for this fun is already making his way over as well, though. Knight doesn't have TP. Knight is putting pressure in mid, forcing him back. I mean, if Top Esports are able to, you know, hit a dredge line, I would expect him to come out ahead in the 3v3.
Shousey stepping forwards here. Remember, with that aftershock, he is deceptively tanky. And Top Esports realize they can't go for that wing. Actually, he's forward, but he is winning this trade so damn well. It's usually JackeyLove on the Ezreal doing this, but he's getting a taste of his own medicine.
JackeyLove's eating every single skill shot. Overall, doesn't matter, though, because We saw FunFun hover down, which allowed Knight to push out the wave, which gave them the pressure to secure this Drake. 369 is heading down as well, but I don't know. Feels a bit lucky for the side of Top Esports, honestly. I wouldn't say lucky, but I mean, Jackie Love should not be allowed to get away with this.
He can keep getting away with this. I mean, he's not. He has died once this game already.
True.
And I'm anticipating that maybe we have a continued amount of presence towards that bottom side from Wei, but Crystalline Arrow has been grabbed, and there's going to be a nice, simple pick here for the side of Top Esports.
And that's what we talked about earlier, guys. At level 6, it just becomes such a guaranteed kill for TES. I mean, Yu Yanja's not even level 6 yet, which is where it becomes even easier because you have point-and-click CC. So nice job by TES to recognize this, but in response, E-Star already making their way to prep the Herald and steal away a blue buff.
Well, I was saying that he wasn't getting away with it, but I guess he is getting away with it because they are now winning the bottom lane. He'll be able to reset. He'll be able to grab himself a Cutlass, I'd imagine. Or in fact, just boots and an extra longsword. So now he can return to that lane. He's going to be feeling really good. And it's worth mentioning as well, tier 2 boots on Ashe feels really, really good because of the extra damage you get from your passive.
Yep, definitely does. I would agree with that. And, you know, moving over to the other side of the map, we see Yanja pathing towards mid lane. They don't have any wards on top side, so I expect he wants to shadow with Karsa to help him secure that vision, you know, make sure that he doesn't face check like Wei and FunFun.
So we kind of reset for a second here. Top Esports, though, this time around actually having a lead for themselves, having 2,000 gold, surprisingly, early on here. A bit of a bigger lead than you'd have expected, considering the amount of kills, but able to get some CS leads across the board. And importantly, Karsa getting some of this early gold, considering the fact that he's the one that ran this Dark Harvest in the jungle on the Nidalee as well. It was really important for him to get an early lead.
Yeah, he's doing a great job so far, right? We see a big part of their gold advantage is in the top lane, coming out from that dive where they killed Xiaobai, and obviously part of it being in the bot lane where they've picked up 2 kills onto Xiaoxi. So they're going to have this Rift Herald, which they can use to accelerate the game. I expect Karsa to start making his way bot now because it's very obvious that E-Star is setting up this play.
It feels like every time we see someone set up, Jackie Love immediately steps forward to try and get a minion. He's going to be punished by losing his flash, but immediately they grab a kill onto Wei. Beautifully done there. Great arrow and great follow-up from Yu Yanja.
Yeah, great response. And now, I mean, Karsa feeling no threat, just going to farm up his jungle. And I'm kind of surprised he didn't just turn to look mid, you know, drop Rift Herald instantly. Sure, the turret's not low at all, but even being able to start whittle that one down,
I think he wants to give the gold to Jackie Love.
That is what always happens, right? Even if Top Esports draft a comp that, you know, wants to split push for 369, get some gold on him. We talk about all the ways that it's so much better in mid lane. Top Esports almost always give Rift Herald to Jackie Love.
Oh, Jackie Love's been caught. The long range damage. Oh my goodness.
That was just not well played from E-Star, though, right?
That was beautiful.
That was just Xiaoxi, you know, nice cheeky play coming from the brush.
It's such a nice combo as well. Like, you land the light vine, the damage comes out from Xiaoxi, Wink able to follow up with the ult, but then also getting in range to get that tip of the very range of the Q.
It's so funny how, like, truly Jackie Love has become, like, the shine in the sense, even, like, other teams being like, hey, the way we beat Top Esports is camping bot. And we just see it done consistently now.
And we see it work consistently as well. We see him consistently step way too far forward. And at this point, it's kind of expected. If you're a Top Esports fan watching this game, this is kind of how you expect the bot lane to go, right? Maybe they'll make some great outplays, but ultimately Jackie Love is going to step too far forward. He's going to be punished.
I like that we see 369 going for the Blade of the Ruin King build rather than just going on Black Cleaver. So TS even very aware that, hey, like, we're playing to speed up this game. We're playing to snowball across the map. And actually, we're seeing something we talked about the opposite of. We said Karsa won't give 369, you know, the Rift Herald and set up these long side lanes when he wants to abuse them. This game, they're doing it.
Going to go for that. And I can understand why as well, because he's going for this Blade of the Ruin King. This also has a lot more significant side lane pressure than you'd usually see from this Renekton when we see the Black Cleaver build that we so often see in the top lane. And 369 has been winning out the matchup so far. You can expect him to keep that going.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what 369 does now. We have Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. Does he just recall and start walking straight towards Drake? That's what I would expect from TS. You also have all your tools available, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Emperor's Divide all up. So I definitely want to see TS go for this one.
Well, we're going to dive in the bottom side here. Face Breaker goes through. Jackie Love is already gone. Yu Yanja will be the next one to fall as Fun doesn't quite get out with his life. But you know what? 2 for 1. E-Star are happy to take that.
I also love how Fun just like casually walks in. Like he doesn't like posture for a better angler. Nope, he just walks down. Once he's in range, uses the showstopper. Great job picking up both kills. And now E-Star should be able to pick up this dragon. But Karsa, very sneaky.
Yeah, he would love to go for a steal here. It's going to be the same level as Wei. So in terms of smites, it's going to be an even one.
Jackie Love.
Maybe he can just go for Wink instead. The dragon goes down, looking for Xiaoxi here. Wink jumps away with his life. Carson trying to finish off this kill. And they're going to be able to do it because 369's here as well. Xiaoxi over the wall, getting underneath the tower, but 369 ain't afraid of no tower. He's going to be bound, though. Maybe he needed to be afraid. Walks away with his life, but so does Xiaoxi.
Oh, but they're going to pick this one up, and
I mean, ooh. That's going to be an ultimate. Knocks up only Karsa. Yu Yanja's here. Gets the CC down. They gift it over. No! Titan's Wrath got it with the dot, unfortunately for them. So Jackie Love playing support Ash.
Really nice from TS to recognize, hey, you know, with Jackie Love going down, we ourselves cannot take this dragon. Let's use it to find a better position to set up the fight. I mean, Karsa so sneaky, so patient, waiting in that brush. We've talked about the utility the TP offers for AD carry. He gets the fight. 369 had already walked down here. And I mean, getting that nice injection of gold, TS are now 4K up at 13 minutes.
And you know what? I feel like this is a coming-of-age game for Yu Yanja here, where he's one of the most criticized players on this roster. People often saying that he's the weak link. Now he's the carry. He's the one grabbing the gold. He's the one grabbing the kills. You love to see it. Now he's got a stone plate very early in the game.
Yeah, he's going to be extremely... I mean, if Xiaoxi hits him with the bind, it's going to do nothing, right? He's just going to be able to ignore all the bursts coming out. But this was what we talked about, right? Fun just casually strolling down towards the bot lane, uses the showstopper, gets on top of the TS spot lane, sadly isn't able to survive. I didn't see when Xiaoxi used the shield, probably used it right when the dive commenced, but regardless, Fun does go down. They do pick up 2 kills, but great job by TS to capitalize off that with the following skirmish.
So another nice little play coming out from E-Star, and they have been proactive. I've been enjoying watching E-Star be this proactive team once more, and we usually expect E-Star to be making things happen in the early game, right? This is how the team plays, but it's good to see them finding success against a team like Top Esports. However, Top Esports have had answers each time. Oh no, this is not the fight to start right here. Arrow goes through, but Wink is going to survive, and it's 2 versus 3 now. Yu Yanja has the stone plate though, so he's tanky, and Wink goes down, flash forward. Coming out from Jackie Love, needs to figure out who to focus on this one. Fun beating him down, but Yu Yanja gets the CC out. No way do they get away with this one. 2 versus 3, the lifesteal is there. Knight arrives to finish it off. Oh my days.
And this is what we talked about with how tanky Yu Yanja is, because Fun was trying to set up for the perfect ultimate onto Yu Yanja into the team. Couldn't find the angle. He realized too late, oh god, I might as well just ult Jackie Love. I'm going to slow down his 369.
I think I was going to say he's all right, but he re-engaged onto the fight here. Wei arrives, gets a shield. Caster's off in the wings here. In the meantime, there are towers going down on the bottom side of the map.
I mean, overall, much better play coming out from TS this time around. And does feel like they went back to the break room. We saw in the... like on stage pre-game, how mad they looked, how frustrated. They're like, man, we need to win this series. Come back in, taking it, 200% serious. And, I mean, they've increased that 4K gold lead from 30 minutes ago all the way up to 6K.
And I think...
actually, 7K almost.
Yeah,
Jeez.
huge lead in favor of Top Esports here. And it's worth mentioning as well that, like... oh, hang on, I ain't got time here because Caster's moving over the wall. He's going to face check into this one. Knocked up and should be taken down here, but surviving for now. Pounces away, but that's going to be a nice little kill coming the way of Xiaobai. 369 wants to answer. Chrono break back into the play from Wei. 369 completely alone, doesn't have dominus. There's a double kill now for Xiaobai.
And overall, just nice play coming out from E-Star, right? Hiding in a brush, knowing that TS are going to look to play around this Renekton, because we already mentioned went to play the Rune King build, wants to abuse this long side lane, and giving Karsa and 369 no room to react.
And now Top Esports, they do respond with a tower in the mid lane, so they have now taken every single tier 1 tower of the game. Fun wants to contest this blue buff, but he stood on a ward. He doesn't realize it, but it's going to go down in favor of Knight. The conquering stance too much, and now he's just discovered that was warded. Haymaker can't even be used because he went into his ultimate animation, so it just gets taken down.
He went in by himself, so...
hey, He was doing his Peanut impression.
Yeah.
Game 1 of the day. Set in
Oh,
the jungle,
God.
walking in on his own.
And Xiaoxi just casually strolling across river when they have no vision of anyone from top esports. Well, it happens. Hey, Jackie Love, OP player of the game.
I can get behind that. Kind of. Jackie Love has been the best and worst player of this game so far, simultaneously.
I feel like maybe I'd say Karsa or Knight so far.
Isn't that
maybe
just
Karsa?
Isn't that just exactly how Jackie Love plays, though?
Yes.
Like, his lows are really low, but he plays on that knife's edge of, like, if it goes badly, it's going to go really bad. But if it goes well, it's going to be a highlight play. It's going to be a montage play. It's going to be a montage for Wei here as he's forced to flash out.
Actually, maybe the Yu Yanja.
Yeah.
The thing about their bot lane is, right, they've just done such a good job at countering and surviving the ganks and dives E-Star have done. It's not even like TS were starting a lot of these bot lane skirmishes. It was always E-Star.
So maybe they're not the Shy of the bottom lane. Maybe they're the Gimgoon of the bottom lane, where it's all about just surviving this laning phase,
Maybe
where
it's like a
everyone's
mix.
going to gank you over and over and over and over again.
I mean, I guess when they win, it is like the Gimgoon. And when they just kind of feed crazily, it's like, you know, the early summer split the Shy. Not Current the Shy. Current the Shy is awesome.
Current the Shy is doing pretty well. Current the Shy has discovered that he has a minimap, and if you place wards, you get to see champions before they're in the lane.
He also discovered Mordekaiser.
That's true, which does help. He learned that one from Gimgoon.
And we're seeing top esports do a great job, right, pushing the mid lane. They have Enchanted Crystal Arrow up again, so they're going to do a great job of trying to set up for picks in E-Star topside jungle. It's going to allow 369 a great job of dealing with this lane. And even bottom side, right? They'd already had the bottom lane pushed in, so Fun is left dealing with that.
See Xiaoxi trying to find a bind here. Harold goes down in the mid lane. And I'm not going to lie, Lyric, this is looking like the opposite of Game 1, basically, where top esports are absolutely dominating right now. Look at the gold lead at the top of the screen. Almost 8,000. Xiaobai, nice little sidestep on the arrow. He'll walk away with his life, but
still, nice map movement from top esports. Drop Herald, you know, get turn in mid lane, use that tempo, move up the top side, look to set up this Enchanted Crystal Arrow play. Still, nice charge by Xiaobai, but it's nice to see TS come together so well, not only in individual mechanics, but also with their map play.
Lyric, it's 20 seconds until Baron spawns on the map. Everybody is over there for top esports right now. They've got Azir and Ashe. Okay, they are going to recall. But Jackie Love has TP, actually. Knight hasn't recalled. They could go for a cheeky Baron rush, and I wouldn't put it past them.
I mean, that's what top esports is known for in my mind. Again, ooh, Knight? Okay.
Unlucky ult. He did flash away, so it's just going to be ult for flash here. 369 pulling everyone to the bottom side of the map. But you can see top esports on the minimap. They're going to respond to this. They're not going to just try and go for the risky Baron play. They are going to...
Yes, they are. Pings are coming down, Munch.
Oh, wait. I take it back. I take it all back. They're going to do exactly what I said before. I should have stuck to my guns on this one.
Fun has no TP, though. So, at worst, this is a 5v4.
There's vision of this, though, or at least there was vision of this. E-Star know it's going down. The question to me is, can E-Star do anything about it? Wink uses that Arcane Shift to keep himself safe. Clearing the vision. Xiaoxi with a bit of a weird laser. Jackie Love has found Fun, who is just not tanky enough yet. Stun going to come through from a second here from 369. It's a little early, so it doesn't get rid of the shield, but they're still going to take him down. And this is what the Baron was really for. They're not even actually looking for the Baron. They're just looking for the fight.
Yeah, they can keep going, right? They have Ashe, they have Nidalee, and they have Azir. They have great siege potential. This is definitely going to go down.
Yeah, this is going to be an inhib for sure. This is going to maybe be more off the back of that as well. Karsa heals himself up. Wei with the parallel convergence. I don't know if he can ever really go in onto that one, though. This is the thing about running this Dark Harvest Echo. If you don't get ahead early on, you're probably never getting ahead.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like you mentioned, right? They still have the Nautilus Ultimate. They still have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Had any member of E-Star walked even a step too far forward, they'll just instantly get CC'd and bursted down by the side of TS. So E-Star now trying to use the window off of TS now having to reset to secure some vision for themselves.
So reset now, as you mentioned, for top esports. Next straight coming up in a minute and 15, but we've also got a Baron coming up. Oh, the Baron's already up. And we have a very similar win ratio chart coming out from the Colonel. Kentucky Fried chart.
Honestly, at this point, E-Star need to keep making those plays like we saw on topside, right, where Wei and Xiaobai were waiting in the brush to set up these kills. But at the same time, right, it is dependent on, you know, like in that situation, right? What if Karsa didn't decide to come top in that situation? Well, you know, nothing would happen. So E-Star do not have the priority to dictate the pace of the game. It is very reliant on what top esports choose to do. And for TES, I honestly would like to see them default back to trying to force the Baron. The thing, though, right now is we don't actually have any TP plays available, so it'd have to be something like setting up a slow push bot and then trying to force a fight, but it does look like they're just going to default to playing for the Dragon, which is up in 20 seconds.
Well, Knight, importantly, has a Dark Seal in his inventory with 7 stacks, and as I say that, it's upgraded into the Magi's. This is what we know Knight for. He loves to go for the Magi Soul Stealer. And with 5 seconds left, this Ocean Drake is going to spawn onto the map. Top Esports running towards mid lane for now, rather than towards this Drake.
Yeah, E-Star can probably just burn it down in time.
We'll have to see. Knight's on the wings, does have his Emperor's Divide available. Karsa going to throw a spear in. Dragon is taken by E-Star. They should be able to just walk away, but 369 looks like he wants to try and force a play off the back of this one.
Ooh, Karsa as well.
I think with the True Shot Barrage
Oh, we see pinks coming down for the Baron, and there are super minions pushing the base. So I think TS are just going to commit to Baron.
Yeah, and they have a wave in the bottom lane as well. So there's basically no answer here from E-Star aside from just run and try and contest. But these supers with another wave on the way. Actually, the wave has been proxied by Wink, so they've dealt with the next wave. The supers shouldn't be able to take a tower by themselves here. The Xiaobai checking in, tries to use that Call of the Forge God, but no dice. It's going to be Knight. Bound up, but he's fine. Jumps back into the pit, and the Baron starts again. Rinse and repeat here for top esports. With the Nidalee, they have a good amount of sustain. And Yuyanja will look for a hook, will look for an engage. But even if it doesn't happen, they can commit to this Baron.
I mean, red side, Ezreal and Lux is so good up against the Baron, right? You can safely throw a poke from your own jungle. And even Wei would have a fine time trying to go in for a potential steal because he's not Ezreal, I'm sorry, he's Echo and has that ultimate to get out of there safely.
So we do see the reset here from top esports. They're going to take away the red buff. JackeyLove taking a bit of a controversial route there. Funfun maybe could have found him if he'd gone a bit more aggressive. Knight going to be DPS and over the wall. Can always slide over as well if he needs to. JackeyLove doesn't even, he's not even needed for the DPS. Knight jumps away. You got a little too excited there because he's playing Azir, so he's fine. That's just going to be a pick onto Wink instead. And 369 is on a flank. The light binding though. Nice play from Xiaoxi to get rid of the Blast Cone as well, but he's out of mana.
I mean, when that root came down and all of E-Star were there, I'm like, oh god, it's going to happen. This is going to be the throw.
Nope. Top esports, feeling pretty good.
I mean,
they're just going to rinse and repeat.
Let's also repeat the gold. This is an 11K gold lead for TS. Like, honestly, this game's over. This would be insane for E-Star to be able to come back.
Well, we are going to go back for the fight once more. Knight moves in as well. Karsa's left alone on the Baron. That's a kill going on to Funfun. Top esports are just farming E-Star for gold in this jungle right now. It's so long since they reset last, and they can just keep going.
Yeah, they can just keep. And I mean,
this is kind of hilarious.
Their Baron is insane, right? We already talked about lethal tempo Azir. We have the Ashe coming out as well. I guess he's not really using the lethal tempo on the Baron.
JackeyLove flashes the light bind, trying to get a kill onto Xiaoxi. He's actually killed himself there. That was hilarious. Now 369 getting onto the rest of the squad. Wink going to be stunned up. Conqueror proc. 369 doesn't have flash though. Wink can kite this one out potentially. 369 realizes it. Oh, JackeyLove. He's always just going to do JackeyLove things, isn't he?
Yes, he will. The IG will never be out of JackeyLove.
You can take the JackeyLove out of IG. You can't take the IG out of JackeyLove. You know what? I love it. I wouldn't have this team any other way.
Okay, let's see if Yuyanja ends up walking by him. Nope, gonna commit to going down the mid lane. And I mean, that was such a weird 3 minutes. It was probably even longer than 3 minutes, honestly, to where, like you said, we just bait Baron. The members of E-Star run in one by one, which they need to, right? They're just trying to get vision on Baron to make sure that top esports can't do it. But TS are so far ahead, they realize, hey, we're just going to keep picking you off.
I figured it out. The reason that they're doing that and not heavily committing to the Baron, not heavily committing to following up on the kills is Knight needs to get more stacks in his Magi's. It all makes sense now.
Typical top esports play. Actually, JackeyLove, 34% of the team's damage this game. Even 369s is pretty insane. 29%.
Yeah. And considering that's with a Nidalee jungle that has Dark Harvest as well.
And with Knight on Azir.
Yeah. E-Star will survive for now, but that's a nice little knock up there onto Jackie Love. And that's all it is. There's no follow-up. Now Yuyanja on the backside. He's already got his stone plate, as we mentioned earlier. He can tank this for days. In goes everyone. Knight with a huge ulti. Shurima says hello, and Wei trying to finish off the support, but he's not the ideal target. Wei has to kind of break out. Knight's going to follow him and finish off another kill. 24-7 the action here, and it's the same for the scoreline.
And E-Star pissed off Top Esports. Again, 28-minute win coming in from them, taking this very seriously, and we're going to a Game 3. Still, though, I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, just thank God for Top Esports here, because, like, if they had lost this series 2-0 in the way that they lost Game 1, they would have been looking so terrible for playoffs. It's good that at least they can have this win. At least they can look dominant once again. We need to see a second game exactly like that.
Yeah, and I mean, even look at their faces all after the win. It's.
I mean, like, you're not exactly going to be jumping for joy, right?
True.
This is an expected win. This should have been 2-0 for Top Esports. Like, if I'm Knight right now, coming into this series, did I expect to lose Game 1? Hell no.
But I think it goes back to the conversation we had in Game 1 where it's like, you know, it makes you wonder what the atmosphere of Top Esports is like after they've picked up some losses, after, you know, after they built themselves up, the fans built them up, like everyone predicted. And the amount of pressure that puts on you is intense. And it's also hard not to subconsciously just feel that yourself of like, I'm the expected winner. I should win. I should beat everyone. I should be by far the best. And I mean, at least their attitude coming off stage, it looks like, you know, they feel the same way as what you just said.
Yeah, exactly. They feel this responsibility to be winning these series. And, you know, obviously game number 1 was kind of a weird game as well. It was against a very strange composition that, like, I doubt they've practiced against that composition that many times, so maybe caught off guard a little bit in game number 1. But, hey, they're back. Game number 2 looks good. We just need to see this every game, which we used to.
Yeah, and the great thing is we saw adaptation, because we talked about it in the draft. This is a very similar comp coming out from E-Star. They keep the set mid, they keep an AP scaling jungler that wants to snowball. They have the poking bot lane that's going to push, but Top Esports did a much better job of even just the 2v2, reacting to all the pressure, outplaying, you know, with mechanical skill. They got to the level 6 point this time, which, you know, is tremendous. We saw how much the Enchanted Crystal Arrow did at being able to pick off people like Beishong. Not Beishong, I'm sorry. The Echo. Like Wei when he went for the dive. But, yeah, and the fact that Karsa had a bunch of winning lanes this time around, he didn't actually need to gank anyone. He just like, oh, my mid's pushing, my top's pushing, my bot lane's surviving this time. Yeah. Back to early Top Esports. I'm going to take the Dragon. I'm going to take the Herald. I'm going to counter jungle. That's where Karsa is comfortable.
I just want to rewatch some of those bot lane shenanigans that we had early on in the game, because, I mean, obviously the goal graph looking great for Top Esports. Beyond like 10 minutes looking great for Top Esports, but we had some real shenanigans in that bottom lane. E-Star consistently trying to dive. Yuyanja looking amazing in all of those skirmishes, getting all of the kills, while Jackie Love, as always, stepping a little too far forward sometimes.
It's just nice, though, because in Game 1, where they were playing on the enemy's half of the lane, just constantly getting punished this time, they took a step back. Obviously, they also had the matchup that does get pushed in, but that's still much better to see them and their mechanics outplaying dives rather than just seeing them point-blank die to ganks where they are overextended.
Yeah, and granted, like, Jackie Love did overextend a little bit a couple of times, but, like, generally speaking, it was underneath the tower. Generally speaking, it was like 4v2, so there's only so much you can do.
Overall, I don't feel like we're ever going to live in a world where Jackie Love isn't overextending. So at least you get games like this where you pointed out, right? You have the high highs and you have the low lows, but the high highs are high enough to stomp the enemy team.
Beautiful highs here for Top Esports in game number 2. That means we've got a full 3-game series here. And E-Star go back to the drawing board once more. We're going to jump into a quick break. Do join us afterwards to see if Top Esports can guarantee themselves top 3 right after this.
这个火龙也是由 B5 率先开启，虽然京东是有河道加速圈的，但是来得及赶过来吗？火龙还有一半的血，所以我们先率先进场，被 biu 给链住，兵线上来，但是没有办法，龙翼已经被 B5 拿掉了，而且瞬间发条已经被秒掉了。巴德开了一个大招，惊了一下，阻拦了一下 B5 的追击，但是这个时候完美谢幕开了起来，一枪2枪子弹打上来，协助加里奥有一个杜兰霍顿嘲讽出了2人，京东这已经没有回家路了。
哎呦，回去的路很绝望啊！这波感觉是一个屠杀，这波团战我直接是打了一波1换4。
现在沙皇装备还没成型，但就是团战怎么打、怎么处理，我觉得也是一个关键点。侧边先偷了一个熊的大招，感觉是要打进场了。
哎，直接爆进去，
子
闪现拉到艾希交完闪现之后，一个人一个大大了所有人。巴德这个大的不错，沙皇一个推在沙皇自己已经倒了，这个推成功帮对面5人做位移。
但这段时间 V5有没有考虑先守一下呢？看来是有点放弃的意味吗？从河道慢慢的逼近龙处，
我觉得要打这波威武一定要接，龙不龙无所谓，这波主要是杀人。
但是艾克周旋的非常好，而且龙已经被卡纳比吃了下来，卡纳比直接开一个大招跳到战场正中央，然后呢，这个万豪再爆一下，辛德拉瞬间在进场的时候被秒，后面 PPK 虽然进场去打控制了，但是也刚不过京东的后排啊。
好好看看，小朋友，现在已经是淘汰赛。
色提这边想
不想放你
有
走
TP， 有 TP， 看一下这个 TP 的位置是凯南，凯南有大招，
但这边可以直接
正面的兄弟怎么办？预言家没有闪现，江漂把粘住勾下墙，赶紧跑，踢下来的一个伊泽瑞尔。凯南也过来，正面又变成了4打5，看看凯南怎么进场。凯南是有闪现的，色提这边先进来爆了一个奥拉夫，闪现吸了2个人，但是晕眩的效果并不明显。凯南一个大，嘎啦这边还没死，嘎啦这边还在输出，临死以前已经换掉了2个人。伊泽尔这边能打出收割之势吗？最后一勾是勾到了发条，伊泽尔在实际过程中拿下4杀。
魔偶生气了，
阿水这边还是反应比较这个提前就溢出来了，
这把也是可能出仿装啊。经济不允许，只能靠。
哎，小虎这什么意思？
小虎
过来，直接一个大窝把阿水拉到了，阿水要被秒了。哇，小虎这波，
这波让人意想不到。
这波是什么？小虎这波
后续继续留这个位置，滔博所有人血量都很低。虽然有大龙 buff， 但最强战力 JK 不在的情况下，感觉 RNG 可以直接一波
呀！小虎直接杀死比赛，这一波应该是伊泽尔一级的还没有好。回身小龙宝可能快要把他扛死了，但是没有关系。
凯南进场，这个位置垫的还不错，但是感觉有没有
在身上啊？没有虚弱，可能杀一个。
飙死了这边的小明，但是自己感觉也走不掉了。RNG 可以直接拆主机。
他们跑什么呢
？Shut down.
Dark on your own. I need someone to take me home. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on.
Welcome back, everybody. You can see we're getting into the evening here in Shanghai as we continue our games. We're into our third game between eStar and Top Esports, which is not something I expected to say at the start of today. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric once more as we head into this third game, and I have to say that was a much more Top Esports performance that we should have been expecting coming into game number 1.
That was like what we expected for both games, right? That we saw them out mechanicking eStar in the bot lane. We saw them, having macro on point. We saw Karsa continuously controlling Dragon and Rift Herald, and some great rotations across the map, even from 369. So, yeah, it'd be nice to see this Top Esports once again in Game 3, and it's nice to see that after losing Game 1, some kind of team talk happened. Like, guys, this cannot happen. Let's see it again for Game 3.
And after JackeyLove has a really rough game number 1, coming into game number 2, he grabs himself MVP. And you know what? He had a fantastic game. Looked fantastic on the Ashe. The damage was exceptional. And importantly, in those dives, was able to turn things around.
Yep. Yesterday, one of our fellow coworkers, Teddy, a Chinese caster from the Pox, say at the end of the day, a pro player's job is to win games. So, even if JackeyLove did overextend a few times, JackeyLove won this game. So I think it's definitely fair to give him the MVP. We saw this was the point that was really funny of them playing that 2v3, exceptionally well. We already see the stone plate coming out from Yuyanja. JackeyLove already with the play of the Rune King, then picking off Xiaoxi in transit as well.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out from JackeyLove across the course of this game, and playing it on a knife's edge, as we know that JackeyLove will always do. Fun barely trying to get away for himself, but JackeyLove is there to finish off the kill alongside 369, and the question to me is which version of Top Esports do we get now? Because it's not something that we've said about them across the course of this split, but they're feeling a little bit like a coin flip team now. It does feel a little bit like they will either stomp or they will either get stomped.
And the thing is, it's not even like TES really changed the way they had played the map, right? Like, it's not like we saw Karsa play more heavily around bot lane, or we saw Knight hovering for bot lane. It was nothing like that. It was... We saw Top Esports change their draft in a way where, they brought in the early Nautilus. They realized, okay, we're going to play this more defensive bot lane that's going to get pushed in, and they just played around the pressure well. It's not like they really changed the overall structure of the team.
So we're into pick and ban. We're into game number 3 here, and it's going to be Syndra and Zoe and Azir banned away. So eStar basically go back to the drawing board. They come back into this series, and they're like, let's just ban out Knight. Get him off of this game. And Top Esports are like, you know what? We'll do the same thing to Funfoot. Twisted Fate and Galio bans, and then a Caitlyn to round it out.
So both teams on the same sides as game 1 with different drafts, though. And okay, eStar now saying, hey, that Ashe was way too impactful. Ashe is an insane champion. Ashe is OP. Let's take Ashe ourselves.
Season 1 champions SMH, the 2 strong man. Ooh, hang on. We get a Varus coming on through for JackeyLove. And you'd anticipate this would probably be the on-hit version.
Yep, it mostly has been. We actually have seen, I think the one, he's played one this split. It was the one against Vici, which they did go the lethality version.
Yeah.
So this is a second Varus of the split. I'm going to hope he goes towards the on-hit one.
Like, I can believe, of all of the players in our league, of someone who would go lethality even after the nerfs, I could believe it would be JackeyLove and just try and snowball. Because let's bear in mind, the reason you go for that lethality build is to snowball, is to win the early game and push your advantages. We are going to see Funfun once again on this set, though. Oh, no, we're not. Yeah. There's an Orianna right in front of me. So we're not going to see Funfun on the set, which begs the question of where on earth this is going, because Wei hasn't played it.
And that's the thing is, honestly, I'm going to say I expect it to go into Wei's hands, because like I said, it's been banned a lot in recent series when it has become more prominent in the meta, but could still go down to Xiaoxi, so it's always there. And ooh,
smiles.
This is a famous one, because this is the champion that Knight was known for that got him rank 1 on KR server. So it's always a bit of a treat to see Knight pull out the Echo.
Yeah, you could see him grinning away as it's locked in as well. He knows how good he is on Echo. He knows that everyone knows how good he is on Echo. Now to the bans, though. As we see the Ornn removed from Xiaobai's champion pool, we always talk about him as this tank player. And his most played has been that Ornn. Second most played has been the Wukong.
Yeah, so I'm definitely interested to see where he goes. Obviously, he can also pull out things like the Mordekaiser is something he was very proficient on, especially if they do take the set in the jungle, right? Because then they will have that mixed damage between top and jungle. So, point is, I feel like we'll know what Xiaobai will get to later on. I'm interested to see what Top Esports picks up on 4. Are they going to just go for another, tankier support that can play out the lane quite easily? JackeyLove will still have an influence and then give top lane counterpick to 369, because that's what they've definitely been a lot more about this year.
I'm honestly a little surprised to see the Tom Kench banned. That would have been nice for Yuyanja, honestly. But they're going to go back to the Nautilus, have a bit of kill threat. I wouldn't even be surprised to see something like the Thresh here as well.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, right? Those are the two picks that were in my head, but overall, I think going towards the, again, a bit safer, a bit tankier style of champion. You know you don't typically play through bot lane in the very early game anyway, and give 369 counter pick is what makes sense to me. And for the side of E-Star, we've already highlighted they could go with something like the Mordekaiser. If they wanted a bit more ball delivery, you also do always have the Wukong. But once again, that is something we actually have not been seeing anymore.
Looks like we're going to see the Renekton come through here for Xiaobai, which is not a distinctly Xiaobai pick, really, to be honest. When you think about Xiaobai, you think of these tanks, you do not think of Renekton.
I mean, he hasn't played it at all this split.
Yeah, I think he played it last split a couple of times, but even then it was like one of the fringe picks for him.
Ooh, and this goes back to what you're talking about, that we have not seen Wei pick up the set. And I mean, if they lock this in, which I kind of expect them to, and there we go, this comp is very weird because we have a Nidalee Renekton Ashe, right? So already the name of the game is acceleration. And then you have an Orianna in the mid lane.
I mean, hey, Orianna has plenty of ways to get that ball in the middle of a fight. You've got a set going in, you've got a Nidalee going in, you've got a Renekton going in.
Early game, that ball doesn't really do much damage, if any damage at all.
But all it needs to do is hold them in place with the Shockwave, with a Base Breaker, with Renekton going crazy in the middle of all of that. Between them all, they've got enough damage.
Yeah, and overall, though, you know, finishing off the draft, we have 369 picking up the GP, which I like a lot, right? We have a lot of immobile carries in this meta, so the Cannon Barrage just does so much in these team fights. We have a very strong 1-3-1, especially focused on the Echo, who's going to be able to do a lot to these turrets. But I definitely feel like top esports is going to be way more skirmish focused, so it's going to be a lot more about pushing out these sides and trying to find ways for Knight to flank in the backline.
It's kind of a weird draft on both sides, honestly. This is... I feel like the closer we get to playoffs, the less meta these drafts are becoming. And we are really seeing teams shift in styles, like Knight bringing this Echo out in the mid lane once again, alongside of Varus in the bottom lane. So it's going to be an interesting matchup ahead of us here between E-Star and Top Esports. Both teams now having a dominant win in one game of the series. And we have to go to game 3 to see who's going to take things in the end. But I just want to remind everyone at home that this game for Top Esports will decide if they can lock in top 3. A win here gets them guaranteed, at worst, 3rd place coming out of the round robin. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. If not, there's the chance that they get knocked down to 4th as well. And a team like Suning, perhaps, could take their spot.
Yep, definitely possible. So, I mean, you can definitely see from TS and a lot of LPL teams, like, maybe like seeding overall, right? Even though support, even though it matters, it doesn't seem like it matters too much overall to a lot of our LPL teams. Maybe it seems more like whether you're talking about the changes in drafts, whether it's them hiding strats, whether it's them trying out new champions that they can pull out in playoffs. It seems like they definitely value those aspects more than just saying, hey, we need to win every game and get the highest seed possible.
Yeah, I think the big difference, though, is between 2nd and 3rd seed.
Yes.
I think that one is very, very significant. Being able to skip an extra best of 5, but also it's a best of 5 against a strong opponent.
And I'd say, right, it probably is those barriers, right? The 4th spot and then the 2nd spot, right? Like being able to close in on those potential skips of those rounds. So going to be interesting to see, and kind of highlighting where we want to look early. As I said, E-Star is definitely the comp that I expect to start us off with accelerating the pace of the game. I'm interested to see if Wei makes his way down towards bot, because post 6, I definitely want to see Wei focusing on the top side of the map. But obviously, you do have the engage coming out from Xiaoxi, maybe a flash face breaker onto Yuyanja, get them an advantage early, and then transition that pressure back up towards Wei playing around Xiaobai.
And you can see Xiaoxi is going to go with that phase rush that we regularly see for the sets. Usually it's in the jungle. This time it's in the support, though. And importantly, he'll have that Nimbus Cloak rune. So when he does flash, he's going to get the extra movement speed and can set up for plays beautifully. And you'd anticipate probably going to be running that Hex Flash as well.
And I'm interested to see how Knight does in this matchup in the mid lane. Of course, Knight is, you know, like I said, a famous Echo player, probably our best Echo player, despite the fact we don't see him pull it out all too much. It's his 2nd time this split, but this is a bit of a harder lane early on for the Echo because Orianna's cooldowns are just so low, right? You have the shield you can bring on yourself when Echo looks for this all-in.
Goodness, 369 is really destroying Xiaobai in this matchup right now.
Oh.
He could maybe flash to try and force a kill. Grasp comes through. He's just going to go for a couple of taunts instead.
He'll need his passive to guarantee it. His passive's on up for 2 seconds, and overall we just see Xiaobai backing. Great job from 369.
Oh, hook comes down. It's onto Wink here. Forces the cleanse. Nice play from Yuyanja, but the damage is answered. And let's quickly revisit something we were talking about earlier. JackeyLove is going to go for the lethal tempo, so you anticipate he is going to be going for this on-hit build.
Yep, and double cleanse coming out from both AD carries as well, so that's obviously Wink's already being blown, but going to be so massive in the middle stages of the game.
So we've got to keep our eyes on the junglers as well, because you mentioned earlier that Wei, there was potential that he could try and make a play towards the bottom side before that level 6 mark, but with the way that he's pathing towards this top side, it feels like if he does make a play, it would likely be onto 369 or maybe in the mid lane.
And it makes sense for it to be on top side, right? We have mixed damage coming out the Renekton, stun sets up for the spear, but the awkward thing is, you know, GP has the oranges to get away from that CC, and I still think it's fine to play around top early, but if you can find a place to get an advantage in bot lane early on, it just feels like it'd be a nice bonus.
369 is having so much fun in this matchup as well, as you'd expect. He's not recalled just yet, and looks like he will do now. Still has his TP available as Karsa moving into the bottom side of the jungle here. There are no camps, and he knows it. So it looks like he's going to go and try and find a gank instead. Yuyanja has flash available, Dredge line available as well, as Wink is the target. Does manage to flash the stun, though. It means that he's going to get out with his life here. Xiaoxi with a haymaker across the team as well.
Overall, nice play, burning those summoners over from eStar. So now JackeyLove and Yuyanja are going to feel very comfortable in the spot lane, and if you can find a hook onto Wink, he is completely vulnerable.
Beautiful stuff there coming out from the side of Top Esports to get those summoners on cooldown. 369 dodges the spear. He now knows that Nidalee is hanging around, and he should be safe underneath his tower. Will have those oranges to make it K, as you mentioned earlier.
Karsa, though, heading back down towards the bottom lane.
I can't say I'm that surprised. Now that Wink doesn't have summoners available, he could go for a play in between the towers as Wink tries to make it down.
Ooh, 369 getting hit by the spear.
He seems okay with this, honestly. He seems like he's quite happy to 2v1.
And I mean, 369 is one of our better laners. Oh, Knight coming in with the TP.
Oh my goodness. Xiaoxi and Wink could be in trouble, but the TP going to be answered here as FunFun arrives in the bottom lane for the play as well.
And that's actually really big for mid lane, because Knight's going to be able to completely outpace this Orianna and keep looking for these side lane roams where she won't be able to answer, and even forcing her back, because Knight already has had a base. As you can see, he bought the Doran's Ring earlier on, which is giving him such good wave control, and now forcing FunFun to go with a non-optimal back, now going to come back with a Tome and a Null Magic Mantle.
So I've got a question for you off the back of that.
Yeah.
Like, how much do you think Top Esports were considering, hey, let's try and make a play to set this up in the mid lane? Do you think it was just them looking for a dive in the bottom lane, and that was like an advantage that came off the back of it? Yuyanja, you've just stepped too far, let's be honest here. He's going to go down.
Yeah, but going back to your point, no, I actually think the mid lane aspect was probably the more important part for them. I feel like had they been able to pull off a dive, that's actually the bonus in itself, because we saw eStar's bot lane was pretty much full HP when they went for that dive, so I don't think they really had any expectations to get anything from it, and they know that FunFun had TP. And now Knight has so much sustain, has Doran's Ring, has the Dark Seal. He's been able to spam his Qs and constantly push out this wave.
So a really great play coming out from Top Esports. And I mean, if there's one thing that we have regularly said about Top Esports, their macro play has been truly exceptional. Like, the late game plays are generally when we've seen Top Esports at their best. But bringing these macro strengths out in the early game is great as well. Cannon barrage in this bottom lane. Xiaoxi gonna get a nice face breaker. It's onto JackeyLove, who's stepping in the wrong direction here. But the haymaker's not quite there. Wink trades 1-for-1 with the AD carries, but Yuyanja's going to go down again here. Pounce forward. Carson now in a 2 versus 1. He's on this Volibear, but he's not level 6, so he can't jump away with his life. Does get the W to heal, but pulled back in. And one more auto. Double kill for Wei.
And think about it. That was pretty much a 4v3 for Top Esports, because we had GP Ultimate coming in as well. I just wonder, how did JackeyLove get so low? I was watching the other side of the fight of them chasing down Wink.
He was trading way too aggressively with Wink. And let's be honest, Faris don't win that trade early.
Ooh, and yeah, that's also a lot of aggressive trades coming out mid lane. And one of the great things about Echo into Orianna...
Oh, here we go. Nope, never mind. He's going to back away. Chrono break to dodge the shockwave. Nicely done there by Knight.
And again, we see all of his early backs, how much he's out-sustaining FunFun, just comparing the mana pools. But Echo likes to play the game at such a faster pace than Orianna. It's very easy to get into situations where FunFun isn't going to be in a position to follow up on a lot of these plays.
And it's important to bring up the concept of trading with effective health as well when you've got a mid laner that has a corrupting potion versus one that doesn't. But we'll talk about that in a moment. Xiaoxi's making a play on the bottom side here. Nice little stun from Yu Yanja, but he still gets the perfect face breaker. Jaculov trying to escape, but the flash from Wei to get his 3rd kill of the game. A spear just goes wide, but Yu Yanja limps away from the play.
And once again, E-Star recognized their win condition, not only about playing around their bot lane, but, you know, just punishing Jaculov, because this would even be the potential point where you wouldn't want to play around bot lane because you have the constant global threat coming out from a cannon barrage. But E-Star recognized, hey, Top Esports wasted that in their last play where they ended up going down, and E-Star doing a great job taking advantage 5-1.
And it kind of missed as well, the cannon barrage that they used. Like, it got like 1 tick onto Wink, and that was about it.
Yep.
So fantastic game here for E-Star to start off game 3. They're 2,000 gold ahead. And so far in this series, we've seen that whoever gets that early lead pretty much just dominates the rest of the game. We'll see if E-Star can keep that rolling for themselves. As you can see, pings on the map. Both teams moving towards this Rift Herald, but we can see that Xiaoxi is the only support to move so far.
Yep, so it's going to be massive. Top Esports not going to be able to start this one up. We still don't have Cannon Barrage available, and even Wei has a level lead in the jungle. So you'd expect E-Star to be able to start this up if they do choose.
Looks like they're going to hold off for now at very least. I do want to go back to the topic I was trying to bring up earlier about effective health in this mid lane, as you'll see Knight continuously trade. And that's because he automatically has more sustain. If they all in, they both use ultimates and they both get away, he wins by default because he can top himself back up with those corrupting potions.
Yep, and even the mana sustain I think is way more crucial too, coming from the Doran's Ring and the Dark Seal. Also, since he's running Corrupting Potion, he definitely has time more Tonic in his runes as well, so definitely a ton of value taking these heavy trades as compared to Fun.
So now we return to the bottom lane here. Cutlass going to be picked up early for Jaculov, as he doesn't get as much value out of the level 1 boots, but Wink is going to ult Jaculov, and that's it. I'm kind of surprised that was it, honestly. I expected more. Is Fun going to face check into the brush casters here, forces the flash. Not going to be able to follow over the wall because he's Echo. Fun, sure you get a shockwave, but you're going to go down here. Kill for Knight.
Yeah, overall good play from Top Esports. I honestly feel like the Cannon Barrage was a bit of overkill. Like they were trying to zone him out, but the fact that Knight had E and Flash as well feels like that kill was secured, but, you know, TS still pick it up.
Maybe it was more of a morale thing. You know how you can upgrade the Cannon Barrage with morale later on?
Yeah.
Well, that one was an early one to give 369 some morale because he gets an assist. He's a part of the play. He's a part of the team.
Yes, he is. I mean, and also giving Knight the moral support, saying, okay, if I jump over this wall, my teammate's there.
Exactly.
In spirit.
Exactly. It's good to see friendship and magic working for more teams than just WE.
Yes, it is. And still,
I say working. WE's not looking so hot, honestly, but Knight takes a spear to the face there, but he'll be fine. He's got the Corrupting Potion. That is his last stack of the Corrupting Potion, though. So all of that conversation we've been having about health sustain in the mid lane, no longer going to be a factor there.
Looks like we might potentially see the Rift Herald use top.
369 eats an orange, dodge the stun. Wei coming in, but the spear stepped away from. Cannon Barrage is on cooldown. So 369 has to respect this and back away, because there's a Herald in the pocket away as well.
Yep. As we just said, kind of expecting it to come down, but we talked about earlier on in this game how hard it is to pull this combo off up against a GP, right? Has the orange for the stun, not able to reliably hit that spear.
He's got himself a call as well, so he's going to be able to scale exceptionally well. Obviously, GP takes a longer while to really kick into the game. And since we're on the topic, let's talk a little bit about the scaling, because you mentioned earlier that Orianna really, really good in the later stages of the game in those team fights. But the same thing can be said for on-hit Varus and for this gangplank.
Even for Echo. I feel like Echo is one of our scaling assassins in the game that, you know, once we get to the 3-item point, because let's be honest, at this point in League of Legends, 3 items is late game. That I favor Top Esports, actually. I feel like you have so much threat coming on the backline from Knight's Echo. 369 going to do extremely well in a lot of these fights where we see Renekton, Nidalee, and Set all want to run forward. You talked about the on-hit Varus going to have a ton of DPS, so in terms of scaling, I like the way TS comps look. I like the way the formation plays out in the fight with Knight kind of threatening the flank, which makes it really awkward for Fun in a lot of these fights.
Well, you see the Rift Tower dropped in this bottom side, actually. So Wink going to be funneled a little bit in this bottom lane. Obviously, he managed to grab his cult earlier, so he'll have a really good lead in terms of gold there. Nice little dodge back into the stun from Knight onto Fun. It's not going to do all too much, but it'll look nice.
Yep, and Knight did a great job, right? He managed to get through the laning phase quite well, and even from those early plays, actually managed to, I'd say, outplay FunFun in lane, which isn't a surprise. Knight's one of our 2 best mid laners in the LPL by far. Him and Rookie are in clear classes of their own.
And like, let's go back to game number 1 as well, because some people would contrast that statement just because of game number 1. But let's bear in mind, FunFun in game 1 was playing set. He didn't play the laning phase. He opted out of the laning phase entirely, and that's how he didn't beat Knight. He got around that.
He like pressed W on minions, and he got traded on a little bit, walked back, his passive held him up, and then he walked back to the wave and pressed W once again. That is how you play set mid.
It's pretty good.
Pretty fun. Actually,
FunFun loves it.
Yeah. FunFun does love it. FunFun's win rate's also extremely good on it, too.
FunFun's pretty much the only one in the league that's still playing it. That I can think of anyway.
That's why I compare him to Teacher Ma, where he has these very unique champions that he plays. His champion pool's way more meta, but I'd also say FunFun has a...
Shall see. He sees the bear and he's fine, and then he sees Nautilus as well. He's like, wait a second.
Yep, and we see Vision coming down now for this dragon. Xiaobai is actually walking down here, so wouldn't be surprised if Isar just started up.
Yeah, Xiaobai moving over. 369 does have teleport available. He also has Cannon Barrage, but it looks like Top Esports going to be okay. Just saying, look, you can have this one. We're going to go for a Cloud Soul.
And I like this because remember one of our criticisms.
Sorry, go on.
One of our criticisms coming into the day was the fact that TES will never opt into giving up Drakes when they do have the superior scaling comp or they have other ways to play out the game. So seeing them finally do it is so nice.
They've learned. They've learned from their mistakes. They've learned from their losses. And one thing I want to quickly mention is we've got a Cloud Soul, which usually sounds like it sucks, right? But with Gangplank's ultimate being on a much lower cooldown, with Echo having Chrono Break every like 4 seconds if you get 4 Cloud Drakes.
I know, it's something ridiculous, guys. It's actually insane.
This is actually maybe even optimal to have a Cloud Drake with this specific composition from Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, stacking 4 clouds with Echo is honestly insane.
It's disgusting. Being able to Chrono Break multiple times in a team fight is not okay. And honestly, there are very few arguments to say that Cloud Soul is broken, but this is the one. I think Echo ult is the one. Maybe Lux ult as well, if you're playing AP Lux.
Also interesting to note that FunFun went for the GLP, which, when I think about it, with the way Isar's comp wants to play out the game, I actually think is fine because, right, we have a Nidalee, we have a Renekton, we have, you know, an Ashe in the bot lane. Like, it's very burst-oriented, which is obviously where GLP does outperform the Luden's Echo.
Which I have to say, I feel like a lot of people don't know that. Because I watched the LEC video about it recently where actually mathematically GLP out-damages Ludens in terms of direct burst in one combo. Which I think a lot of people see GLP as much more of a control item and you get it for the slow, not necessarily for more damage. But it's cheaper and up front in one combo will do more burst than Ludens does.
Yep, the selling point of Ludens, right, is the fact that you can get the active off multiple times in a fight. But again, the way Isar want to take fights, I don't feel like that would actually really be a factor. So getting a cheaper item that does give more burst feels good. But overall, Top Esports going to get a Herald, and the team's going to trade towers on opposite sides of the map.
Yep, so we're having a very slow game here, Lyric, which is pretty surprising considering the other 2 games in this series. But it's really good news for Top Esports. As we mentioned before, they scale really well. I feel like E-Star need to put their foot down a little bit.
No, I agree, and that's one of the win conditions we came into the game saying. So it's curious because at this point, right, it definitely feels like they need to play around their Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming out from Wink. So they are going to put their bot lane in mid right now. So clear wave in mid, start making their way towards the side lane. I'd say potentially around your Renekton, despite the fact that GP has orange, because Orianna still just doesn't have the damage. And keep trying to pick off, you know, 369 and turn that into an objective. Like right now, top lane turret, or when Dragon or Baron come up, that.
And we have to bear in mind as well that it's a good old while before 369 really comes online. Like Gangplank, not only is it a 3-item spike for him, but it's 3 really expensive items for Gangplank. You see he's already got his Trinity Force, but he needs an Infinity Edge, he needs an Essence Reaver. These are both exceptionally expensive.
That's the thing that I think a lot of people don't realize too, is GP's not necessarily a late game champion in terms of scaling. GP's build is just so expensive. Yeah. Because GP is also at his strongest point, like relative to other champions, at that 3-item mark. It's not like
it's just he gets to 3 items when everyone else gets 4.
Yeah. Those buy 3 of the most expensive items in the game, but Top Esports doing a great job pushing out bot lane. We see where Knight is hovering to pressure mid with this Herald.
It's pressure Fun with the potential all in there as well. Herald goes in, doesn't quite finish off the tower, but it's low enough where they can finish things off later on. Knight posturing for potentially a dive, but it's going to be the Crystalline Arrow onto Jackalope, forces the cleanse out here. Now the hook goes a little wide from Yuyanja, flashes the shockwave, nothing's going to hit this fight. Knight now in a little bit of trouble as Wei goes in. Xiaobai trying to get out on the other side. Nobody wants to fight.
Man.
Everyone's pretending they want to fight, but nobody's willing to go in.
Yuyanja's just had some dreadful dredge lines in the past week. And that was not meant to be some kind of like pun with the word dredge.
What a dredgeful player.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, jeez. But yeah, I still remember the one against RNG where he pulled the minion when he was trying to pull Gala. That was only like a week ago.
Suboptimal, I think is the politically correct word we're going to use here. Some suboptimal dredge lines. Some nautical dredge lines, if
Oh,
you will.
Jesus. But Dragon's up in 25 seconds. Once again, E-Star should be the team that have pressure to control this. Xiaobai, I'm sorry, is going to push out the wave now. Should start heading over. But if he wants to keep pressure top, he obviously has the TP. And I want to see if 369 just heads bot outright, which it does look like he's doing.
So, Drake up 5 seconds. Top Esports clearing mid and moving over here. E-Star are the ones with the inside track. Xiaobai's in base with the TP available, so he can always join the play. But only if there are wards remaining. Top Esports are doing their best to clear out all of this vision. Looks like he just TPs to the mid lane, realizes he's not going to get a flank this time around.
And the thing is, we really want to see Knight threatening a flank, you know, coming from a side, coming from behind, making it uncomfortable for Wink and Fun to play out the fight.
I love how you just tell us how Yuyanja can't hit a hook to save his life, and then he immediately misses a hook. E-Star have brute forced their way into the play, though, here. They have position on this dragon. Top Esports, they look like they want this one. 369 is here as well with the gangplank. Cannon Barrage available. Xiaobai is just not tanky enough yet. Knight goes into the play. In goes everybody. Showstopper in, though. Xiaoxi manages to equalize the play now. 4 for 4, but Xiaoxi's exceptionally low. Cannon Barrage not quite doing enough here.
And it's just unfortunate that Karsa went down, because had any other member gone down for the side of Top Esports, they definitely could have kept going with this Drake.
Oh, they're going back in on this one. The Drake's going to go down, but Yuyanja's going to look for a hook. Not trying to get in. Wei can get over the wall here. That's a good spear onto Yuyanja as well. They back away. They survive this one.
And I mean, it was a bit unfortunate, right? It looks like E-Star weren't exactly on the same page. Xiaobai pulled the trigger just a tad too soon. Got bursted out right away.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a kill.
I thought that was a kill as well. But overall, we also saw the lack of damage coming out from Orianna at this point in the game, right? He hit, it looked like it was a 4-man shockwave, but did pretty much nothing. So here we go. We have the replay once again. Yuyanja hooking in. They do have a ton of CC down on Renekton, and Knight doing a great job of kind of scaring the other members of V-Star from walking forward, allowing for the burst to come down onto Xiaobai. And then we do see Karsa going down as well.
Yeah, really nice shockwave, as you say, as well. 3-man on the back line.
Just no damage.
Yeah, it just doesn't have the items yet. It's got the GLP and that's it. So he'll be continuing to scale up as the game goes on. But we can see people starting to hit level 11 as well across the map here. So the ultimate's going to be more and more powerful throughout this game. Knight almost level 16. He's already level 14 in that mid lane. So 2 levels up right now.
But I mean, very close game in the Colonel's mind. But once again, we are on soul point for the side of E-Star, which, again, might not sound too impactful, especially with Cloud Soul for their squad, but even getting us to the point of Elder sounds really nice for E-Star.
It's kind of a weird one, isn't it? Because this Cloud Soul is not very valuable at all for the side of E-Star, aside from maybe for Nidalee. You know, having a Cloud Soul on Nidalee is always great. And Renekton, for that matter. But denying that from Top Esports is so valuable for them, being able to remove the potential of these ridiculous cooldown ultimates. Will do a lot of work for them. See both teams posturing for fights, and this is what we've seen all game, is the two teams posturing like they want to go, but not being willing to commit.
And realistically, I don't see a way that E-Star have to really attack the map in the next 3 minutes unless Top Esports overstep.
Well, ults across the board going in all directions. Shockwave onto 2 here is Xiaoxi. He has the Haymaker, but he's going to go down here. Knight straight into the back line. Look at the damage Onto Wink, that is insane. Now the stun coming on through, or the shield at very least, as Fun goes down. Knight is on a rampage here. It's 369 goes underneath the tower. Xiaobai arrives, but he's way too late. Another kill going their way, and Top Esports out of nowhere get an ace.
And there's a reason why Knight is known for this champion, doing such a great job to get directly on the backline, and even Top Esports quickly recognizing, hey, you know, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow missed. Xiaobai isn't here. Xiaobai doesn't have TP. 369 is already walking, pulling the trigger instantly, picking up all those kills, and now going to get a Baron for themselves.
And honestly, Fun is wishing he'd played the Echo, because E-Star would love to wind back the clock on what just happened over the last minute, because this just went from an incredibly even, maybe even E-Star favored game to all about Top Esports.
It at least went, we were at a point in the game where, you know, we could imagine E-Star winning. They're at a pretty good point. We talked about, hey, they shouldn't be able to find windows unless Top Esports overstep. They try to find one. E-Star the ones who overstep. I want to keep my eyes on Knight here. Jumps directly onto Wink. Great flash coming out from him. So much burst. Already has the Lich Bane as well. Keeps going onto Fun. So much mobility and just secures a bunch of these kills.
I love how it's not even necessarily anything special there. He just runs at them.
Yeah.
Like, he's just fast, and he has his flash available, so he just runs at Wink, gets the kill easy.
And we have the Magi.
Oh my. Look at the damage.
Yeah. Actually, you know, surprisingly great damage from 369 as well, right? We didn't highlight the ultimate. The ultimate was, like, really sick coming out from him. And the highlight play was definitely following Knight, not seeing 369 kill tanks, but did a great job. Jackie Love as well. But, yeah, back to Knight's build. We have Magi's once again.
I mean, are you surprised?
No.
I'm not surprised. Hey, he's got 10% more movement speed.
Yeah.
So he can run at Wink even quicker. You get it from the Lich Bane as well.
Okay.
Well, 369. He's eating an orange. Citrus is good for you. Got some vitamins.
Like, to be fair, right, we've talked about this concept many, many times that when you're behind like this and facing the enemy team sieging with Baron, you do need to commit to one side with numbers advantage. You're going to have to give up somewhere. So I can understand the play that E-Star are trying to make, but they're not able to find it. Everyone was too far to follow up on the arrow that Wink hit.
The problem is as well, like, who do you realistically hit with that arrow? Like, Knight can chrono break out of any play you make. Jackie Love has cleanse. Yuyanja is going to be tanky enough anyway. Xiaoxi going to get a face breaker. The rest of his team just not on board.
To be fair, this is one of the things I love about Xiaoxi, is that he keeps trying to find the game-changing play even when he's behind.
Hey, look, Xiaoxi looked great. He went in, he got a multi-man face breaker, he's there, he's ready, and then he turns around, and he's like, guys?
Lads?
Are we not going in? He was told that there would be bevies, and everyone backed out at the last second. It's like you've organized to go to Nando's with the lads.
Double TP top.
Oh, hang on. Oh, Xiaobai. Xiaobai, my sweet summer child. There's just nothing that's going to go right for you here. He's going to use the Dominus. He's going to pretend that he can survive, but no.
Hey, and that we're 3-8 GP, like we talked about.
Yeah.
So, going to be critting, going to be hitting with a massive amount of damage.
My goodness.
Guys, Top Esports didn't get 2-0'd by E-Star.
Let's go.
They didn't get 2-1'd by E-Star. This is a win.
This is looking like a win. I don't want to say that just yet, though. I believe in Top Esports' ability to throw this game.
I don't. I mean, unless we somehow like buy
it would
10
actually
more
be ridiculous.
minutes.
If Top Esports actually lose this game, I think that would be the biggest throw of the split. Like, period.
Look, if Top Esports lose this game, Munchables will probably do quit his job. There we go.
I don't think I will. I don't think I will. I appreciate
that. Would not be that exciting anyway.
I like that you try to add stakes to this, but all you're going to do is ruin my life, you know? I appreciate the effort, but I also really don't appreciate that effort.
You know what I appreciate? Knight is Rabadon's death cap. Knight is going to be hitting massive. I mean, geez, I actually want to see how much AP he has with the Medjais as well.
A whole bunch.
Observer, who doesn't listen to me, probably doesn't understand my language.
I was going to say, probably can't speak English.
Can you please show us at some point?
Just click on Knight, dude. That's all we ask. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll keep our eyes peeled. As one of the things about observing in League of Legends is you'll usually click on a player and then move the camera from there. So we're going to see the camera with set stats on for a good old while unless the player moves to elsewhere on the map. And it's not going to, because Knight is all inning onto Fun here. He's going to go with parallel convergence as well. Doesn't commit to the dive.
And I like that TS are going with a...
He's got 571 AP.
Oh, that's actually going to be hitting
Pretty
hard.
insane.
They can threaten a dive on this, honestly.
I mean, Knight was threatening a dive by himself with the rest of his team here. They can definitely go for it. Xiaoxi's gone once again. And Xiaoxi doesn't have a team once again.
Great play from TS. I love that they're doing a 1-4 setup rather than a 1-3-1 because, again, you're not giving any angle for E-Star to abuse what would be your 3-man core in the mid lane.
Oh, 369. What is the damage onto Wei?
Oh, that was so close, but you Yanja Dreadline.
And this is what we talked about, the 3-item spike from GP. You just do so much with those
Karsa's not even here.
Oh,
and
my
God.
God. Poor Wing. Flash for the depth charge there, Dreadline as well. This is over. Top Esports just brutalizing E-Star before my very eyes.
And again, Karsa's not even here, and they still have the confidence to do this.
This is well, it was 4v5, not anymore because they already annihilated one player.
Certainly 4v4 because I think Xiaoxi was still dead, but still, the fact that they were doing it is awesome.
Oh my goodness, and E-Star, they're still feeling good. Because here's the thing, right? Usually in this situation, we talk about miracle plays. We talk about the ways for these teams to get back in. But we've seen 3 miracle plays potentially happening, and they've all just fallen completely flat. We've seen Xiaoxi doing his damnedest to make one of these miracle plays.
He's trying so hard. Like, I feel so bad for Xiaoxi. He keeps finding all these sick angles where he's like hitting, like I said, multi-man face breakers, finding some good ultimates for good angles for potential ultimates, but no one on his team able to follow up. Not even necessarily their fault. They are just so far behind. I mean, if Wink or FunFun get hit by one combo from Knight, they're just dead.
It's like one of those nights where it's a Friday night, you plan to go out with the boys, and somebody don't finish work until like 10:30, they're tired, they can't be bothered, and the whole night comes out. Like, all 4 of your teammates are still sat in base. You've got a 2-man face breaker already. You've already had a couple of cans. And everyone texts you, they're like, I'm not really fussed about it tonight, mate.
Oh, God. You know, a lot of the silly analogies I'm not on board with, that one feels pretty accurate.
Jackalope takes an arrow to the face, but he's going to be fine because Knight is currently 1v4ing. And Shockwave only going to be onto you, Yanja, as this is just a gold lead personified before my eyes. This is over. Down goes Wei, and it's another easy ace for Top Esports. My goodness.
And that's just the game, honestly. Like, look at where 369 is. They're just pushing this wave in, and great performance from Knight on this Echo.
That's a weird TP out of Knight. I don't know why he's going bot lane right now. I feel like they could just go mid and end, but...
Yes, they could. But
you know
hey,
what?
Who
Why
cares?
Not? Why not?
He's 7-0-7, Lunchables. We don't judge him.
I'm not going to criticize Knight. If there's any player in this league I'm going to criticize, it ain't going to be Knight, let me tell you. This is going to be game 3, going the way of Top Esports. He got his 25 stacks on his Magi's. He's 7-0-7, and he's feeling fantastic on the Echo. This is how he made his name, and he's certainly no slouch on the pick anymore.
Yeah, great to see. I mean, I like how they set him up well in the early laning phase with that bot lane dive, forcing the TP from FunFun having to walk to lane, and then he played these fights so well. Again, great job closing the distance with that flash to put so much backline threat, and a lot of even in fights where he didn't get on the backline. We had one around Dragon, and then even that last one at Baron. Just his positioning, the potential threat he was putting onto FunFun and Wink was so enormous that E-Star couldn't do anything.
I think they've just spilled the drink all over his mouse mat. No! Oh, it's a disaster for Top Esports. It couldn't have gone any worse. Yu Yanja, you know, he had a couple of unlucky dredge lines, and now he's got soda all over his mouse mat. But hey, at least he got a win.
Yeah, he picked up the W, and they are still competing for a top 2 spot.
Yes, they are now guaranteed top 3 in the standings.
But
and,
top 2 is what matters.
Top 2 is what matters. You're absolutely right. They do still have another series to play. Their last series is going to be against WE. And suddenly my prediction, not looking so hot. If they could play like Game 2 and Game 3 consistently, WE, I think it might be doomed, guys.
It's a weird one because you look at Game 1, you look at a lot of their recent series, you're like, oh my god, Top Esports, like, WE's going to stomp you. But then you look at Game 2 and Game 3, you look at WE yesterday, and honestly, I have no idea who's going to win that series. But, you know, we can talk about that later. I guess focusing on now, I like the draft that we ended up with for TS. We talked about it early on. Like, even the elements of E-Star's draft, like the snowballing concept with the Renekton, the Nidalee, the Ashe set, I understand it. Like, putting the Orianna in the mid lane with it as well, a bit weird. And then they just couldn't execute well enough to even get an early enough lead. They tried, but it was that one. Was it the dragon fight where TS just started coming back mass? No, it was a fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, it was after the dragon, and Knight just ran at them.
Yeah,
Knight just ran at Wing, and then he runs at Fun.
E-Star tried to engage that fight. They throw the Enchained Crystal Arrow. They miss.
I mean, every ult just going in different directions because Jacula missed his chain as well.
I think they should have done the play that we set up halfway through the game where it's like, okay, you put your bot lane in mid and you try to hover to a side lane and set up with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but obviously feeling the fire of the scaling from TS saying, oh my god, we need to do something now.
Yeah, I definitely see that. And I mean, Xiaoxi definitely was feeling that. You could see that in his play, that he knew he was on a timer. And I mean, that at 15 minutes or just after, I think that was when that mid lane fight happened, and that was the point where they just ran away with things. Obviously, this damage chart is not particularly representative. 369 was just queuing away throughout that entire lane.
I mean, he was queuing like the best of them, though. Like, oh my god. Even level 1 against Xiaobai, I remember, forcing the TP extremely early, but still, he had a lot of good ultimates in the later fights, and a lot of, even him waiting in a brush. I can't remember who he chunked to half HP, but
I think it was Wei, yeah.
I think it was Wei, and Knight, obviously, amazing game. Jackie Love did well, and I don't feel like Yuyanja had the best game, and Karsa, I don't think Karsa needed to do anything, but I guess that's one of the nice parts about being on this roster is, again, you do still have potentially a top 2 mid laner in the league. What could be the best AD carry if he shows up consistently. And 369, who I'd say his MSC form through at least the first few weeks of the split was like our clear standout top laner. Like, you have laners that all could show up to where, I mean, that's jungle heaven, right? Like, all your lanes are winning. You just focus on Dragon and Herald.
On a pick like Volibear as well, that's the dream, right? Because you're going to do great in the late game. You're going to scale up and be incredibly tanky later on. So it's not an issue if you're not having insane performances during the early game for Karsa there. And I have to say, like, when we look at this team, it's feeling a little bit IG-esque to me, where during some of these series, it feels a little bit like they've not taken it too seriously. And it feels like that was kind of the case in game number 1 here, and then game number 2, they're like, all right, boys, we actually need this win. Let's turn it on.
And the thing is, I don't even want to say too seriously in the fact like they're not trying to win.
No,
but it's like, right, they don't feel like they need to bring out like the big guns. They feel like, okay, well, we're going to just, go through draft, see what happens. We're going to, go into game and just kind of play it a bit loose, to where game 2, they're like, okay, guys, this team is strong at this. We're banning this out. We're taking this. We're going to camp this lane. And, we saw that come together game 2, game 3.
I mean, they kind of rolled over game 2 and game 3, right? It felt like they just went, okay, we figured out how to win. Let's win.
I mean, we talked about one of their big problems is the fact that they're so impatient. They do tend to take every team fight. Game 3, they didn't do that. Game 3, they did give away dragons and realize, hey, this isn't our power spike. We are going to play where we're strong. We're going to play, around side lane pressure. We're going to play for Knight to find these potential flanks. And once he does get his, 2-item spike.
Yeah, and I mean, it was kind of convenient for them as well in game number 3 that it was a Cloud Drake, because first off, it was great for their composition, but also there was less pressure on contesting these Drakes. If that had been an Infernal Drake as the third one, like, maybe they feel the pressure to fight a little bit earlier. Maybe this game goes in a bit of a different direction. But I will say, by the time they were fighting over those Drakes, it didn't really feel like it was an even fight at that stage.
Nope, I definitely agree. So great job by them to recognize their win condition. And the only thing now, like, if they are able to do it like game 3, that they need to shore up is, again, figuring out that problem in the early game. It's like, do you now just draft a lot of these like tankier supports and try to outplay dives instead of having to, like, let's say, one side play, a bit more reserved while like Karsa is on the top half of the map, or etc. Because
I mean, let's go back for a second and think about what this team was doing right at the very start when Jacula first came in.
Yeah.
Because that was when they were looking like absolutely ridiculous. When Jacula first joined the team, it seemed to just flip a switch. Yuyanja was playing Yuumi and he was playing Brawl. Those were pretty much the 2 picks, and then occasionally Tahm Kench. Like, it feels like that style might be something that they fall back on once again, and this Nautilus falling into the category as well, where you do offer some engage as well, but you can play the defensive style.
And at the same time, right, that's also when Jacula was playing Ezreal every single game, to where, hey, if the enemy team is committing so many members bot side, you at least have your E, and, there's a lot of ways to outplay the potential pressure.
And they chose not to play Ezreal in this series as well. There was multiple games this series where Ezreal wasn't banned. They opted out of that. So it's good to see that they are clearly recognizing, look, we need to diversify our portfolio a little bit here.
Like, that's a Band-Aid. And it seems like they finally understand, hey, this is a Band-Aid. We can't go for this. We need to be able to, play our... I don't want to say play more champions, because, of course, Jackie Love can play more champions, but their team play around more champions.
Yeah, play more styles, I think, is the best way to word it. Let's take another look at Knight, though, because this Echo looked amazing for him. As you rightly said, it's a signature pick for Knight, and he showed it here. This was the fight we were talking about around the mid lane.
I mean, seeing Knight on this pick, probably more so than any other player in the LPL, gets me so excited. Again, he does so well on it, knows all the combos extremely well, finds all the angles to put all the pressure on the back line. As I said here, pretty much just ran forward, but still dealing the maximum amount of DPS possible, setting up his team well to win on the other end of the fight as well.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out on the Echo, and as you'd expect, but 369 as well on this Gangplank looked fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really great laning phase, and then once we got to team fighting, I was a little unsure when he'd moved down and they were going to just straight 5v5, but the damage he was doing with the barrels was, after 3 items, you couldn't go near him.
It's so weird to see a gameplay performance where I'd say how he played like the champion, like with the barrels, with the Qs, was much better than the ultimates. When the ultimates is obviously the easier part of the kit.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Fantastic game here for Top Esports, and we can take a look at our MVP as well. As you already knew, it was going to be Knight, 7-0-7, and this will be his 11th MVP. I believe he is top of the league for MVP, but he might be in second place. Now, I've just heard from production, he is in first.
Yep, so nice from him. And of course, you might be looking, oh, his damage numbers are low, but you need to remember, right, guys, this is a melee assassin. Isn't going to be able to output as much damage as something like an AD carry, which, you know, has the safety to stand back and hit the front line, but still, his...
Also, you had a GP at the top lane that was free hitting for the entire laning phase, so percentage-wise, damage isn't going to be great.
But again, that's why I love the word threat, because he just put so much threat on the enemy backline in a lot of these skirmishes to where Fun and Wink could never walk forward.
All right, well, Top Esports, they've locked in a top 3 spot at very least for themselves now. And off the back of this one, we're going to head over to the stage. We're going to kick it over to Wendy once more as we have a bit of a winners interview.
Hi guys, this is Wendy for translation. Congratulations on this victory, and we have invited the jungler Kasa. You have got a victory with a 2-1 scoreline. So before this matchup, did you have worried about this game? I think we are not on our momentum, but now we're kind of and before the game, we have expected that it would be a tough game. So, did you manage to adjust your conditions? I think we still got a lot of things need to improve. So we will continue to try our best. And in game 1, the opponents have chosen Process as jungler. So is this a bit unexpected? Actually, DWG and LCK region have chosen it, but we didn't expect that. But I think the result is quite good. So do you expect that champion will be chosen more? I think it's based on individual. And for Lux, his skill shot is quite precise. But why didn't ban out that champion? For Lux as champion, I think it's quite strong. She's quite strong in the laning phase, but we can handle with it. And also, in game 2, you are in the lead, but from 20 minutes, you are kind of play around the Baron. We cannot rush the Baron at around 20 minutes in game 2, so we just try to force opponents to get into the Baron pit. And you perform really well in game 2. You have so many highlights in game 2. And you have hidden in bush around the dragon pit. And you are waiting for the other teammates to come and able to win that team fight. So what happened there? If the opponents try to get the dragon, our Renekton is able to win that team fight. In game 3, Nidalee is very strong in the early game. The opponent is actually in a lead in the early game. So how did you able to stabilize yourself and try to make a comeback? I think for our comps, it's very easy for us in the late game, so we just try to do farming. And also, yeah, Gamblanc did a huge damage in the late phase. And also for game 3, there's a in the late game, there's a mid lane team fight. So how did you manage to win that team fight? So we are actually in an advantage. The opponent's team want to have a team fight around the mid lane, so we just make the initiation. So is it very hard to get the MVP from the other teammates? I think for this split, my condition is not that good. And I didn't play much carry junglers for this split, and all the other players played so well. So last question. Now Top Esports is not on the momentum, and many fans are worried about your condition. So do you have anything you want to say to the fans? Our conditions is not on a high note, but we will try our best for the following games. And this is the end of the interview.
Thanks very much, as always, Wendy, for the translation. Good to hear that Spirits still seem fine in the team. It feels like they're on the up and up once more.
I just like how self-aware he is to say, like, hey, I'm not in the best form of my career because, again, he clearly isn't, for the fact that he has, at times, been in contention for best jungle in the world.
Yeah.
But he knows, hey, you know, like, my team's playing well. I'm also not playing carry junglers, which goes back to the fact that that's not his role on this team. He definitely has to be more of a supportive force. But nice to see they understand their role and, you know, they're doing well.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, you kind of have to be self-aware that you're probably not going to get MVPs when you've got Knight on the roster, when you've got Jackulov on the roster.
Even 369 right now.
It's always going to be pretty difficult to contest for that one. With that said, though, that's going to round out our day. So let's glance over the results to finish things off. We start today off in, I don't know what fashion, 2-0 for LNG.
I mean, even the third game. Like, we got 3 games in a day, and I'm like, okay, you added today plus yesterday? It's like, what is this week? But it is pretty typical in the LPL for the last week to be a bit reversed, to be a bit opposite.
A little bit shenanigan-y.
Yeah.
Yeah, Top Esports finished things out, though. They got a 2-1 win in the end, but game number 1 looked real good for E-Star. And we still have our 3 teams battling for the top 8 right now, WE, FPX, and RNG. But importantly, Top Esports have regained their spot at the top of the table. And now you can see those top 3 teams, each with 1 series remaining.
Yeah, and if Top Esports can 2-0 WE, they're going to lock themselves into first, which again, as long as you get top 2, feels like the most important thing to get that bye all the way to semis, so that'll be nice to see.
It's important to mention, for anyone that doesn't know the tiebreakers, game difference is the first tiebreaker. So Top Esports, as you can see, they're positive 16 game difference, whereas JDG are positive 15. So if Top Esports does get the 2-0, as you mentioned, nobody can catch them. They have sole possession in first place.
Yep, our third tiebreaker's head-to-head, so they'd have to end on same game difference, which when you're in a team with 17 teams is a bit weird, but hey, we have games on Saturday.
We certainly do. We're going to take a couple of days off from the broadcast on the English side of things, so make sure you tune in tomorrow. We'll be there in Twitch chat for the Chinese games, but on Saturday, we'll be back with another super weekend. LNG against DMO, E-Star against EDG, and then that match we were just talking about, Top Esports against WE.
I like how, you know, 3 of the teams that we had playing today are going to be on our next day of the English broadcast, so pretty interesting. But as Munchable said, guys, there's more LPL tomorrow, so tune in and don't miss that.
Yeah, make sure you tune in, and we'll be there in the Twitch chat to watch the games alongside with you. But that is going to round us out for today, and it has been a bit of a weird day. It's been quite a quick day as well. Even though the second series went to 3 games, it still felt like pretty quick games, all things.
We had 3 30-minute games, so yeah, today was extremely fast.
Pretty stompy, pretty stompy. Yeah. But hey, Top Esports are back on form, and that's what matters. We're going to round out today, though. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for joining us on this adventure, and we'll see you guys in Twitch chat tomorrow.